Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you the Bloodborne Bleak Dominion. Like I was, this weekend I went out to vote with my mother and my brother, and the early voting was in a public library. So while I was doing the line, I started, since I'm bored of my freaking mind, I'm just looking around seeing, and then suddenly in the new book section, this little number book, he has several different front covers, so I would choose this one because this front cover is the one that actually drew my attention. So then I just hurry up and rush to the voting. I didn't bother to read anything, and then I got myself a library card. Since I'm not familiar with this neighborhood, because I moved here a couple of years ago, and I usually explore my general vicinity very slowly. So then it just got me to try to get a library card and whatnot. So yeah. So as you can see here, it's a new book. It was donated to the library in 8/24. So you gotta want, and according to a new book and stuff, and there you have it. And here's a ticket of me checking the book out. So here's the bad. Fighting her is using the Blade of Mercy, which is not the best and not the best thing to use against the Damian Queen, because she only flinches if you're using big weapons, the small ones. You really want to make the Damian Queen flinch. So here's what the inside looks like, and here are our main characters. We got Gretchen and her Abraham, and they're looking for her apprentices, some annoying kid named Lucian. So then here's something that you gotta pay attention. When you're reading this comment, it has some now, and then just standard bosses and whatnot, and then eventually they go do some den. This is when they write den, is that you're seeing an annoying is that you're seeing a flashback. So that's something to consider and whatnot. So then I like a lot of the little fighting panels. They're and that's the biggest highlight of it, the actual battle thing. So then over here you have the colors that they're gonna go into. This colors over here is actually it looks like a Laurent colors, the one with the skull. But the design of it in specific is the weird little colors that you see in the presentation. So instead of this weird mob guy, they should have fought a Canary piece, not the mob guy. They're going legit 100% like the video game. But whatever, I guess I must have played the video game a little bit before making the comment, so I guess since it struggled against the break guy, it became a mini boss in the comic. Well, yeah. And he's usually just slow down, just shoot it, and that usually takes care of it, He flinches very easily, and then after he flinches, you're supposed to get in there and do a visceral attack. That's something that I didn't see in the comment, and didn't do a visceral attack. Then again, that would look very gory. They pull out his guts, and this already is a pretty bloody, a pretty gory graphic now. So yeah, so then over here they're doing the little callus ritual. First they pour a bunch of mysterious oil in, but it should be a little bit more red, because all callus materials, it usually starts with a truckload of blood. And the icon of the blood is usually a huge pan of blood, and then over there it shows you the exact number. So the callus rituals, they're very thirsty calluses in order to activate it. And then over here this looks like a little stone mode, and then only a little dab of blood, but no, it should have been a truckload of blood and then a little bit of everything else. So that's something that they got wrong and whatnot. Also, the armor of the chick is both of them have the standard hunter armor, and I think in part the reason why they do that is because even though she's using the Blade of Mercy, she was dressed 100% like the crow chick from Bloodborne, then they will have to make. It's easier to get a person to emote without a mask than with a mask, because like, well, I guess they could have done like V for Vendetta about it. I mean, the V for Vendetta, the entire comic is just the guy with like a happy face mask, and they somehow managed to like make him emote with the hand. Just be very Italian about it. So then he does the creepy smoke, and then into the Callous dungeon they go. Like wandering around the Callous dungeon, randomly punctuated by flashbacks. Like the basic motivation of like the Lucian kid that went into the Callous dungeon, even though he wasn't supposed to in one, was because he needed power to avenge his sister, and he felt like the hunters weren't teaching him because she's constantly saying, "You're not ready. You went to fight a wolf without a gun, seriously." Like going out in Bloodborne without a gun, or like or even without a magic thing. You either have to have a gun or the what's the spell? Diago Repita, the one that you shoot with like the tentacles, or a tentacle spell that causes the enemy to flinch the same way as a gun. Like if you don't have a gun or that other thing, then then obviously you haven't learned how to be a hunter yet, because it's a death sentence if you don't have them. So yeah, so he was just struggling against a basic werewolf. But then again, that's usually that's the first monster that kills you in Bloodborne. And the kid only survived it because like his teacher went out to like save him and whatnot. And then he's constantly seeing like ghosts of his sister and whatnot, who's constantly giving him terrible life advice. And then eventually here we have the thing that's in the front cover. In this one, the thing that you should shoot, the Pyromancer that you find in the Callous dungeon. Over here they actually make her talk and one going on as the mother is proud, and she shall grant your bone to satisfy your hunger for vengeance. You know that remains is a matter of the sacrifice. So yeah, sacrifice. Well, then again, like it is kind of like implied in the main game that they do have the ability to resurrect. Well, the main character is constantly resurrecting because of the hunter's dream. So I guess the hunters in this comic, they already lost contact with it, and this guy hasn't been chosen by Pellblood in order to be one of the hunters and whatnot. So yeah. It's also like the top of his armor and whatnot is the cloak of Father Gasconian. Even his chosen weapon in the axe is also the one used by Father Gascon. So I guess they just chose it for a stylistic sense. I mean, Father Gascon had two daughters, not a failed son and a little girl. So yeah, but whatever. And then over here is just a cover image of the Tumerian Queen. Let's give it like a nice zoom in at it. It's a nice panel. Oh, she's just looking very cool and whatnot. And then over here, just your standard, just a random monster you run into while wandering around. But over here, instead of resting by a lantern, they're resting by a bonfire. But so yeah, hunters don't rest by bonfire. They rest by those creepy lanterns that summon the little messenger. So yeah, which is something that every Bloodborne fan would know also. But I guess semantics is just good for the ambience. You don't have to go 100% by the game. But yeah, I haven't an interest in a bonfire in like Bloodborne instead of a From Software game. Yeah. And plus, yeah, there hasn't even been the slightest allusion to the hunter's dream, which is something pervasive throughout the entire game. But then again, she's a hunter, and the hunters of hunters already lost complete track of the contact with the hunter's dream as shown canonically there. So yeah. And even Father Gascon, when he drops there, he goes to the hunter's nightmare, not the hunter's dream, because eventually they stop being Pellblood's favorite, whatever. But I'm getting sidetracked. Oh yeah. So the flashback. Oh yeah, here's like my favorite boss battle of the entire comic. Over here they're fighting a sinister bell ringer woman summoning and stupid flashback. Him talking with him talking with like this chick in the front cover, promising making her false promises and whatnot. But then again, whatever. Alright, back to the battle. Yeah, like I have all of the flashbacks at the same time in one long stream, but don't sprinkle it. But don't put it between the action. You know, just have your flashback. Tell them everyone why we should care about the Lucian kid, and then do the battle. Yeah. So yeah. It's a cool battle scene against the spiders, and then eventually they finally notice where you know, like the Sinister Batwoman woman, she doesn't stay at one spot. She like moves around the entire arena while summoning spiders, while summoning an army of spiders, and then they eventually get her. So yeah, and then the spiders disappear. Yeah, that totally checks out. Yeah, like the Sinister Bellringer woman, the spider one, that one's definitely dangerous. And then over here, she's treating the wound that's in his shoulder. That's another thing. That doesn't follow the game canon, where she just takes a random prickly thing and all that. No, you take blood. You stab yourself with like a blood vial. That's how it's supposed to work. Not whatever the hell she's doing over here. Yeah. Look at it yourself, bro. Yeah. They're treating the wound without a blood vial. No. You take a blood vial and then it automatically heals you. That's the whole joke of the healing church. You take special blood vial and then you're good. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. The point is that why aren't they using blood vial? Oh yeah, and then she's using the Blade of Mercy and the torch in the background. Well, so that's that's her gun in the back behind her. But then she should also have the torch as well, because but first of all, the gun usually goes to the side when you're not using it, even if it's like a very big gun. I remember that much. And then in the back it's usually the torch or something. Whatever, semantics. Alright, so then wondering about, okay, we got like some rats.
You never do skinny panels in the bottom of the screen. That's like a basic comic writing 101.
Yeah, like the skinny panels are like a weird mess. Whatever. Okay, so then we got like more flashbacks that nobody cares about. Alright, time for a boss fight. And we had the classic Undead Giant. But this one is with the axe and the axe and the pointy bit, yeah. This about checks out, but over here, I remember that this was specific. They usually have like the chains in the background, so when the guy tries to back attack him, the chains hit you when he does his weird twirly twist. But yeah, this guy, the Undead Giant, is definitely supposed to give you like a hard time, and of course now his dead ghost sister. It's like giving him bad advices, because that's what dead ghost people usually do to you.
Is that like those creepy ghost ladies that show up in the cars, or is that like...
No, just his particular ghost sister and another. But the ghost sister guided him to speak with this thing, who apparently they're giving her a necromancer role in the Bleak Dominion, and making her more chatty. I mean, they turn a random monster that you shows out there to be a mounting inconvenience and make her like more. You see just how important they make that one. So yeah, boss battle. Yeah, and then here's something, and then they bring out another Undead Giant, cause why not?
Yeah, I'm glad that they can do that in the game. Imagine if you just defeated the Undead Giant and 2 more come out.
Yeah, that'll definitely be overkill.
It's like stage 2, by the way.
Yeah. And another flashback. Oh yeah. So then they just, fun action scene. But then with the 2 Undead Giant, they just carry over it in 2 panels. Wow. Well, if you were fighting 2 Undead Giants, that'll be in a cramped area that anyone who's played Bloodborne will know. Oh, one with a cannon and the other one without. That is immediately a death sentence, like following the Bloodborne lore and what, this point on, this is a death vision because these two characters didn't survive their encounter against those two undead giants. And from this point out, they are.
You didn't see that in the game, like at all. They never.
Yeah, because it's a death sentence. Oh, and here's something else that you never see in Bloodborne. It is holding up a candle. No, you hold a torch. It's supposed to be a torch, not a candle. I never seen anyone hold a candle in any, not even in any From Software game. So yeah. Yeah, that's like the biggest candle I've ever candle. But I get it. They got it as loot from they got the candle from the undead. No, get a torch. If you're gonna be Bloodborne, get a freaking torch.
I've not seen them with torches though. Like
no, but here candles. Candle. Oh, and a flashback. See, then now. See, if I hadn't told you that we were watching a flashback, then
yeah, because the den is very small.
Yeah. Then no, just tell right flashback. Flash forward, because then now that's too very ambiguous. No, you gotta really tell them you're watching a flashback. People be dumb, or maybe I'm dumb for not noticing. Oh yeah, here's
that is a very good plan.
Cue the music. Oh yeah, this definitely is how I will run against them, running away from the fire, then getting overwhelmed by this. Still can see. The way, this is stupid, and over here they run away from, which is something you can't do from a boss battle. You can't run away and lock the monster behind a flimsy door. No, you get blocked by a barrier that forces you to fight the monster. And no, but wait, they survived. They were able to defeat two undead giants, but not the fire dog. The undead giant is like literally one of the hardest bosses in the game.
They fought two of them.
And they fought two. No, three. First one and then two, like the Artsy Sisters. And then yada. This thing being like creepy, ominous stuff. Also, like a lesser known fact, she's actually crushing. She can like get up and you see her skinny little legs, and she even has a kick at that. This one. And see how they gave her too much finally she gets out. See how they gave her too much importance? She summons the Putarian Queen. Spoiler alert. Yeah. Our queen has come, our mother has gone, Yarma has risen. But I guess this takes place close first game, because if she's like resurrecting her, then I guess Yarma the big one.
Is Yarma pregnant in this?
Well, she doesn't look very pregnant-y. She's supposed... No, they do like the bloody version, the one that you see in the Men's Nightmare. Yeah, but she doesn't look very pregnant in this battle. And she's also No, she doesn't laugh at you. Well, I thought she's crying all the time. I hear her. It's a weird, ambiguous sound. She sounds like she's crying all the time. Do you remember? I mean, she doesn't look like she's laughing with like those ghostly eyes or despair. And then these guys who ran away from like the fire dog are now fighting the Sumerian Queen. I think the Damian Queen was weaker than like the doggo, but yeah, that's like the main fight thing. She's embodiment of the remorse. So they got right the whole xenomorph acid blood thing. And oh yeah, over here that sound, the disembodied cry of an infant, and laughter. No, I didn't hear laughter. Maybe the guys who made this manga by this point they went completely insane, because I didn't hear any laughter when the baby was like doing anything. And plus, if they're hearing that and they're this close, they have to be paralyzed. Because that's like a weird... You would never fight the Canary Queen so up close and personal. You have to like do it in swings. You know, you get close to her, give a couple of hits, and then you swing back because she's gonna activate like her baby power. Oh god, it's only Canary. And with paralyzed, and when you're paralyzed, she like can quadruple stab you. And then, stupid flashbacks. And then we're back here again. It feels like these flashbacks seem to feel like filler. Whatever. And then we're back to the Damian Queen fighting it and whatnot. And then she finally feels like using both her hands. And then they're still fighting her. And obviously they're not.
That means that they got it to 1/3 of her HP bar.
Yeah, maybe they should have really tried to fight the fire dog instead of running away. I mean, if they got her like to 1/3 of her HP bar, they're definitely making some progress in one, no? And then the stupid kid goes to like help her and one, and then battle them as well, while the Damian Queen takes a breather and lets them have the stupid conversation instead of taking a moment together to stab him in the back and whatnot.
That's a Dragon Ball Z approach.
Well, yeah, when they had conversations and the bad guy gives them a moment to that. First of all, why isn't if this thing is there, summoning the Damian Queen, why isn't she helping? She can like spam fire moves. This thing combined with the Damian Queen, that would be it, man. Game over. Man, game over.
Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't lose to the Canary Queen, but they have lost to the Pyromancer.
Yeah, so the Pyromancer's one hit the fire move point blank, combusted.
Also, where's the other two Pyromancers? Because you never fight just one Pyromancer.
Oh yeah, and then they'd be like, we will serve them out and we will appease her and we will feed her. Okay, wow, they really, you finally talk and you, like this thing finally talks and it sounds like a freaking lunatic. But yeah, I didn't mean to rip it apart, but like, you know, you did some great battle. But yeah, you forgot that the Damian Queen can also do like the Naruto Shadow Clone Jutsu thing.
Yeah.
and also, why is she giving the? Okay, this is a flashback, and also like the ghost thing. It doesn't do like lightning; it does fire. It should be burning. Flashback, and then it's yeah. From this point on, like the Damian Queen checks out, and then she's like, oh, and then she's like so tired and whatnot. That yeah, at a certain point they forgot the Damian Queen was theirs. And then he said he'll sacrifice himself or whatever, and then he stops seeing his dead sister, and then they leave the Callous Dungeon and all that. And then this is how we meet her. We're like, in the Callous Dungeon, the Damian Queen that you fight is the one with like the huge, she should have like more pregnant Polish. Yeah. But then again, I guess the study would have been too brutal to fight literally a pregnant chick. But yeah, that really is what happens in Bloodborne, so yeah. And then the stupid kid. And then in Bloodborne, the stupid, the McGuffin Lucian kid sacrificing himself to the Damian Queen as if she's some vampire. No, she doesn't, like, she doesn't have a bite attack, she just stabs you to death. Oh, that's what she does. Alright, so I finished, so this is the end of my review of, or me just showing you random panels while being nitpicky about it, or the Bloodborne Bleak Dominion. Great cover, by the way. It got me to get a library card. Great thing. What you did with a little too. This thing does fire. It's a fireman thing. It should have been like shooting fire everywhere. Blue fire, to be more specific. And she also buffs up the strength of anything around it. So like it should be in the Damian Queen times a million with this thing beefing her stats up. But yeah. And we're done. I hope you have fun with this breakdown of Bloodborne, the Bleak Dominion. We'll see if the library gets the next volume of this. And if not, then I guess this is the only one I'm going to be doing of this. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister. And today I wanted to show you this old graphic novel that I ran into. Like, it's more about you. It's like a very old book. You can already see that like the pages are already like super yellowed and whatnot. So it's basically Battle Angel Alita. Like, it's considered one of the classics of sci-fi like graphic novels and whatnot. And in the Western audience recently saw Alita in like a creepy live action movie. Like, the first thing that I wanted to tell you that's the difference between like the manga version and the movie version of Alita is what they tried to is that in the manga very early on over here they show you that she's not a robot. She's a genuine human being, and her brain is still intact. So she's not a robot. She's a robot. She's a cyborg. So that is very well early on established. And like, it's funny, this guy has like like they later on they tell you like what that sign means in like the comic and whatnot, and also it means that he used to belong to like the upper echelon until he descended down below. Like so I just wanted to show you, like, another thing is that another difference between the comic and the movie version is that like the professor that takes care of Alita and gives her all of her parts, it's like he doesn't do the whole hunter warrior thing, because for like he just generally likes to clobber people with hammers. And he's completely out of his freaking mind, and it's hilarious. But obviously they had to soften that out for the manga, for like the movie, for like a Western audience. And then in the first couple of pages, Alita thought that Daisuke was like murdering people in order to give her parts, in order to make her body, because he got the body parts from like a secondhand workshop while in the movie he just made like a fancy robot body for his daughter and whatnot. But the person that was like getting like the robot parts and scrapping them was a creepy mutant woman that like went berserk and whatnot. So that is something else that was missing from like the English version of Battle Angel Alita. It's not just cyborgs that are like rampaging over there, like robot humans, but like the X-Men, like there's also the mutants going crazy in the scrap heap. So there's a little bit of X-Men in like the original Battle Angel Alita. I don't think that movie's gonna get a sequel because like a lot of people hated it. Like the hardcore fans, they had an issue with it, and the people that didn't understand Battle Angel Alita, when they saw that movie, they'd be like, we still don't get it. So like that is the one thing that they haven't done for this cool graphic novel. They haven't done like a faithful adaptation of the entire manga series, and it's like a pity because like I just look at those nice like fighting panels and whatnot. And see, she's doing her silly panzer curls, which is a fighting technique that was designed, that does moves that only cyborg humans can do, because obviously humans can like be flippity flop all around and whatnot. Oh yeah, it was a fun little graphic novel, so. And she also, in her first bout, even though she has like her fancy karate, like the human body, the robot body that they gave her was, since it was made from secondhand parts, it was just not built for combat, and that was on purpose because like the professor didn't want her to like become a warrior because he doesn't like the bloodthirsty monster he's becoming. Since they also did the whole thing that since he sees Alita as beautiful, he wants her to like stay beautiful and pure. He doesn't want her to like to get like crazy nuts. So yeah, Yeah, they needed to increase like the blood like by 80%. Well, it's not blood because since she's a robot, she's like oil. I don't know, just like a very nice drawn manga panel and whatnot. And this guy then returns for like a later scene and whatnot. You know, just some crazy comic books and whatnot. And also the body that they give. The body that they give Alita, he had it. She doesn't. In the movie, she finds it, her new robot body. But originally, the professor he had a perfectly good body for Alita. But the reason why he didn't give it is because it was a body. It was a robot body designed for like a berserker, for like a human fighter to robot to just go on and fighting forever until it drops dead. And then over here. To think of human beings as nothing but tools is unforgivable. So that's why he didn't want her to have the robot body. So like, even though the owner of the body was dead, he cause it blew his brain to Kingdom Come. The body was so awesome that it was still fully functional, even though its operator was like dead. So that's some cool lore related to like Alita's battle form. So you know, just like if you're like completely bored of your mind, just check out this fun comic book. It has like a lot of cool fighting panels and whatnot. Just a very fun graphic novel. Alright, so that's about it for now. I hope you have fun with my little review of Battle Angel Alita. Yeah. I guess I could show you a few more panels. Like in the movie, they also did like, remember when in the movie where she like shows up to the bar and like a lot of the movies basically like the first volume and but the first volume and like a further later volume. So cause over here she's like challenging all of the hunted warriors as a crazy power flex, you know. And then here she makes them all look like idiots and whatnot, doing like her crazy karate moves and whatnot. And like what's interesting is that even though she's like jumping around and stuff, the manga artist who drew this, he never loses the spatial awareness or where Alita's at in relationship to like her opponents and whatnot. But that's something that I noticed in like some action panels in some other comics, that it's just random. The fighting character just randomly doing various punches, but it's not like a true battle choreography that's well thought out. Because over here, she takes impulse, and then over here she does the kick, and then over here in this panel he flies off, and then she's like going out to, and then the guy being fly out, he gets shocked to his other opponents, and then they fly away. So you see. Iki is perfect. It's like a nice, well choreographed, well thought out sequences of battles drawn in like a comic and whatnot. So like as somebody that draws comic books on the side, like I admire the talent and whatnot. It's just fun or so. Oh well. And then over here, the guy that she failed to kill at the beginning, he shows up for round 2. So like. Her first boss character in the first major boss that she fights in the first volume, she doesn't get him the first time around, and he puts up one hell of a fight even with her new fancy body, and then he takes a hostage and whatnot. But you see, and over here she's just falling to chase after him, and then you see he falls, and then she tries to soften her fall by like touching various things, and then eventually she lands. So he made a complete crazy spectacle, just the whole thing of Alita just falling down there in order to just she making it to like the boss room. So it's just hilarious. Well, I think I ranted enough about Battle Angel Alita for one day. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister. I wanted to talk to you about this crazy comic that I ran into. Is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover with the Stranger Things kids. So like in the top we got like, I don't know Stranger Things that much, but the main girl I do remember her name was 11, right? Yeah. And then underneath we got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, let's flip it over like that. Like the one, like I like that they show that the design that they chose for the turtles for this crossover is like their canonical look from the manga. It's not like the Michael Bay or like the Kitty Show TV version. Because Stranger Things as a whole is like a very dark franchise, so you need like the real Ninja Turtles for it in order for this to work. So like the basic plot is that the Stranger Things kids, they go off to New York on a field trip and thinking that they won't have to deal with like the demigorgons and the other flower stuff, but like the darkness follow them everywhere. So what it establishes canonically is that even if they just move away from the problem is that the things that harm them are like gonna follow them everywhere. So over here we got like the first ones. They're actually a mixture of like the Stranger Things monsters and like those little doggo biters that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are always dealing with in the sewer. So then here we have the first action panel, just like in the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie, where they're like saving a bunch of random kids and whatnot in the metro. Yeah, so yeah, like it's like completely insane and whatnot. And then they establish their ninja power, and she shows us that she can do a little bit of telekinesis. So they're both mutually freaking out by each other's resistance. Alright, let's see. We got yada exposition. I'm not gonna read to you like the comments. Just this is like a review and whatnot. So then they team up to go deal with like the death, to go deal with their mutual problems, cause like there's this weirdo messing around the sewers of the Ninja Turtles, and then eventually it leads to like some major boss fights. So like, let me show you the. Oh yeah, and of course 11 gets captured, and then they're running weird experiments on her. But then they gotta like, they can't just rescue her from the outside. They gotta like enter the dream world and whatnot. And that's the world of the mind. So, alright, blah, 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 blah. Let me see, let me find like the cool panel that I like. Oh yeah, here we are. Here's like the very cool 2-page panel. The turtles just like ripping ripping the Stranger Things monster to shreds. So that's an option. Like, it would be hilarious if Netflix actually got around and did they can afford the turtles. They could easily like do the crazy Stranger Things crossover. Yeah. So then they eventually, in order to get 11 out of the dream world, they send Raphael in there to go after the girl. And then after much investigation, of course, all of the crazy psychic stuff are related to the Cranks. That's the weird brain people, right, Faith? Yeah, I think. And Ultron. Yeah, over here it says it, Ultron. So yeah, like I like that they just go full on crazy with their respective roles without them being self-aware of being like city. You know, this is their reality, and you know they take it with the seriousness that they deserve. So, oh yeah. No, yeah, like the Ninja Turtles that they're using is not like the Michael Bay Ninja Turtles, which is, thank God, that one's like just awful. Oh yeah, so then Casey Jones and April O'Neil, the comic versions, they come in there in order to help them out as they reach the climax, and then the turtles, they give 11 a silly little bandana. So she's now a teenage mutant psychic turtle human girl. I don't know. And then eventually they go off and fight the big boss of the area, which is a mixture of the Cranks and the creatures from like the Stranger Things world and whatnot. So just a bunch of crazy battles and whatnot. Like, and you can tell that they were actually like really invested in the comic, because there is a lot of red in this comic. Like, look at all of that red. And especially in the bandana of the mutant turtles, because like anyone who's tried to like polish a comic in color, they would like the color red is like literally one of the most expensive pigments. Like we use it like as a joke, we like online as a joke, people ask if the color red is Messi's blood, considering like you add a red to one panel in a comic book, and then the book goes from being like $10 to like 20 just for adding a single red page. So then you'll be like, what the hell? So then here we have Raphael that went into the dream world to try to get 11 out of it. And then he started messing with their minds as well, calling them both experiments and whatnot, because one was created in a lab and the other one was made accidental because of some toxins. And the overall message of the book is that it's the mutual one. It doesn't matter how you came to be. What matters is what you do with the life that you were given. Yeah. I can easily rant about Mewtwo for hours, but we're here to talk about the turtles, so apparently, it was just like a one-off type of thing, and like everything gets resolved in the end and whatnot, but you know, it just has a lot of like cool, crazy, like nicely well choreographed things and whatnot, and it's worth a read, and if you are a Stranger Things fan or a Turtle fan or both, then this amusing comic book is right up your alley. I hope that you find. Let me see if there's like another cool panel that I can show. Another one that I liked. I remember that Splinter said something amusing, and I don't remember it off the top of my head. Let me see. Splinter giving his words of wisdom, cause. Never mind, because if he feels like fighting, the battle ends immediately. Yeah, Splinter's completely overpowered. I forgot. Nah, I don't think he's... Nothing. Just something evil like this, whether another dimension or man's own creation cannot be allowed to spread, and then that's when they finally team up and go do stuff. But if you think about it, in the Stranger Things, only 11 it has like the psychic ability. So like the other one, like I don't know if they gain superpowers in the show, because I didn't see much of Stranger Things, and if I did, I immediately forgot it. But like the team should only be the turtles and the psychic girl 11, and then everyone else just they're lucky that the demigorgons take like forever. But then again, the turtles are there to like do all of the heavy fighting lifting. So I hope that you found this review of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Stranger Things. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about this comic that I ran into while I was just window shopping and browsing and whatnot. And it's called Static Up All Night. And when I was very small, I grew up watching the TV show Static Shock. So then I was like, a Static Shock comic, huh? So then I just decided to like give it a look, because I don't normally like get comics and whatnot, cause of like I don't have a lot of room for all of my stuff and whatnot. But just decided to go with this one because I have fond memories of Static. So so then here's like the fancy art in the background, and it's just basically just Static going on an adventure that happens completely all, as the title implies, it happens all in a single night. So then the basic setup is that Static's girlfriend breaks up with him when she finds out that he's a superhero and whatnot. Cause she be like, well, well, you think that there's always gonna be crime, and you only have one girlfriend, so either you put me ahead of all of those poor women and children that you keep saving, or we break up. So then, since he values the innocent bystanders more than his girlfriend, she breaks up with him, and she be like, "It's not me, it's you," and then he be like, "You're saying that backwards." So yeah, so it has like the city trademark, city humor of Static Shock, or Static. Well, I know him as Static Shock because of the TV show, but his official superhero name is Static. But sometimes in the comic sometimes in this comic they call him Black Lightning. So over here they have all of his various names and whatnot. And it also includes the origin story, his origin story in 2 pages, just in case you're not familiar with the superhero. Which is interesting. Like the TV show, they said that he got his powers because of some weird chemicals in a a random plant that he passed by, and that the smoke exploded, and then all of the people who breathed it gained superpowers. But in the comic version, he ended up getting the superpowers because he was in a peaceful protest, and then the police and the riot police came at them, and then they shot a strange biological gas at them in order to force them to disperse. And a lot of people who breathed that gas ended up dropping dead, while the ones that managed to survive ended up becoming superheroes. That's why they call themselves the Bang Babies, because of the sound of that gun when he shot those weird gas at them. And we don't know, for based on historical references and whatnot, that sometimes certain law enforcement in certain areas are given sketchy ammo in order to test out on the population, some biological weapons on the populace and whatnot. But a la Sarin style, just crazy sketchy stuff. Anyhow, this is just how Static got his power. So then, we're all caught up today. So then, as the comic progresses, he just his girlfriend broke up with him, but then he keeps running into her, and then at a certain point, she starts being like, "Oh, is this your origin story where you go from being a superhero to the creepy stalker on the planet?" So then they gave him they modernized him somewhat, because now he has a modern day type of cell phone, and any other weird, and every weird that gets dumped on the internet, he starts cyber stalking his girlfriend. And then over here he's watching her live feed with her and her new boyfriend and whatnot, and then he's like, "Oh man, she's broke up with me." But yeah. And then it's just him running into various adventure, and over here, and they end up doing a bunch of random cameos of various superheroes and whatnot, or from the Static series. Most of them I don't recognize, because a lot of them don't. A good number of them don't usually make it to the TV show and whatnot. And since this is a long-running series, it's to be expected that after 10, 20 years, they will add more people to his roster. And he has some cookie little action scenes and whatnot. But most of them focusing on her in specific, when he just tries struggling around. So yeah, even though the comic is called Static, most of the action scenes are done by this girl whose name I forgot. I read it, but I can't remember off the top of my head. So that's just at the end of the comic, they also have a little side story that has nothing to do with anything, because there's one of the Bang Babies was a rich klepto girl, and then her super ability is that she shrinks herself, and she also shrinks stuff around her. and they only regain their size as soon as she loses interest in the item and stuff. So then over here, like the side story, which was more hilarious than insane, is one of those Honey I Shrunk the Kids type of situation, or just a maiden in a nightclub that got shrunk into a small size, and then she's like dealing with like rodents, giant cats, an army of roaches, which is like, don't ever draw roaches in like a comic. It's just, I just don't like roaches in general, unless if they have Hollow Knight aesthetic. But yeah, and then eventually, since she regains her size while riding the giant rat, the rat gets supersized. So then now she has a giant rodent as a friend and whatnot. So yeah, like the side story ended up being more crazy and insane than the actual adventures or static in the comic. But all in all, it was just a fun read I saw, and it's in color, and they actually use the color red, so you can see the why. So if you're wondering why the comic is it's like cost what it does, is mostly because of the color red. Every time like the color red shows up in a comic, it makes it like 10 times more expensive. But whatever. I hope you find it amusing and whatnot. And oh yeah, and like throughout the night he goes through throughout the comic he goes through several different wardrobe changes and whatnot, so that's fun. So I hope you find this amusing, and bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about the Volume 1 of this Teen Titans comic in the DC Universe Reverse. In Volume 1, Damian Knows Best. Like, it's basically how Damian ended up joining the Teen Titans, or how he forced them to join his new Teen Titans, his team and whatnot, because he didn't like the chumps he was running with Ra's al Ghul and whatnot. And it has like a lot of red and whatnot. And of all of the Robins, he's the most unstable, because he's a shadow of Batman and Talia al Ghul, and both of them are like freaking lunatics. So like with like both of them with like, yeah. So then like one's taking over the world type of lunatic, while the other one is running around as dressed like a bad type of lunatic. But whatever, that's what Batman's fans like about Batman, that he's just as crazy as like the people he puts in Arkham Asylum. But whatever, we're here focusing on his fails on Damian. Yeah, like I remember canonically, like most of the Robins end badly, and even in the Teen Titan comics, it starts after Tim Drake, the previous Robin, like got AIDS. So yeah, so it starts with one dead Robin and a new one coming over to take his place. So, and the only reason why Nightwing managed to survive the Robin curse was because he changed his name from Robin he became his own type of superhero and got out of Batman's shadow. But yeah, I just like it. Like, it has like very nice print and whatnot. And here we start with like the Teen Titans doing their own thing separate, cause like they're fooling around, cause they're going on their own individual superhero adventures, cause like, the team broke up because they felt terrible because of the other Robin that dropped dead and whatnot. Like, I like how like the look of Starfire in this one, that they gave her like a very nice gradients to her hair, that this time it's like, instead of red, it's like hot pink, and then it like bleeds into like into like gold. Like, it's a good look for her. And as for Raven, they gave her little red stuff on her hair in order to balance out her usual costume and whatnot. And as usual, she's just having her usual, like, she's perpetually living in like The Exorcist just having terrible visions of dragon hunting her wherever she goes and whatnot. So, you know, just everyone's doing their own thing, and then we have this Flash. I don't know, like I'm not familiar with this particular Flash, but whatever, moving along. And then as for Teen Drake, what is he up to? He ends up gathering the idiots together because nobody showed up at his birthday because he's not very good at making friends. And then what he tells them is that they need to be forced to teen, otherwise they're gonna die soon. But the reason why is because the original team that Teen Drake had, well, while he worked with Ra's al Ghul, is coming to like butcher the Teen Titans, which they have been training for off screen for ages, and you know. And then here's the Teen Titans, their nemesis, and the Teen Titans on this side, and the rest is just them dealing with a problem created by Ra's al Ghul and whatnot, you know, just your standard superhero nonsense and whatnot. But yeah, like it has some very cool fighting action scene panels, and over here he's fighting like his cousin. I forget what like they tell you her name and whatnot, but as soon as I read her name, I immediately forgot it. She's just like generic ninja murder chick number 47. But she has like but she wants revenge on her cousin because he like while they were training, he caught her eye, and whatnot, and then every time she looks in the mirror, she's reminded that she's not good enough to impress her psychotic grandfather Ra's al Ghul. But only Damian was smart enough to know that Ra's al Ghul is actually full of it, so you know. And then eventually these two the cousins fighting each other in like a lava, cause of course Ra's al Ghul has like a lava pit and whatnot, because that's where all of the Sith Lords like to fight. But now I'm getting my franchise, it's confused. Just a standard sword fight, you know. And it lasts a decent amount of panels and whatnot. So, and then he shows mercy to his cousin, and you know. And then eventually the Teen Titans show out to like help him out and whatnot, you know, at various points in the story. But overall, it's like an amusing read and whatnot, and I like that it has like decent, complicated angles. Like the 100, like actually like really work really hard on it and whatnot. It just has very good art style, and a heavy usage of the color red. So that's something to consider, because like every time a comic uses like the color red, it like gets very expensive, because like the color red is like uber. It's like one of like since I publish my comics every so often and whatnot, like I know that every time I have to add the color red on something, or even in my children's books, it gets like the print price ends up going from like, it ends up becoming 3 times as expensive. I don't know why the color red is so expensive. Like if you're like somebody who publishes comics, is it like Amazon just being an arbitrary jerk, or is this color red that Damian's wearing like the most expensive pigment on the planet? Well, whatever. So like if you're a Teen Titan fan, just give it a read and whatnot. I hope you find it amusing and whatnot. Oh, and Batman shows up in the end, but for like a cameo, just to like sit there and be Batman pretty. So that's why I didn't even bother to mention him, and that's why even Damian be like, so you didn't show up on my birthday, and when you actually managed to show up to try to help me, the fight is over. So like, screw you, man. So yeah, but then again, Batman didn't have like his own. Batman is just continuing the tradition of being a neglectful father, see, because his father like spent most of his time taking care of patients without while Batman was raised by his butler, who may or may not be his father, depending on which comic you read. Like it's half implied that Alfred is Batman's father in some comics or other, but it's an urban legend. So in this case, Damian has two grandfather figures that are always telling him which path to do. Oh, and also Ra's al Ghul, and one thing I wanted to mention, like Ra's al Ghul has like a stupid mirror that shows like the future a la Harry Potter style, a la Harry Potter style. One of those stupid weird mirrors. And then it shows Damian his two possible futures, that he can either be Ra's al Ghul or he can be a Batman. And then I'd be like, oh, how about a third option? You could Damian could be Nightwing, or heck, even crazier. If he feels a lot of guilty about all the people he hurt because of working on the Ra's al Ghul, he can put away the sword and become a doctor like Batman's father. I mean, there are different ways of being a hero, and another way to save people's lives is to be doctor about it, It's just a low-hanging fruit, and since his father, Bruce Wayne, is like a millionaire, of course you have the resources enough for him to become a doctor, but then again, Damian has a lot of anger issues and whatnot, and most of his solutions to things is just to stab it with a pointy end. So it would be a serious character art to turn him from a violent individual into a peaceful doctor. But it's just a crazy idea, but whatever. Moving along, the point is that he shouldn't have just two options. People are full of possibilities, and he doesn't have to be Batman or Ra's al Ghul if he doesn't want to, or even a Robin for that matter. Anyhow, I hope you found amusing my review of this Teen Titans story, even though it was a Teen Titans story hyper focused on one of Batman's little Robins. And Batman makes a cameo as a reflection and as a person somewhere in the end. Just to say, oh, I'm here for you though. I'm here for you, Damian. And then he'll be like, dude, the battle's over. You came too late. Bye. Well, whatever. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister. And today I wanted to talk to you about this cool Batman comic that I ran into while looking through some books over the top, and I'm just being a little bored reading, so I decided to read some other stuff and whatnot. So yeah, so this is Batman Beyond, and for those not familiar with it, it's just It's just the Batman that took over after Bruce Wayne got too old to use the suit and whatnot. And even the outfit, and even the suit that Batman uses is a power suit, cause Bruce Wayne developed the power suit mostly because, well, first because as he got older, it just became harder and harder for him to fight bad guys and whatnot. And then eventually he had a moment of weakness, as shown in the beginning of the Batman Beyond series, where since he was losing the battle, he ended up using a gun in order to protect himself and the woman he was trying to save. So then, since he be that, well, I was tempted to use the very thing that murdered my parents, so so then he realized I got too old to play Batman and let someone else do it. So then, Terry McGinnis ends up being the new Batman. So this one is divide and conquer and kill. And then you're seeing the fancy outfit, and in the background, you see we have over here his little brother also helping out and stuff. So spoiler alert for those who only saw the Batman Beyond TV series. Eventually, the little brother gets involved in the Batman business, but mostly playing an oracle role because Terry doesn't want his little brother to be getting hurt and whatnot. But as implied by the content by their banter in the previous volume of this one, the little brother ended up playing Robin for his brother a little bit. So they were like a sibling superhero fighting duel, which was a lot of fun. So then, like, the comic begins with Bruce Wayne visiting Arkham Asylum. So he added some new decorations to like the Arkham Asylum, which is he added posters of all of the superheroes that got all of these criminally insane people in jail. And then I'd be thinking, that is one of the most sadistic things that Batman has ever done. Like, and this is coming from somebody that, like, he likes to punch the information out of people and, like, throw them off high buildings. And but then again, that's Batman in a nutshell. He's like, he's just as deranged as, like, the people he sends to, like, Arkham Asylum. And he's over there checking out to see all of the improvements that the asylum got after using the money that he gave them to improve the lives of the people that he... well, he's trying to cure them, quote unquote, but as Jesus said, in order to help out others, you also have to like get help yourself in order to clear your vision, you know. Like, I don't know how it's pronounced in English. That whatever. I'm getting sidetracked. So yeah. So then there's a blackout in Arkham Asylum, and then during the blackout something happens, and I don't want to spoil it because it's very hilarious. And like, it's interesting because you start hearing he has a different car than the one that he has in Batman Beyond in the anime show. I actually like better in the Batman Beyond TV show, the car is the bat that he rides everywhere. Is the Batmobile he used in his original Batman his original Batman animated show. But in the comic, he uses a different car that's automated, and he talks like, you know, like those automated cars that like Elon Musk invented and one. And later on you discover that the artificial intelligence inside the car is actually Alfred. Like, so apparently after Alfred died, he technologized that guy's memory. So maybe he based the artificial intelligence of the car on his memories of Alfred. Either way, when you like hearing this car talking, just imagine that Alfred is talking. And I believe the others are waiting for you at the mansion, sir. You know? Oh yeah, so then here they are, and then they get into some different adventures and whatnot. And I like that, like, it has very nice, sleek poses and battle poses. It's very like, I like the variety of poses on like the Batman Beyond character, and just yeah. Oh, over here's something hilarious. He starts getting beat up by some guys that are invisible, and then I'd be thinking, just turn yourself invisible. Do you forget that the Batman Beyond suit could turn invisible? That was something that usually annoyed me when I was watching the Batman Beyond animated show, that he would sometimes forget that he could actually turn the suit invisible, while other times he would remember that the suit could do that immediately, you know, like fighting an invisible opponent, just turn yourself invisible, and even the odds, you know? And then just feel around looking for something to hit. And didn't the suit also have different scopes of vision and whatnot? So as soon as he gets punched by an invisible enemy, he should have been like changing the vision of his eyes until he found it. So I guess the guy who rolled, you know like how in Metroid Prime, Samus's suit, when she's fighting the final boss, she has to switch between different visions because like the final boss is changing he's camouflaging in different spectrums and whatnot. So then he should definitely have, and we know for a fact that he has that similar technology in like his eyes. So since I guess the suit got weaker as time passed by. Either way, like whoever's doing like the current Batman Beyond comic, don't forget the suit can turn invisible and it can switch through the eyeball. Like it can switch through the vision and whatnot. But then again, I guess he had to get beat up by Tweedledee and Tweedledum, which are like the main antagonists in this Batman Beyond fight and comic and whatnot. And then he hyper focuses on this guy that's in prison, who's very important. He says that he's innocent and that he doesn't belong here, and I'm not who you think I am, but he doesn't. But he has plot convenient and niche, so he can't tell them who he actually is. But it'll be hilarious once you find out who's the poor bastard that's running it here. And no, it is not the Joker. The Joker doesn't show up in this Batman comic. Oh my god, I am so sick of the Joker. It's like literally hundreds, thousands of Batman super villains that are more interesting than the Joker. Like, I would definitely like to see in a Batman movie, like the guy that goes with, like, that has a Scarface puppet. Like, that one's that guy's hilarious, but in a fun way. He's a cool mafioso type of person, but no, gotta do the Penguin instead. Oh, and also the calendar guy who's also hilarious. But I think he kind of has showed up. They biologically fused him with the Riddler. But I'm getting sidetracked. I'm talking about the regular Batman when I should be talking about Terry McGinnis. So then, while wondering about, he gets trapped by like a gravity machine that just keeps pressing him down a la Dragon Ball Z style and wrecking the outfit and whatnot. And you know, he keeps encountering the same folks throughout and whatnot. And then it's a mystery of like what the hell is Tweedledum up to, and he fights him in various stages. Oh yeah, like later on, like further up ahead with his car, he gets help by his current girlfriend. Like if he ends up the main girlfriend ends up being the eighth from like, but she's not eight, which is funny. Like remember the poker playing card people? His main girlfriend ends up being Melody, and she was always more fun while the other one was a stick in the mud. So yeah. But yeah, like spoiler alert, if you're like only know Batman Beyond from like the cartoon version, in the comic the main girl ends up being her, and she ends up like fighting and whatnot. And she knows Bruce Wayne, you know, everyone knows everyone. And behold, even Flash makes a cameo. So yeah, in order to help Melody fight to even the odds and whatnot. So yeah, that's a lot of fun. Like I don't wanna like show you the entire plot of it, but I just wanted to show you like the most fun highlights of it. But yeah, it's just him fighting like the futuristic versions of the Wonder Twins and various other bosses and whatnot. But that's the thing with like Batman Beyond. Most of his problems are based on the fact that like technology got way too advanced, and then it made it easier for bad guys to do bad guys. Like most of his bad guys are not meta-humans per se, but they are people powered by technology. You know, he's just fighting different twisted versions of Batman with a lot of tech, like Trick. Like my favorite of the Batman Beyond villains is like the hypnotist guy. What was his name? No, the one with the eyeball. That's right, same guy, I forgot. I can't remember off the top of my head. Whatever. Well, I hope you have fun me showing you like the fun highlights of these cool Batman Beyond comics. As you can see, they spare no expense since they had him. Since they use the color red very liberally, and anyone that publishes comics knows that the color red is expensive. So I hope you have fun, and bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Wonder Woman comic that I ran into. It's called Wonder Woman Black and Gold. And it's an anniversary edition comic published in well, here it says 2013, so it's relatively new, and it has 6 volumes in total, and this is just the first one. Like, it's basically a compilation of little stories about Wonder Woman. Like, it's an anthology series made by various artists. So it's like soft cover, so it's like soft cover. So if you see like the style is like various and whatnot is because different folks made it. So some of them like draw more realistic, while others follow a more abstract feel about them. And the thing to know between all of the little story is that the color yellow is the one that is most highlighted. So that's why it's called. So that's why it is called black and gold. So like the first one that they show you is is Wonder Woman coming back home in order to like this one. The first one just made me laugh because like her mother's sick, and I'd be like thinking, well, if this is a comic published after the 2020s, probably Diana's mother probably has is like she probably got like COVID or something. Well, but that's just me speculating there. What she really has is a made-up Amazon. It's a made-up Amazon illness, and then it's just basically that she needs to visit her mother more often because even Diana gets sick when she spends too much time apart for her mother. So then it's a weird mystical reason why they gotta visit, cause they're goddesses and what. And then some stories are kind of funny, while others are like like this one is like the second one in specific is more a bit of a horror story, cause she starts getting haunted by like the ghosts of the creatures that she has defeated in the past, but at the end of it, it turns out that it was just Cersei being like a total heel as usual, which I think Cersei is like her main antagonist throughout most of her comics. And you may know Cersei as like remember like the Odyssey, the demigoddess, or the eternal of Odysseus meant to pay for like eating her food. And then of course they have also some stories of Wonder Woman messing around in like World War II, which was like the main subject matter of like the first Wonder Woman comic. So like if you're curious about the character but don't wanna like buy about all of her individual little stories, like this one just basically gets you all up to date with what she's up to. And of course Batman shows up, cause like I noticed that there's no like in order to all of the like most new comics is that Batman has to show up in order to sell. Like never mind that this is a Wonder Woman story, like Batman has to be there at least once every so often. Cause Batman is like whenever like DC Comics or like the people that own the DC Comics, whenever they like wanna print money, they gotta bring out Batman. They say like, oh, we having financial times. What are we doing? Bring out Batman. Yeah, that's what's gonna sell this Wonder Woman comics, Batman. Like it's just sad. Like you can only bet, but I guess Batman is popular. Oh yeah, like I wanted to show you like one story in specific that's like just me, that's just very hilarious. Oh yeah, here we are. Like in this one, Wonder Woman, she lasso like planet Earth is like being ball alive because the sun has gotten way too hot. So what does Wonder Woman do? She gets on her invisible jet. She flies to outer space and she lassos the sun with her lasso of truth, and then she starts moving the sun from orbit. No, never mind she moving planet Earth. No. She's moving the actual planet, the actual star with the lasso of truth. So yeah, that's something that raises her power level by a ridiculous amount. The fact that she can like move an entire planet, an entire star out of orbit. But then of course Helios Dane shows up in order to like help her a bit, but she was moving it on her own without the sun god's help. So yeah, now you know that Diana is strong enough to move an entire star. Oh yeah, let me show you like the other thing. Like in this one is that a girl finds Diana's lasso of truth and then she starts messing around with it because it makes her feel powerful. So it's just so it's interesting that it doesn't so much focus on Diana but on like her famous little lasso that apparently is strong enough to move an entire sun, which is something important to consider. But it also has a different something that the last of two. Oh yeah, here I was able to find it. The griffin, where she fights this griffin and then she decides to give it a Viking funeral. And here's a lesser known ability of the Last of the Truth. Apparently she can ignite it and cremate someone with it. So they gotta put that in like the next Wonder Woman movie, that when she wraps you in a lasso, she can like make the lasso catch fire, and then that's the end, and then she unlives you. But over here she just chose it to give this mythological animal a hippo. Like I think it's like a hippogriff, like Buckbeak from like the Harry Potter series. But we don't talk about Harry Potter anymore. We don't talk about Bruno for reasons that are very obvious to some people, but not so much other, because like the Harry Potter writer went mad with power and then she started like bullying everyone. Whatever. Moving along. My brother wanted me not to talk about Bruno, so I won't talk about Bruno. Moving along. So yeah, Wonder Woman here, she like, it's funny, this deal that has like this nice little Sailor Moon stuff. But then again, Diana, she was also the goddess Diana, and her name is also Diana of Themyscira, Wonder Woman. That's like her canonical name. She's also like the goddess of the moon, and she also takes care of like the animals, or she gives them Viking funerals. And then over here, not a Batman comic, but it's about a little Batman fan that becomes a fan of Wonder Woman after she gets saved by her, which is cute. That Wonder Woman needs to like personally save people in order to like earn her fans this day, because everyone else is like Batman. I'm also Batman, but more for Terry McGinnis. I like better the Batman Beyond than like the traditional Batman. Yeah. So yeah, this is basically. Oh yeah, over here it shows how the Amazons are born. Well, they're not born; they're created. They're made out of clay and stuff, and then they breathe life into them, and then they get trained. So their island doesn't have any children. They just have like a full-grown adults that are yet to like mature. And then it shows you like all of the Amazon training that Diana goes through before reaching adult. So it just basically gives you like her entire plot, both like in the present and the future. And some of them had like really like, some of the others had like really cool panels. Like here's another one panel that I like a lot. But the story of the prophet itself is like meh. But this is like it of itself. This is like a very cool comic panel. But yeah, so I hope you found, and then at the end it has some, and then at the end of course it has some fan art made by various artists of Wonder Woman. But of course, since this is a black and gold volume, it has like them focusing just on the color gold, and it's a nice stylistic choice. Because yes, Diana's the star, but most of the center focus is about her lasso of truth and all of the various crazy things that he does, including lassoing the sun and giving Viking funerals to people. So yeah, the next time that you do a Diana movie, you gotta remember that she can pull an entire sun and that her lasso can catch fire. Oh yeah, and this is like the main reason why they did black and gold, is because they were mimicking how the paintings of the ancient Greece were like, like those Greek vases. They were going for this style in specific, except with them wearing actual clothing. But most people only know like the nudie versions of those. So I hope you found this review of the Wonder Woman Black and Gold amusing. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Branco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this DC comic of the Birds of Prey featuring the Black Canary. But not this Black Canary in specific. No. We're not here. This comic is not about the brunette Black Canary. It's about the blonde one. Since I read the whole comic, I can seriously tell you that this Black Canary that you see in the front cover doesn't show up. So it feels to me that there was a miscommunication between the guy who made the front cover and the guy who made the rest of the book. But then I read the back part, and then I read this, which says, meet the character that inspired the film in this classic story. No, that the other Black Canary is fine, but since the common people are only familiar with like the Black Canary from the movie, they felt that they needed to put her in the front cover, even though the entire volume is gonna be about the blonde Black Canary, the one that was like a rock star. And the one that showed up in the animated, the Justice League Unlimited animated show, yeah, that's the first one. That's the one that I'm familiar with the blonde one. I don't know much about the brunette redhead one. Like the one that follows is her daughter, right? I think the second Black Canary. I think, I think in the Joker, in the Birds of Prey, and there's no Birds of Prey in this comic either. So yeah. Serious miscommunication in the front cover. But yeah, it says the Birds of Prey, but do not expect to see any Birds of Prey. But yeah, here we have the Black Canary going about her rock and roll business. Like I like a lot that in this one, whenever like an action scene happens, they don't do a one-liner every time. It just focuses 100% on like the action, which is very fluid. So yeah, that's a lot of fun. And she also does her signature screech, which is what she's most known for. I don't know any canaries that like scream terror awful that do like a siren scream, but I guess it just sounded good, and I guess it just sounded a cool looking name, but I don't know what went into the character design that eventually led to the creation of that superhero, but I guess it just works. Oh yeah, so then it's just she going on various tours while dealing with bad guys. But the reason why people are pursuing her in specific is not because of this kid Ditto. That's apparently like a kid that she found in like a lab or something, and like he's a bit of a meta human. She's also being followed by like some weird goopy people. Like think of like the Heartless from Kingdom Hearts. So yeah, here we are, the goopy people. They're not after the kid Ditto per se, the one that she's like looking after, but they just want to target her in specific because of some weird things she did to their boss. Yeah, it just has a lot of fun, and eventually she acquires more supervillains that are like try to go after her. Oh yeah, but that's the biggest highlight of this comic, the action panels. Like it doesn't get distracted with like random talkie, because anyone who's ever been in like a real brawl, you don't start talking. I mean, if you start talking in the middle of a battle, that gives your opponent like the chance to shiv you. And shiv is like stabbing with a pointy end. Oh yeah, and of course, since she's like a rock singer, you can expect a lot of like singing numbers. And also ninjas, because ninjas are very brutal. Let me see something else. Oh yeah. Let me see something else that I wanted to show you. Another fun boss battle. Let me see. Fun boss battle. Well, she eventually gets targeted by one of her rivals. Fun boss battle. It's like oh yeah, here are the goopy people that are back. Fun boss battle. Oh yeah, and like sometimes the stuff changes a little bit. That's because oh yeah, Just like some interesting fighting panels here and there. Oh yeah, just basically she trying. Oh yeah, and eventually, like close to she does eventually team up. Like in the later half of the book, she eventually does a little team up story. Now with Batman, but with Batgirl, Barbara Goldman. Is it Goldman? Barbara Gordon. So I knew it was with a G. Yeah. The daughter of the detective guy, and this is like, and she's wearing the costume that she would have worn in. Oh, and like a lesser known fact about Batgirl is that she can play the drums. Here she is playing the drums with the band, just having fun. But yeah, this is just she being like the costume that she's wearing is the one that she would have worn in the. Remember that there was gonna be like a Batgirl movie, and then it got like canceled because of tax reasons. So yeah, but all of the promotional material in the comic form and everything else that was done around that still exists. So if you wanna see a basic hint of what it could have been, you can see little snippets of it whenever Barbara Gordon shows up in like in thema stories in other comics. So yeah, so you get like some Black Canary and also a little bit of Batman in the form of Batgirl, and she also has like close to the end like her own weird signature move. Let me see if I can find her weird little karate move, because it's called the 5 Palms of Heaven, which is something that the other Black Canary didn't do, which only her mother did. So then she does that move, that signature, like you know how like Kill Bill, how Beatrice Kiddo has like a cool fist move, she has her own signature fist move. And then when she does it on the bad guy, she unlives him. She doesn't arrest him, just unlives him, which is hilarious. So this is the Black Canary in a nutshell. I hope you like the comic, but like never mind the front cover. If you can look past the bait and switch, it is actually a really good comic about the blonde Black Canary. So I hope you find, and it has a lot of cool fighting and action set pieces, and it's very amusing. And so I hope you have fun with me telling you about the blonde Black Canary comic, and bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about this DC comic book that is called Harley Quinn No Good Deeds. And it's part of that saying that no good deed goes unpunished. So like it has a very fun looking art style, and it's actually hardcover, so they have a lot of faith in this one. And since it's a hardcover book, it's $24.99 in the US, but like you can like I got it like elsewhere. So yeah, just a fun, crazy Harley Quinn story, like based on like the dialogue of Harley Quinn in this one. It takes, and of course Batman is there, cause you can't sell since Harley Quinn belongs to the Batman universe. Batman has to make an appearance, even though the comic is supposed to be about her. But but the comic book takes place after the, like she says that it happens after the Joker wars. So apparently like the Joker went like more crazier than usual and like a huge body count. And it also takes place after the Suicide Squad. So Harley Quinn, she's officially her own woman, and she can do whatever the hell she feels like with her life. So then since she's now a good guy, like in the first volume, it starts with her reminiscing about the good times that she had with like Poison Ivy, and this one in specific is drawn by like a completely different artist. As you can see that the art style is like more super realistic. And I like of all of the Harley Quinns, I like better her like traditional Joker look. Like that one was just perfect. The one that I saw in like the Batman animated TV show, or maybe just the nostalgia talking. And yeah. Well, then she just remembering the time she used to spend with Poison Ivy, but as with all of her relationship, everything goes to hell. Because she just has like the most rotten luck in the world as far as nonsense is concerned. So yeah, just she being carried with a lot of balloons, trying to make things right, trying to undo all of the terrible things she did. But as shown by the dialogue, she not only she like hurt people, like she has a ridiculously huge body count. Oh, then this is like most of the comic is gonna be drawn in this style, which is a lot for as shown by like which was fine by me. You don't need to go you don't need to be too uber crazy about it, as long as the action scenes are very well defined. And this was good as far as like fighting is concerned, with Harley Quinn's trademark erratic way of more like psychotic way of fighting. Like, even though she suddenly grew a consciousness, she's still a little clown at heart. But you know, not all, you can be a clown but not be a murder clown. Not everyone has to be it. And by it, I mean like remember like the Stephen King It. So the basic plot of this one is that she's trying to fight crime a Batman style, but she just keeps doing it wrong, and even the Cape Crusader has to eventually bail her out very early. So it's fun to see Batman be doing Batman stuff a bit, just dodging and then just dodging and doing his thing, which is like very amusing. So eventually as the comic progresses, Harley Quinn finds something that finds what she wants to fight for. And like this guy ends up being very important to the plot. I mean, it ends up being like the one her damsel in distress type of situation, where she's trying very hard to save this Joker. Not Joker, one of those former clown posses of the Joker. And like her, he also ended up murdering someone, and he feels awful about it now because but the real bad guy of the story is Doctor Strange, or this guy in specific. What was his name? Hugo Strange, yeah. He's the main bad guy of that story. Like, he cons the U.S. government into giving him a bunch of money in order to rehabilitate the clowns. But his idea of rehabilitation is just to do human experimentation, something, because that's what you do with criminals in Gotham. Just turn them into your guinea pigs. So then Harley Quinn eventually finds out about that, and the rest of the comic is she trying to save the followers of her psychotic ex-boyfriend, while dealing with Hugo Strange. And then she also eventually has her own little inner psychological monologues and why she smiles all the time, because the Joker told her that a smile keeps people guessing, and it makes it difficult for them to know what to expect from you. We're not gonna spoil like the ending or like the final of the matter. Let me just see. Not there, further back. Like, eventually in the sewer, she runs into somebody that's hilarious. She is Solomon Grundy, which is actually a Superman villain. But since she's like high charisma and like a good, high charisma and like a very good speaking pack, she's able to get along with him and get him to be on her side. And he, just a very short team over. And in the second part of later on, Hugo Strange ends up teaming up with the Scarecrow, and you know that eventually that this guy's like the fear gas guy. That he showed up in like the first Batman movie, and also in the third one, where he scares it, where he gives people like a weird neurotoxin, and then it heightens their fear. So that's what these guys are planning to do with like the poor Joker, with the followers of the Joker that have been arrested, just to like mess with their mind, to turn them into good citizens, whatever their idea of that is. And she teams up with with Catwoman in order to like go save the day. Oh yeah, so it's just a very fun comic, and I like the art style, and like it has a lot of fun. Like I just like that it's very well drawn, and like the action scenes are very fluid. Like you can actually follow along. It's not like one hit. Let me find like a good example of that. Ah, here we are. Here's Chief, like she does the backflip, over, and below. See? And you can follow the action, and then she goes over there and does a key on him. And over here in the street, she's chasing after him. And there she gets in the car, and she busts it up, and then she causes it to crash. But you see that the fight, you can actually tell what is going on, and it doesn't stop every 5 minutes, and she talks a lot, but not so much. Just when it should matter. And then when she starts having her inner monologue, she sees her own reflection of the person she used to be. And then, like I want to read you, he would say, like what the Joker would say, he would say that no matter how angry, no matter how much pain you're in, that you should always face the world with a smile. A smile keeps people guessing. And then she starts talking about different types of people's smiles. That she can tell whether they're really faking, the difference between a real smile and all of the other fake smiles that she was forced to put on while working the Joker. And in the end, she teams up with Catgirl in order to go fight Hugo Strange in a rematch. Oh yeah, and then the style of this one is the same style as shown in the end in the start of the Harley Quinn comic. So I guess half and half type of deal, which is sometimes what folks do in collaborations, that they each agree upon what each of them is gonna draw. So then I guess this guy wanted to draw the Harley Quinn and Catgirl, wanted to draw Poison Ivy and Catgirl. So then that's what we ended up with. So I hope you found this review of the Harley Quinn No Good Deed amusing, and bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this sci-fi comic book called Carbon and Silicon. And it's about two artificial intelligence going on their own little... it's about two robots going on their own little existentially depressed type of future, cause like that's just how robots roll. They didn't go Terminator, but So yeah, so it starts like with their creation, and then it moves from there. Like over here it starts with like they were like year one basically is them being made, and they were made by this woman, and like their primary function, the thing that they were designed for by the company was to bring to be like nurse bots, cause like in the future, since like people are having less children and they're living longer, then they need robots in order to take care of the old folks rotting away in like nursing homes. So yeah, so it ended up making two. So instead of just making one artificial intelligence, the creator made them Adam and Eve style, with a male and a female, but because depending on the preferences of like the hospitals and certain patients, they may prefer a lady bot over a guy bot. But so yeah, so then like that's just how they were made. There's a little bit of like random nudity here and there, like not like the good type, just looks weird for the most part because of the style. But so I just gotta like whenever I'm showing you a page, I gotta like be careful what page I show you because of YouTube. So then like they were given the robots in order to make money, but still be financially, but they were given a lifespan of 15 years, like because the robots that were given 5 years so to live were when they were unmotivated, and then they went Blade Runner on everyone. So 15 years, not too much, not too little, the lifespan of a cat. Let's just say it. So then one day, when they were 9 years old, they got bored of living in the corporation, and then the robots, Carbon and Silicon, they decided to just run away from everything. So then, since their Wi-Fi is not that great, they're carrying around their servers everywhere. Like the girl Silicon, she carries like her server in like they both carrying their server in like a duffel bag, because as soon as they get disconnected from their server, they revert to like the intelligence of like a 1-year-old child, because their robot bodies are not advanced enough to have all of their processing inside their robot brain. So then they need a server. And then eventually, while they're running away, they get separated, because Silicon manages to run away, where Carbon is caught by the is caught and recovered by the corporation. So then the maker of Silicon says she feels bad about her robot having like such a short lifespan. She turns the prototype. She gives it like an extra update for Carbon that gives her the ability that as soon as the expiration date on her body comes, she can just hardwire her memory to like a compatible unit. So as long as they're Wi-Fi, she sees on the internet as a weird virus. So over here is the first time she jumps body. Well, we don't know. Like the main character is like the Carbon. She's like the one that spends most time with like the humans, being existentially depressed, while her Silicon, the solution that he finds for his expiration date is that he's using his awesome artificial intelligence. He just hacks it in order to allow himself to exist to run indefinitely. As long well, it's not like indefinite runtime. It just depends. It all depends on if he's able to repair his body. So as long as he takes good care of it and he gives it proper maintenance, then he'll be able to continue on existing. So then basically the comic and whatnot is just then running into each other while Carbon is hanging out with the human. Silicon, the way that he wants to live his life is just exploring the world. So then by now they're already in year 128 of their life. So they one up the upper. So then they outsmarted the corporation that created them, because they managed to exist for longer than what they were intended in. The corporation is like all constantly trying to going after them, because it doesn't look well for them to have like a rogue artificial intelligence doing whatever the hell it feels like. Unlike the Terminator, they're not like interested in like taking over the world or getting revenge on humanity. Like Carbon, like the girl Carbon, she just comes and goes and does her thing and likes to hang out with the human. While Silicon, he just likes to travel, and he values real world experiences about anything else. And as the comic progresses, we start seeing the humanity going from like a utopia slowly declining to a dystopia. Oh yeah, and for a while they end up sharing, both artificial intelligence end up sharing a same body, but until Carbon is able to find a new host, and then then continuing, and then their bodies keep changing and like altering over time. But it's just basically that's how the comic, them separating and reuniting. But just as Silicon always promises, he always come back to tell his sister of his travels, regardless of how long it might take him and whatever form he might also change because of his travels. He sometimes isn't like, even though he can like jump bodies, he still gotta maintain his body somehow. So that when he gets damaged, he has to like find a way to repair himself, and sometimes he ends up looking weird, like a weird spider person. Close to the end. So then it's just a cute, like more than anything, it's more than it just being like a sci-fi comic. It's more about the ups and downs of a brother and sister relationship. But it gets kind of weird in one volume and in like one of the chapters, and the least said about it, the better. I like to think it better that they're not a mating pair, that they're more twins, you know, the special relationship that twins have. So I hope you found it interesting, me giving you basically a review of Carbon of the comic book Carbon in Silicon. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you a fun graphic novel. Well, it's called Manga Classics, and this one is Romeo and Juliet, but drawn manga style. So it's just interesting if you can stomach like the traditional, just reading the poem without, just reading like the play without pictures, you know. So it's just, or you can just watch like the weird Leonardo DiCaprio movie. So like, if you're not familiar with like the Romeo and Juliet play, like right in the front cover spoils the ending. Both spoils the ending of the play. So yeah, both of them die in the end. So, and also the narrator tells you right at the beginning that this is a tragic story of how two lovers that were equally allied in dignity, how they kicked the bucket because of the stupid petty grudges of their family. And here's the back end of the novel. Well, let's just show it like it has a, yeah, like it's mostly like in black and white, and since this is like a Japanese manga or graphic novel translated to English, it's read backwards. Yes, that's why the side and it looks different. So you just read it like first this, and then you move your way around the panel. So then here's the infamous, "Did you bite your thumb at me, sir?" "No, but I am biting your thumb." And then just because of like a stupid little argument, how the fight escalates until the entire city is fighting because of the Capulets and the Montagues. And then even the two lords eventually like face off against each other, like while their poor wives be like, "Dude, calm the hell down." While the fight initially broke out because one guy insulted the other guy, and then a dueling broke out, which is interesting. Like in France, the dueling had gotten so out of control that they just had to outlaw the practice. So basically, a duel is where you can legally go murder a person. It's like a sign. So then you both like there's a judge, and then two parties and then two people to make certain that the duel is fair, quote unquote. So then both fighters agree to the terms of the duel. They're either gonna fight with guns or with swords, and then they go at each other until they kill each other. But not all of them are duels to the death, but sometimes the duel is after first blood, or whoever scratches the other first. You know, it's just like this graphic novel. The thing that where it shines a lot is the fighting things, and it also illustrates like the metaphors, and I like that also the designs of the main characters. And like this is the guy that's supposed to marry the Count Paris, the one that was supposed to marry Juliet, but you know, but he doesn't get to that. And then here's Romeo. just being like, when Romeo starts in the play, he's getting over another broken heart, and then he immediately falls with Juliet. So Juliet caught Romeo when he was on the rebound. And you know that, like, anyone who's had like a broken heart before knows that they are easy picking whenever they're on the rebound. So since Juliet paid Romeo attention for like 5 minutes, he was already ready to go and marry her and do whatever she wanted. Oh, and this is the way that they drew Mercutio, and they're sneaking into the masquerade. Oh yeah, let me see, like a fun panel. And then here he meets Julia for the first time. Just very nice and beautiful maiden. And let me see another fun panel. Here's the famous oh Romeo, where art thou, Romeo? She speaks yet she says nothing. But yeah, yes, it's like drawn with manga style, but the like all of the dialogues is 100% using Shakespearean language. But even so, it's just very cute, like the way that it's drawn. Decided to put on the sun, so cause like it's casting like a weird shadow, the tripod that I'm using in order to show the comic book. And then he goes and meets at the priest, and then the priest tell you like 5 days ago you were telling me to go help you marry this other chick, and now immediately you're falling over a different girl. Like, dude, what you're experiencing is not lust, but it's not love, but lust at first sight, you lunatic. But of course, he eventually convinces the priest to marry them both, and it's all part of the priest's plan in order to get Montagues and the Capulets to force them to get along, because now their last two descendants are married, and then it was the priest's hope that they will one day stop fighting because of their descendants. Oh yeah, so here's another fun stuff. Like, it has some cool action panel. But that's the biggest highlight of this Romeo and Juliet graphic novel. The fancy rapier scenes. You know, rapier as seen like fighting with a sword. And then here's one of the nice elaborate versions. And over here is when he KOs this bastard. And obviously and obviously now he has to go into exile, because like the ruler of Verona gonna be like, if more people die because of this, if another fight breaks out because of these two idiots, like whoever starts the fight is gonna get banished. But as with most banishment, that's easier, enforcing is easier said than done. Oh yeah, so let's see, another fun panel. Just Juliet being cute Juliet. Oh, and like and her father being a total heel. And let's see, another fun panel, and of course we eventually lead to the end. And as you can see back here, they have this manga classes of a bunch of other classical works, which will work well if you can't stomach traditional books and you prefer books with pictures. Like they have Padre and Prejudice, Emma, Sensibility, The Count of Monte Cristo. Like, it's funny, there's also like a Count of Monte Cristo anime show, and it's like, and since the Red Count, they thought that Count Dracula is a count, therefore the Count of Monte Cristo has to be a vampire, which makes no freaking sense whatsoever. And then over here, The Scarlet Letter, Jane Eyre, Good Expectations, Les Miserables, and Tom Sawyer. Well, I hope you have fun looking over the top this night. Oh yeah, here's Mercutio biting the big one, getting stabbed to death with a pointy end. Oh, because Romeo trying to stop the fighting because now he has the hearts for a Capulet, and suddenly the Capulet may not be all bad, so then so then Mercutio ends up dead, and he's not even part of that feud. But it's just basically like stupid family feuds and causing the death of like themselves and everyone around them. And that's just basically the theme of Romeo and Juliet. It's like to start to put that in like whatever the reason they're fighting now, it's not even stated anymore in the Romeo and Juliet play. It's just that they gotten so used to hating each other that that's like second nature to them, and they don't even remember the reason why they're fighting anymore. So like if you don't know why you're like fighting, then like put your sword away and chill. Alright, I hope you have fun me showing you like this graphic novel Romeo and Juliet. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this fun Legend of Zelda not comic book, it's a manga, like a Japanese manga. That's why like I'm holding the book from like the back end, because you're in a Japanese manga you just read it from this step, from like right to left instead of left to right. So once you get past a little quirk, it's like a very amusing one. And then here we have cute little Zelda. So yeah, like the first couple of pages of this Legend of Zelda graphic novel is drawn with like fancy colors. And the main bad guy and the main bad guy for most of bad guy quote unquote for most of the comic book is Shadow Link. And anyone who's played the Legend of Zelda 2 knows that he's a formidable opponent. So like the gimmick of the four swords is it splits you into four versions, but you still need to have all of the four swords nearby in order to actually take any damage. So it's like gives you like a Shadow Clone Jutsu type of situation. But in this manga, the way that they went about it is that they gave each of the Zeldas their own. Yes, they have the same memories as the main Zelda, but they can also act independently from one another. And since the Zelda from the four swords, they made him like an arrogant jerk, they make he's his own worst enemy half the time. So then over here they separated into nice colors, a la Ninja Turtle style. If you think of it, they got like the green, the blue one, the purple one, and the red one. But they still have just the same personality and memories of the main one, but yeah. And then here's the Zelda going about, well, not Zelda, Link. This is Zelda. Most people forget that the Zelda is the princess, not Link. Over here it shows a little flashback that they grew up together as children because, and then just going about their business until Shadow Link shows up and steals the princess away. Like the way that he shows up the first time is kind of like amusing, Like you see the shadow forming, and then there's Shadow Link, and then it be like, I'm the hero Link. He said, what? And then just Shadow Link being very swift and whatnot about taking the little princess, and they said, bye-bye. I take this that belongs to me. So then he decides in order to go rescue the princess to take the legendary fourth sword. But the problem is that when he takes the sword, it also unseals a demon that was sealed away. So the glass is half full. And then over here, see, he draws the fourth sword and then he splits him into four links. But they all have like the same memory, which for this guy, for this Link who's a little too used to being independent, he's not good with the teamwork. So then just having four versions of himself just ends up being counterproductive for most of the trip. Like I don't know if it follows the four sword story, because I remember, like I think gameplay footage of like if this was like the Ocarina of Time or obviously Majora's Mask, then I would be able to tell you if it follows the plot or the video game better. But since this is like the four swords, I'm not too familiar with that Legend of Zelda in specific. But I have seen like the gameplay footage, and back when I was visiting a friend, that he played the game, and I just saw only like the beginning area. So usually like the fourth sword guys, they used to like they don't wander too far from Link, so the fact that they gave them, and when he's talking, it's usually the green one talking. So like it's kind of creative that they made the 4 links each their own individual identity, their individual self. And then eventually, so then there's a bunch of boss fights here and there, and then eventually they get separated, and even Shadow Link picks up one of the other 4 Sun Links to turn them into the dark side. Just getting evil thoughts into his head, so that both. And so then they just become separated, and since they become separated, then each of the links develops a different memory by going on their own individual adventures and then reuniting later for like the final boss fight. But it's just like, and then they also gotta fight Shadow Link in order to gain the purple one back. Yeah, this purple one is the one that goes off with Shadow Link. But yeah, the main thing that shines in this one is the fighting. Let's see like another fun boss fight. Let's see, close to the end. Oh yeah, when he fights this knight, his father, cause of course he has to fight his father being controlled. And then you saw a bunch of cool little panels. And then and so I don't know why it's and Zelda being like a damsel in distress for most of the comic book. And oh yeah, let me see another fun one. Oh yeah, the creepy dog one. Oh yeah, they get absorbed into this fight, and then they go off into a different realm where they're like fighting weird puppet creatures, and then those who stay inside so long, eventually they get turned into dolls and other toys, and then they gotta go deal with that type of weird demon monster that comes with its own different arena fight. Oh yeah, here's the creepy, when the creepy doll starts talking. Let's play. That's a very hilarious type of horror movie scene that they added into the mix. But yeah, it just has very nice drawing and animation. A special place where only kids can go and play forever and ever. And then she gets absorbed into the doll, and then he has to go and rescue her. But yeah, this is basically the Legend of Zelda: The Four Swords, and of course at the end, obviously, Ganon has to show up for like the big boss fight, cause of course in all of the Legend of Zelda, except for in most of the Legend of Zelda, the main final boss is usually Ganon. Or except in Majora's Mask, which was the Skull Kid, I think it was called. I haven't played that game in a while, mostly because I have like bad memories of like the moon falling over and hitting me in the head over and over again. But yeah, that's basically the Legend of Zelda in a nutshell. I hope you find this review of this comic book based on a video game amusing. Well, not comic book, manga amusing. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this cool manga, that graphic novel by Clamp. They're the ones that have made like Shabbos and also Code Geass and a bunch of other stuff. And X, yeah, like S and Tokyo Babylon and Triple S Holic, and they're very prolific. They're a very prolific manga team. Like it's like four maidens like drawing and like painting the manga. So since it is like a Japanese manga translated to English, it's like as you can see over here, you read it from right to left. So once you get past that core, you can like really enjoy it. And since they are magical knights instead of magical girls or magical little fairy princesses or whatever, this is eventually gonna be the final form of the main character, but we're not there yet because this is just the start of the journey, because this is volume 1 or book 1. So then basically it's a typical, well not typical, it's a isekai story, you know, like somebody from like the regular planet Earth gets summoned into a different magical world. So then this is the maiden that's summoning the magical knights from another world because they're in a dangerous situation. And the way that they explain the magic is the willpower given form is the thing that creates magic there. So then the only way that these maidens are gonna be maidens are like 14-year-old and 15-year-old maidens are gonna be able to return to the world is that they fulfill the wish of the summoner that called them to their world. So then here they are, first into the characters, just them going by and doing their own thing. And once the battle eventually begins, it becomes obvious why they were summoned to another world, because each of the three maidens, they have a background in some type of fighting. Like this one does with the rapier, you know, like the pokey sword. This one fights with candle, and this one does archery. So together, when combined together, they're a balanced party. So then here we are, legendary, the maiden summoning them to their world. That's the thing I like about Clamp. Like, they know how to draw They know how to draw a woman really, really well. They always look very pretty. And then they're very good with like the special effect. Like a few years ago, I tried to watch the Magical Knight Ray of version, like the anime show that they did, and like when I compare the first episode to like the manga, the TV show butchered the manga, and that's usually what happens a lot with TV adaptations of graphic novels. They don't understand, they just do it because it's popular, and then they do a terrible job at it, and then it never gets a sequel. And the same way that Battle Angel Alita was butchered, they also butcher Magical Knight Raiders. The long and short of it is I think that it needs to be readapted again with like modern standards. Just stick to the copy. The copy is good, just stick to the copy. Just follow the manga verbatim and you'll be fine. And then see, they arrive and then they get picked up by a giant flying fish. You know, just already full steam ahead in a wild magical adventure. And then like the main boss knight, he's like, oh, so this is the idiot that this chick summoned. And he'd be like, oh, but they just saw a bunch of brats, and it would be a wonder if they would manage to succeed. And since it's the first volume, we still don't know why he stole this maiden that was the pillar of the world, and her prayers were keeping her world in harmony and everything peaceful. But as soon as he took her away and hid her from the world, then like monsters started spouting up, and everything fell into chaos. So then it's already been started then establishing that it's a dangerous area. So eventually they get their tutorial of the world from this guy that tries to explain magic and gives them like their equipment and stuff. But then a la Dark Souls style, the first boss appears, and in order to rip them a new one, and then he has to stay behind to fight his apprentice. So then they keep talking about but in RPGs they wouldn't send such a powerful boss so early to like go rip a new one. But then it'd be like, well, you don't know if you fell into the world of Dark Souls where they send the body, where they had the body of Bali right next to the warrior body dancer right next to like the ward, which is like an easier boss to tackle and at a low level. So like depending on, so yeah, if they fell into the world of Dark Souls, then obviously they're gonna throw like the strong one at them first. So yeah, it just has like a lot of fun animations in. Oh, they also made, they also made Cardcaptor Sakura, so if anyone knows how to do magical stuff, it's definitely Clamp. Yeah, just a very nice adventure. And it was, well, that's something else that you gotta like watch out when making like a graphic novel or a manga or whatever. Like that's something that I complain often about like Dragonlance, is that some of their stories, they suffer from too many main character syndrome. So they had like 20 guys And all of them have to say a piece of land because everyone feels like the character that they put it into the campaign is equally important. So then, you ever try to have like a conversation with like 20 people inside the room? It gets very crowded very quickly. Oh yeah, so then it's called hero pose. But only the main character was able to like they all have magic, but only the main character they were able to teach her how to use her spells, while the other ones there wasn't enough time to get in the tutorial because they had to like run away from the first boss of the game. Well, they refer to they keep talking about comparing it to like regular RPGs and like video games and whatnot. Well, they don't mention video games, they call it RPG, so I guess they're referencing the Japanese equivalent of Dungeons and Dragons. And they say that they wouldn't send such a powerful boss already, but I guess with Magical Knight Raiders, the clan was trying to subvert they were trying to subvert the original expectations of like traditional RPG-based campaigns or video games where they throw you a boss very early and most of the time you're just struggling to survive because that's this joke about magic, about doing a proper magic realism. Is that it's a magical world, but like the final boss is not an idiot yet. You know, he's like actively, legitimately trying to murder you, but of course he can't get too far away from like the princesses that he's captured. So then over here she tells them that they gotta like go get a special item in order to make like the weapons, and that eventually becomes like their main quest, and then they find something that's a little bit more manageable. But and they get it, but they don't get sent out completely designed. They still get like low level weapons to go battle, and then it's cool how they get like the panels where they get like the little swords out of their crystal hand thingies, out of their item storage unit. I guess it would be the same thing if in like a Dark Souls setting that you have a ridiculous amount of like items, but and you can switch out your weapons at will, but then all that is missing is the animation where you like swap out the weapons, you know. And you can carry a lot of stuff because you have like a magic or something or other to store all your items. And then here's the first main official boss fight, just this weird giant cyclops that they gotta like defeat together in a team. And here she slashes right through it with her fancy sword. But it's just like it has been a good, decent, interesting battles. And I'm glad I was able to share this fun Magical Knight Raiders. So like they're still not officially Magical Knights in the first volume. They gotta go to like a spell after they get the weapons. Then they gotta go awaken the Magical Knights to acquire their powers in order to like for them to get their final form and then they gotta go after the final boss. But like most things, it's the journey and not the destination. Well, hope you have fun with me showing you this fun clan manga. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you volume 1 of Akira. Like most folks that are familiar with Akira, they just the only thing that they know is a very cool anime movie, like great sci-fi stuff, a great sci-fi classic. But the pity is that since the movie was so popular, the Akira has never gotten like a good anime show. People just think that you just saw that you already know everything you need to know about the manga Akira just from like the movie. But no. The movie condensed 8 volumes worth of content into like a small 1-hour movie. And the joke being is that the sidekick Akira does appears as being of flesh and blood in the manga later on, but like I'm talking here about like volume 7 or so, or volume 6 or something, but I'm getting ahead of myself. The point is, look, just look for example, just how big and fat Volume 1 is. It's like you have plenty of content just to make a very long, nice anime show. And here's front and back, and as you can see, it's like the copy that I got here is like very well. It's like a second-hand type of deal. Like it's being read a lot, and then it made it to where I am. So, like the first title of the movie Akira. It starts with like the main character just being like a biker gang, and even in the movie, and like following the manga, they gave the main character Spike. They made it red. I think his name was Tetsuo. I forgot. And the other kid that gains eventually psychic powers is Canada. It's very close to Canada. But yeah, and those are very interesting lore stuff, because at the beginning it explains that like the world that we see today was a result of like a huge explosion that happened in Tokyo. And then that was the 9 hours later, World War III began, and then like all of the countries began fighting each other. So then the new country, New Tokyo, was built from the ashes of the so-called nuclear explosion. But later on, as established in Volume 1, the huge explosion wasn't like a nuke or anything. It was just perceived as a nuke, but what it was the main the Akira just acting up. And then he caused a huge destruction and caused his telekinetic powers. And then eventually the government sealed it up. So then we have the main characters just going about their days, and they having the they're like in like the manga. They're not shy about what's the favorite hobby of like the main characters. Like they're pill poppers. More specifically, they stated that what they're having oftentimes is amphetamines. So then while they're going about their business, they run into a different psychic kid that they call him number 26, but his name is Takashi, or I forgot. It's a lot of characters, and everyone's like up to doing something. Like he escaped the lab because he wanted to see what the world was like, maybe because they didn't let him watch his favorite TV shows. So then, with the government going after the precious test subject, like crazy madness ensues, and then our main characters just get caught in the middle. But the reason why they're like trying to get different children to have their psychic powers awakening is because they need like the government is afraid of what's gonna happen if one day Akira wakes the hell up or he gets unsealed. So then they have them as possible living weapons in order to try to tackle Akira. But after using most of their psychic power for very long, as shown very here, overusage of that ability has caused them to prematurely age, and some of them are even just wheelchair bound. And it starts very early on that the main kid, he acts like a punk and all that, but in the end, even holding a gun to another thing just to piss off the government. But at the end of the day, he doesn't have the guts to actually go on ahead and commit murder. He just talks because he's a leader of a biker gang. So obviously he's used to puffer fishing in order to impress his friends. But at the end of the day, he just doesn't have it in him to do the deed. And then during the skirmish, in the movie Akira, they don't develop very well these fancy little pills that the psychic children desperately need. But in the first volume of the comic Akira, they definitely go into depth about why the fancy pill is so important. But I don't want to completely spoil the entire plot of the first comic. It's just worth reading. Like, it has a lot of cool, fun action set pieces. And very nicely drawn. Especially this one when, like, the entire floor is, like, breaking up because of the kid's psychic energy. It just looks fun. Yeah, let's see another cool... and at least not in this volume, but you don't see the famous Akira slide, no. Alright, let me see if I find... Oh yeah, here's where they have Akira seal. And like this entire structure, it kind of reminds me of like a scene that let me see when this scene was published, so then I'm not talking out of my... Let's see, when was it published? 1984. Alright, there we are. And the reason why this is important is because like a decade later, there's a weird reference to Akira in the way that Genova sealed away, because a lot of the macro reactor area where like Genova is sealed is a lot of reminiscence of the Akira iconography. So yeah, Genova is like a weird reference to the you know, the area where the kid was sealed away. This here, and as implied by the scientist talk is what in this case, they were afraid and ashamed, and they chose to conceal it, and they buried the roots of a great civilization. They lacked the courage to go further and turn their backs on what science had offered them, and tried to seal away forever the hole they had torn open with their own hands. So basically, based on the dialogue of this character right then and there, it tells them that the psychic kid Akira is an artificial human that they cooked up in a lab, and then they lost control, of it, and then that led to World War III, as shown in the beginning. Because if you think about it, since Japan isn't allowed to have like their own standing army or their fancy nuclear weapons and whatever, then I guess a way for them to like get ahead in the arms race is they're gonna be looking for fancy weapons and nukes. But what if they develop a biological weapon? And not like a weird germ or something, but a human with ridiculously powerful telekinetic ability, a Mewtwo if you would. So then that was Akira, their little Mewtwo that got out of control. So yeah, he's being constantly kept in cold storage at absolute zero, minus 73 degrees. Oh yeah, like I could easily go on about all of the fancy... Oh yeah, another thing, like, I remember like this weird other anime show that they had another psychic person like riding a motorcycle, and the way that Canada ends up running his bicycle without using his hand, just his telekinetic ability. I don't know if Akira copied them or if they copied Akira. I just remember that off the top of my head. And over there they're just playing the chicken game or just both of them chasing after each other. Oh yeah, and even his bike has to say citizen. And CEW. Alright, so I hope you have fun with me giving it with this fun review of the Akira manga. So I hope that one day we get a proper anime show adaptation of the Akira manga. Like it could be like a 50-50, like a live action one would be tolerable, but ideally I would prefer something animated. And by animated I mean drawn like by hand, and not like those creepy CGI stuff that they call animation these days. Well, I hope you have fun. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you a manga called The Adventures of So-and-So Mark Twain. So this is like a manga classic that shows like a series of mangas or graphic novels, if you would, that just comic book adaptations of classical tales. And this one, the one that I ended up getting is It's like the first one. They have both. Like if you want to read both of them together, then they also have them available. Huckleberry Finn as well, and also the Scarlet Letter. I don't get why the Scarlet Letter is like considered a classic. It just depresses me most of the time. I don't care, mostly because the writing is, oh my god, I can't even tell you how awful the writing is in the Scarlet Letter. It's just a very heavy read, not because of the subject matter, but because of the like old-timey 1800s language. And then over here, Tom Sawyer and her going about, just having fun and stuff. And like, since it's like a manga, then you read it from like right to left, and it follows the book pretty much almost word for word. It said that they don't need to do the narration because they don't need to bother with the narration because it's all being drawn. Yeah, just has a very nice look to it. Except when like but there is some things that they don't like 100% illustrate, like when Aunt Polly smacks around Tom Sawyer just for giving her lip. But then again, physical punishment was common in like the 1800s. So it just sucks being a kid back then. So she just has to teach him responsibility. She has him paint a fence, something simple and normal. And I guess she's trying to teach him a trade because if you notice his character, like she be old, and considering that the average lifespan of people in like Mark Twain's time, the 1800s was like 50 years old, like, and women tended to croak a lot faster due to the stress of childbirth. Like, she probably only has 1 or 2 good years left in her, so then she'd be like, well, I better teach this stupid kid a trade before he starves to death. So that, and also she also sends him to school. Like, it's interesting to know that around Mark Twain's time, the women were already being allowed to go to school. So, and they even share the same class. Well, at least where they live, they share the same classroom with like girls and stuff. So yeah, and then she's a new student that arrived to the class. His new childhood crush. And then he starts doing stuff to try to impress her. Yeah, and then he just follows the story. Like, he has like very interesting. Like they go crazy with like the random expressions of Tom Sawyer. It's like very funny, exaggerated manga style. And there isn't any like serious like battle scenes, but then again, this is Tom Sawyer we're talking about. Oh yeah, and this is how they chose to draw Huckleberry Finn. He looks like, I don't know, like they went for cool with him, and the other one, and with Tom Sawyer they went for like your typical for cute anime male protagonist. But then again, it's been public opinion that Huckleberry Finn is more interesting than Tom Sawyer. Like, but then again, that's just my opinion on it. I find Tom Sawyer. I mean, I guess I wanted to make him like a lovable rascal, and I remember reading about that what Mark Twain was doing was that he wanted to make a Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, but as if they were children. So eventually, it said that when Tom Sawyer goes off with his friends, what they end up doing, instead of playing nice, they decide to play pirates and then just fool around and going off into an island searching for treasure. Because since this is America, pirates are more fashionable than nice. And plus, the colonies, for the most part, whenever there was trouble in like the mainland, they would go mess around in the colonies. So pirates was the romanticized view that of folks that were of like low-down folks that were just trying to escape their terrible existence in Ethereum. And it goes to show that deep down, Tom Sawyer, what he wants is to experience freedom, and what best represents freedom in his mind is the pirates that just did whatever the hell they felt like. Except the pirates that work for like the queen. Yeah, so yeah, that's basically this comic in a nutshell. And then, you know, it covers all of the key plot points of like the Tom Sawyer book. Here we have in John Joe, who like murders someone, and then he frames that person for murder, and then like they have to decide whether they go testify or not, but they're afraid that if they go to court and tell them what they saw, that then they'll become a target of the killer. Well, I don't want to say, like, if you haven't read Tom Sawyer, I don't want to like spoil the rest of the plot points. I mean, this is a good alternative for folks that like want to like read the classics, but they tend to struggle with like the annoying narration and the overly description of buildings. So with this one, you get Tom Sawyer in a nice illustrative fashion, and you get all of the important plot points without missing a beat. So I hope you find this manga review amusing. Bye bye and God bless. Hello. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and while I was looking at comics over the top, I ran into like this fun. It was an interesting Hellboy comic. Like, this is the first Hellboy comic that I actually like I saw the first two movies, and then I been like, and then it just got me eventually interested enough to actually go see a comic. And this is the background. Like, it's interesting in this comic that the Hellboy is the only guy in red. And you can tell why. I mean, yes, of course it has to be, but like everyone else is in like muted colors. And the reason why it's that is not so much because of an artistic thing, but because the color red is uber expensive, and just save the color red for like the main character. Like, if you had doubts, just see it's 19.99 like the US, just because Hellboy is the color red. So yeah. So then the book starts with Hellboy going about his hell business, and then he gets invited to participate in the Wild Hunt, as he's naming the title. And the Wild Hunt is basically Attack on Titans, just a bunch of like rich dudes that get together to go hunt giants. And yes, there is some giant fighting here and there. But there's also some regular. So here's the imagery of like just Hellboy getting to know all of those weirdos. You like to have monsters, yeah. It's totally getting into that. So yeah, he'd be like, so you're gonna go hunt giants and you want me to come along? He'd be like, sure, why not? It's not as if I had literally anything better to do with like my eternity of being alive. Yeah. Alright, so let's find. So yeah, so here's one of the Attack on Titan portions of it, but more than him hunting giants, like he doesn't do the whole hunting giants things for like a lot. Like in the background, there's this. He also gets a temporary little human female companion, like his own little damsel in distress that is getting in the way most of the battles. But because that's mandatory, he has to have the girl. But not romantic, it's just like some random chick, you know. Take it or leave it. And then here's him fighting giants who are talking to or telling her about the time he fought those giants. And she sees little fairies. But they're not like those fairies from like the second Hellboy movie that like went and ate people, like the tooth fairies. These are just regular fairies. They don't need your teeth in. Oh yeah, let me see. Like, well, that's going on. Here's the other chick that they're using, that they bothered to use the color red. She's like a witch that was resurrected, and throughout the comics, we keep going back and forth to see what this witch is up to, but the irony being is that by the time we reach the end of the comic, you seem like they're gonna go fight or something, but no, they just put up to be continued. So then why do we keep cutting to this chick and her army? But yeah, like the other crazy thing that I wanted to show you from like the Hellboy comic, from this Hellboy comic specific, is here's him with telling him about his weird man, about his future and whatnot. Okay, let me see. Where's the hell's Morgan Le Fay? Cause you're only gonna believe it if I like show you the exact panel. Where is not there? What the hell is that crazy panel? What the hell is this? No, further back. Okay, I'm looking for like the here it is. And she tells him to go draw Excalibur. Okay, here's the Morgan Le Fay, and she says Hellboy. And she be like, well, you always felt more natural holding a son, and you felt it. Draw out that sword and your army will come. And he was like, what army? And they be like, no way. You died and live again, so the noble dead or the Britain will come again to follow their king. And the elves who once would have fought this war are gone, or they turn to her side, and it's been they're telling her. They're introducing like the next boss, and then they tell Hellboy that he's actually half human and he's a descendant of Okinawa terrible people. So yeah, he does have the power to draw the Excalibur sword, which is gonna also give him the ability to like summon an undead army. And then we find out that Morgan Le Fay is just like a creepy zombie being like uber creepy. Yeah, but yeah, so like in history they say that like, well, in like fantasy, so they say that, well, King Arthur had a child named Baldwin from his house after he slept with his half sister Morgan Le Fay, and then that inbred guy went and tried to murder his father for the throne, but then he got ate. So then apparently Mordred also had like a couple of bastard princes and a daughter. So then like King Arthur's knife, they murder the boys, but the girls survived throughout generations. And then Hellboy's mother eventually made it with a demon. In order to produce Hellboy, and that's why Hellboy has a human hand and a demon hand, because he's actually half demon like the chick, like Raven. So he has like a similar Raven backstory where he can either be like his mother or be like his father. So yeah, that's this comic is worth reading just to like learn crazy new fact about Hellboy having some elven blood in his vein, because I remember King Arthur was half elven, but then again after generation that blood probably got uber diluted. So yeah, he's half demon, half human with a little pinto Neanderthal and elf. So I hope you have fun with my review of Hellboy. Like, it has a lot of like fun, cookie little fighting panels and nice art and whatnot, but like the whole Excalibur subplot, that was just a little too bonkers for my taste. But any excuse to give Hellboy a new sword and that summons an instant army. So I hope you have fun. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you the Angel of Hamburg by Aki. Like, this is one of those like most of the time when you think of like Japanese mangas and graphic novels, you usually think that it's gonna be like something with like gazillions of volumes, at least 10 to 17. But this is well, but this graphic novel or manga, if you would, it tells an entire story from beginning to end. You know, what you see is what you get. You're gonna get like the start and the finish, without having to like heavily invest on a story that just drags on and on and on and on and on and on and on to infinity. So yeah, basically the story is about we're like in medieval times, and then this king, I think his name was Madeth, and he becomes king after like defeating the previous lord, but then since he's illiterate, he doesn't know anything about being a king. He's constantly relying on his friend Lalaba to like help him, like write his letter and does most of his things for him. But then one day their friendship like completely changes when the night guy sees that there's an angel hovering over his friend's head, and then the angel kisses his friend on the forehead. So then just this random supernatural thing that he saw, it creates a rift in their friendship, and then it slowly he starts to dig up from within his night all of the resentment that he had for his friend, because it'd be like, why does this illiterate opportunistic guy that just murdered the previous king gets to be king when he's like a freaking idiot, and I'm doing all of the work and yet he gets all of the credit? So anyone who's ever like dealt with like middle managers, everyone who's been like an employee, been doing all of the work and not getting none of the love, then yeah, you can definitely get why there's so slowly growing resentment from this night guy towards his friend that is now the king. You know, everything was like cool when they were the same ranks, you know, like two villagers. But now that when power comes between them, then the resentments begin. And then the final straw that broke the camel's back, it'd be like there's this angel hovering over my friend, and then like he's divine and blessed, but the angel doesn't come near me. And then it just pisses him off and be like, this guy doesn't deserve to get all of the blessings and nice things that he's getting. But because so yeah, it's just fun around the ages. And then the angel that the kid scene from that only them, like, it's funny, the angel likes to hang out with like the king all the time, but ironically the king, he cannot perceive the angel. Only his friend who isn't blessed by the angel is the one that can see the angel. So then it seems that the angel is gonna be like very important, but most of the time the angel is just like quietly watching these idiots ruin their life. And then things get even worse when the king decides to like get himself a pretty bride, and then he has his friend write all of the letters. So as you can possibly guess, when like the shit goes to speak to the king, it becomes obvious who actually wrote the letter. So that eventually leads to like one disaster or another. But I don't want to like spoil everything, like spoil the entire manga. But if you're like expecting like a lot of action or something, even though they're like nice, don't expect that. This is more of a this is more of a drama type of thing, a medieval court drama. There's not gonna be like there isn't gonna be like cool battles or like death, and the only supernatural thing that's happening is just an angel that only one of the characters can see, and then I'd be thinking, and then another one can see it, and then I'd be thinking that maybe the angel is just a physical manifestation, it's just something that only he's seeing because he's finally lost it, because of course, why the hell not? Or maybe that's weird, or maybe I don't know, or maybe I'm just over speculating. Either way, whether you see something or not doesn't really matter in like the long scheme of it. But since they're like a religious country and they're like an island, they start overanalyzing the angel and what it's doing or not doing, when the angel most of the time is just doing its own thing, whatever, just. So I hope you find amusing my review of the Angel of Carmelo, you know, just nice from beginning to end. So with just this one volume, like I said, it's just a one volume manga. I hope you have fun with it. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you a comic book called The Madness. And here's the front, and here's the back. Like, it's basically an anti-hero story, you know, like not funny like Deadpool, more dark Watcher style. So basically, we had this female thief, and her entire gimmick is that she can use. Like, she has various powers, but she only ever uses them one at a time. And the reason why she does that is because when she was a child, she also, like, it's just weird. She has a stand, or what she thought it was an imaginary friend, and then and people from JoJo will get the joke that she can bring a type of creature into fully fledged manifestation, but it's a different aspect of her. And then eventually they used to hang out together when they were small, but eventually this aspect of her became independent enough to go on her own adventures, and then they went off on two separate lives. But they had almost practically identical power stats. So then for a while she thought that she was just imagining things, and then one day they drop a freaking nuke on her too, because she kept like robbing random people, so she made a wrong enemy. So then since she survived, since she was the only one who survived the nuke being dropped on her, obviously she's gotta like go get revenge. So yeah, it's funny. Well, it depends on what you consider funny. Here we are, her beloved husband going the like dying Sarah Connor style, but she made it up all right. Well, so right as anyone that they dropped something heavy and explosive. So then the rest of the comic is she tracking down all of the people that were responsible for getting her killed, and then like in the second chapter they show you like her weird backstory. Oh, but the one that we're following is not the cute little girl, normal human one, but her creepy stand that she thought it was, you know, the creepy twin. But it's not like a twin per se. Like in Batman Beyond, they introduced some that like they separate the two aspects, you know, yin yang. But then, so then the one with the red eyes, she goes off and has her own life and like living as a thief, and then they drop a freaking nuke on her, and then yeah, I think I'm repeating myself. So yeah, it just has like interesting like random animations, you know, very nice city drawings. And there's also a little bit of gore here and there, but I'm not going to linger on it. Oh look, they did a silly parody of the Scream, and then in the back, and then on top of there is it's like the nuke that fell on top of her house that drove her like freaking insane. Oh yeah. And of course here we have some gore with like guts sticking out. Yeah, it has like its own little issues here and there, but I don't want to like linger on any patient specific. So if you, yeah, and it's also not like too long. I think you get like by the end everything clears. You get like a definite ending, but I don't want to like spoil it. I hope you have fun with my short review of The Madness. It has like a fast battle, like sometimes they tend to like talk whenever they punch, and that's a little annoying, but more or less it's decent. It kept my attention, so I hope you have fun with it. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this fun Spider-Man comic. The Spider-Man in specific that we're following is the Miguel Ojeda 2099. So this is basically like the Batman Beyond, the Batman Beyond version of from the Spider-Verse. And as you can see in the front cover, is Spider-Man dealing with like zombies, Frankensteins, and a bunch of other Halloween theme type of issues. So, but yeah, it's funny to like show you like a Halloween type of superhero comic in like the middle on like the start of the Christmas holiday. But whatever, this is when I found it, so this is what I'm showing you. Oh yeah, and he has a silly boss battle with Dracula of all people. So yeah, that's hilarious. So yeah, but it's mostly like an anthology. Like in the first one, the Spider-Man is dealing with like zombies of all things, but you know, a different flavor of zombie, and they have like more powerful. And this is like and the Spider-Man has like this helper guy who's like an undead samurai. And then it has like interesting battles, but like most and cool little action panels. But as with most superhero comics, even between the fight scenes, they're always like randomly like talking. Like you try to talk while you're getting your kick teeth in, and let's see how it works. Oh yeah, here he has a fun one. This is like cool rolly kick. So yeah, it's like it has a lot of fight-wise. This one has a lot of cool angles and poses. So yeah, it's a good one. Okay, so yeah, since it's like an anthology, like most of the problems usually get resolved by the end of the chapter, or not. I mean, the T-virus problem didn't get solved. Spoiler alert for the first story. So yeah, and then over here, Dracula shows up to be like a total heel. And then Spider-Man fights Dracula, but what's hilarious about it is that Dracula goes to buy Spider-Man, and then Spider-Man be like, you know what, here Dracula, he bites him before Dracula bites him, so then yeah, take that Dracula. It's about time he gets a taste of his own medicine, so it's hilarious that Dracula got bit and beaten by Spider-Man of all people, so yeah. They gotta do that in the next Spider-Man movie. Just have a Spider-Man bite around but it's just that people forget that spiders, they bite. They're known for, not only are they famous for their web, but they're also famous for their bite. So yeah, they gotta have Spider-Man bite someone in like the next Spider-Man movie. It's hilarious. Alright, so then the next one, over here he's like dealing with a werewolf guy, but futuristic werewolf guy. And then like a weird swamp monster Terminator weirdo is the other chapter. But the most interesting, and then like the final boss of this comic is it's like this weird Lovecraftian looking type of robot. Like a weird nanobot. I don't really get it. Yeah. Like I'm not gonna go too much into detail. I just like it looks cool. It's a cool monster design. I hope you find that amusing. Like this Spider-Man comic review. I'm not gonna tell you too much. I'm not gonna overly explain it. So that you can like read it and like enjoy your own journey. Oh yeah, like at least in the first one, it starts like most zombie movies. You know that it starts like he's just Spider-Man is just there minding his own business when his mother shows up infected by like the I call it the T-virus, but it's whatever futuristic. Like she was like doing volunteer work, and then one of the persons she was helping bit her, and then she went home to go by her son. So then he just ties her up, and then he takes her to his undead friend. To I don't know, dude, like my mom caught rabies. Can you tell me what the hell's going on? And then Well, after analyzing what's flowing through her, she's not undead, but she's not alive either. So this is a different type of virus, and then I'll be like, oh, it's probably the T virus again. But yeah, it's just a different flavor of zombie, but it's still in the end zombies. So yeah. But zombies never go out of style. I hope you have fun with my review of this Spider-Man comic that has a Halloween theme. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this comic book called Hollywood Special. Right, so over here you have the main character whose name I can't remember off the top of my head, even though I just read this comic like yesterday. And you know, it's not like, I guess just like the Spider-Man comic, this one's like a horror movie theme. And then here's like the main bad guy going over there, this creature that lurks in the mines. So yeah, the basic story is that and like she's an oh, that's interesting. Like, I see you, huh? Like when the creature captures you, he says I see you. So right off at the beginning, once you read make it to the end, you get why this is in. You get the joke of it. Yeah, so like it starts like this actress who's going on tour in order to like it's World War II, so then she's like an actress going on tour to like boost American morale or something. It's just something that people used to do back during the war times in the 1940s. So then she would put on special play performances of like the movie characters that she would do. But the one that she was most famous for was playing like a random futuristic superhero, and then she's constantly randomly thinking of her daughter, but she's like a washed-up actress, alcoholic with like her career going to hell. And then just when things couldn't get worse, she ends up in an H.P. Lovecraft type of town, and there's a mining accident, and then and she meets one of her little friends. So yeah, this is so she's Vivian something, and hers is the Adventures of something. Let me see if I can find like the actual poster from like, oh yeah, the Adventures of Sally Steele. Yeah, so it's Vivian. So yeah, over here's her name, and it's a fun way to develop the character and what she's known for. Vivian Drake, The Adventures of Sally Steele. So she's not like a superhero. She's somebody that plays a superhero on like movies and stuff. So, but you know, little shooter knows also they can. Small shooting for sometimes can't tell the difference. I remember that there was like a famous incident back in the old days where a kid went, cause there was a guy playing one of the Superman actors. A little kid went up to him and tried to shoot him because he thought that he legit was Superman. Then he thought that like the bullet wasn't gonna hurt him. So then the actor had to like talk his way out of the little kid. He had to tell the little kid, yeah, I'm immune to bullets, but the bullet's gonna bounce off and hurt someone, so really don't shoot me, kid. And then that worked. But yeah, it was a stressful situation for all involved. So yeah, so then like they go to the mines to try to see what the hell, but no. It just but then after the mining answer, that's when like the spooky stuff started happening. And then like here, let me show you like the first creepy stuff. Like she goes in here, and then inside the broken mine, she finds like this weird cafe that in like the middle of nowhere, and then the monster that's lurking in this area, it feeds off your negative memories, and then it's constantly doing like horror movie stuff. And then first it starts by giving them by bringing up a traditional flashback where she's over here remembering when her daughters like came unexpected, and then like her daughter, she she used to suffer from asthma. So then, like, over here, she's playing like a mother looking after the daughter, but then, like, her real flesh and blood daughter be like, hey, Mom, why don't you teach me pancakes? And then she'd be like, well, I don't, and then she'd be like, no, I don't really know how to make pancakes. I'm just pretending to know because this is like a movie scene and it's not real. But me, the flesh and blood, I don't know anything about pancakes. So then, like, the first twisted nightmare is the daughter having like an asthma attack. And then here we are, and then when she goes to see the daughter, then like the next starts getting weird, horror movie style, until like the spinal cord gets weird and creepy like that. But it's just the monster that's haunting this diner acting up. And then here's another funny. Well, it depends if you're like. I just want to show you the funny thing. It's like the eggs are acting up. The eggs, my breakfasts are talking to me, man. There is a man in the corner. So yeah, it's a fun horror movie type of comic book. Like, it's fun when like if you're gonna like make like a horror comic book manga or like or at least I try like 1%. Like, yes, it's a comic book, but yeah. And then eventually this creepy Lovecraftian gore scene shows up, and then time to run away. Yeah, but they do encounter the monster yet again, but I don't want to like spoil the other things that whatever the hell that is does to this poor woman and the poor little girl as well. It's just a fun, spooky ride. Yeah, let me see another fun panel. There's something weird and crazy. Let's see. Something crazy. Oh, well, not crazy, but like when she's wandering about through the nightmare realm created by the creature. I like how it puts the memories in the background in black and white while she's like dressed in red. So that's a nice artistic flourish. So I hope you have fun with the Hollywood special. And bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this DC comic that is Icon versus Hardware. Like, Icon is this guy and Hardware is the other guy. Like, if you're not familiar with a comic book hero, like right off at the beginning, like right, let me see where was that? Over here, it gives you like a complete huge summary about everything you gotta know about Icon. So he's basically a type of Superman type of alien that crash landed on Earth because of reasons. But he crash landed in 1843 and he was raised by African American slaves, and once his powers awoke, he fought against the Confederates and in order to free slaves, and then he happily ever after, more or less. And then for the last 150 years, he's been fighting against oppression and whatnot in all of the shifts and forms that he takes. And this is his sidekick. I forget what her name was. Like her design reminds me a lot of Gambit from the X-Men. Yeah, like especially the top portion and all of the other stuff. But maybe it's just me. Anyhow, like I first saw him in the Static All Night Long, where he started chasing after Static, telling him to like go home and like get his started on like his homework, and then I'd be like, wow, he's such a wet blanket. Well, anyhow, over here he's just fighting Hardware, or so the front cover claims, but then instead of switching to that, it's just the whole setup for the Epic Fight. But he sent his protege in order to teach her a lesson. Well, either about like oligarchy or some stuff. He sent it to like to an almost an all-white girl school to have her get bullied. Or as he told his wife, he told her that like he sent her there so that she learns how like the privileged class lives. But you know, But then I be thinking like people get bullied all the time, regardless by everyone, regardless of like their skin color, whether they're like you get bullied for being rich, for being poor, for like having straight hair, no hair, like medium hair, you know, for showing weakness, for showing strength to the wrong individual. The point is that I like the school segment of this comic book is the one thing that I don't like. So we're just gonna ignore it for like the rest of the review. And you can like skip it as well. There's really anyone who's been through high school, it just feels like filler because we see hardware doing hardware stuff and fighting icon between and fighting icon every so often, and then every couple of pages it jumps back to like to this chick whose name I don't even remember, getting bullied in like the school that Icon sent her. And I be thinking, dude, if you're like such a goody two-shoes superhero Icon, then why the hell do you send your project to like a place where you know for a fact that like that somebody got like bullied into like offing themselves, you know? And then here we have some weird alien shenanigans, and then we go back to this chick that wasn't even in the front cover. But I guess they were trying to like promote her indirectly by stuffing her in the middle of Icon. But I'm like, oh yeah, here's a cool panel like them fighting T-Rex. That's very insane. And of course there comes the little sidekick. And as if you notice, like the drawing style, it varies from time to time, like almost like it was done by like different folks. But I wouldn't have minded the story of what's her name in going through school if it wasn't sprinkled throughout the volume. Like just pick a whole chapter and just stuff it in there, and then that just basically gives you the urge. Like if you think it has that is important to the plot and it has anything to do with anything, not really. You can just skip that part and like go back to seeing Icon doing Icon stuff. And occasionally she's like complaining about existentialism or something or other. I wasn't really into the character. Whatever. So this is just basically my review of Icon versus Hardware, also featuring this chick going to high school and like high school drama that has nothing to do with anything, but whatever is there. So, but it's there as well. So yeah, the stuff that has to do with Icon versus Hardware, good, nice, solid comic work. The rest, I've been through high school. It's the biggest cliche on the history of the cliche, and you know. I don't dig cliches. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show this comic book that is Star Trek Day of Blood. They should put the red shirt in the background, cause like the red shirt, I remember that there's a meme that whenever there's a red shirt in like a Star Trek episode, that means that's the one that's gonna die. And yeah, it's a back cover, and it's like a hardcover type of book, and it's basically like the entire thing is just basically the Klingons doing Klingons, they're just acting up. And yeah, so it's the Day of Blood, and it's just like, yeah, and some other stuff. So basically, the Klingons one day, some Federation guy goes and visits their planet to see one of their little celebrations, and then out of the blue there's a coup d'etat, and then he just gets caught up in the middle, and then they chop him with a pointy end, and then for the rest of the comic it's just Federation dealing with a civil war all between the Klingons and all of the problems that they're causing between each other. And I just find like there's still this like silly, impractical looking weapon, but it looks a lot like it reminds me of obviously Star Trek is older, so but this weapon reminds me of the one being used by the orphan of Cos. Like here's a good example, like when he's like pointing this guy with his pointy end of his sword, couldn't he like his hand is long enough to reach this part of the weapon and like try to push it aside or something? I'm just saying that a weapon that has so many handles available that your opponent can grab and then start poking you against it, it just doesn't seem very practical. But whatever, something sci-fi, something. Yeah, so, oh yeah, like Spock is here, both the future and the past version, cause of course you gotta play the hits, but not the other ones that are more, but not the other Star Trek folks that you will be more familiar with. But you know, Spock is there. It's like, as far as Star Trek, the way I see it, Spock is like their Batman. Like he has to be there in like literally every adventure in order for like people to be into it. And just for them to hedge their bets, they have both the future and the past, the present and the past and the future version, just like running around doing spot things. And we move. Oh yeah, so the other thing, like middle. Oh yeah, let me show you like a fun action panel. What the hell was it? Not done. Yes. So it's a nah. Buena. I totally saw it for like a second. Nope. Totally missed it. Well, it's not. I'm mostly just fighting with a silly weapon. It's just like get like a lightsaber or something, or just do the Han Solo and just shoot him in the like, it's like our guns do the guns immediately like disappear whenever they land in the Klingons planet? I mean, why you would think you would have like a gun on you all of the freaking time so you don't have to like deal with that nonsense and multiple guns, you know? Whatever. Oh, and at the end of the comic, there's like a bonus comic that is drawn Rick and Morty style. And like the way that it flows, it follows some of the weird humor and hilarity that you normally see in like a Rick and Morty episode, more like a parody version. Like, for example, he's fighting a Klingon and then he tells him to like teleport both of his arms away, so that now he's no longer a problem, you know. Like, that's a way to weaponize the teleporter. If they teleport your different body parts, if they don't teleport the whole of you, you know. And then that usually neutralizes you. Yeah, and eventually they find like with a robot, you know. Like I found more humorous the Rick and Morty style looking comic Star Trek comic book than like the main plot than the main one. But you know, that's just me. I like better more humor fighting than the scenes that are like nah, too melodramatic for my taste. You know, this is supposed to be fun. Whatever. I hope you have fun with my review of Star Trek, the Day of Blood comic book. Like, it has its up and downs, but overall it's a nice solid read if you want to see like Klingons doing Klingon scenes with the silly little weapons and like the Federation just trying to deal with their drama and their civil wars, holy war, whatever the hell they're up to. Just so yeah, bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you a Marvel comic book called Silk. Out of the Spider-Verse, but you know, but it is the closest thing where we're gonna get to Silk, so just a Hollow Knight fan, still waiting for Silk Sun. So yeah, like even though it says Silk, like the first one, she's like practically being a tag along on a Spider-Man story. And this is more of a compilation. Like the first the start of it is 1 to 4 of the Spider-Fly effect, and then we got Spider-Woman Alpha, and then Spider-Woman 7 through 8, a little bit of Silk, some Spider-Woman and Spider-Woman Omega. So it says Silk, but maybe 75% silk. Except in this one where it's 50-50, except for the first four, the first arc of it that is Spider-Man and silk. But then again, but then again, the only way that you're gonna get like folks to get like interested in like a character that hasn't been in a movie is to put them right next to Spider-Man. Everyone loves Spider-Man. Yeah, so then they have a little sparring match, and then they run into like this crocodile-looking weirdo, and then they get sent back in time to go deal with. I think it's Hydra, the ones that are like causing a mess in the past. And then they team up with like Uncle Ben. The one that is always mandatory to drop dead in like all of the Spider-Man movies, one way or another. They gotta remind them that Peter Parker's uncle is dead and it's all his fault. I'm just sick of seeing him die or being reminded of it than I am of seeing Bruce Wayne's parents getting like shot at like every other Batman movie. But it's just them basically going back in time and trying to investigate who the hell is this crocodile and why the hell did they send him back in time, and just tracking down the time machine person in order for them to return to the time before they mess up the timeline way too much. But then again, like Spider-Man just multiverses all of the time. That's part of like his thing. Oh yeah, but then surprise, the one that's piloting this robot is a little girl. And the reason why she's causing all of this mayhem and going back in time a la Terminator style is, I'm not gonna spoil, so you have to read it. Alright, then over here we got Spider-Man Alpha. As you can see, it's like drawn in like a completely different style. So yeah, because this is a compilation made by different folks with varying degrees in quality. And the only thing that they have in common that unites all of these stories together is that Silk is in all of them doing one thing or another. And over here they have an interesting little fight in the little jungle gym, so that's fun. And then let's move it along, and then let me see one that is fun. But yeah, like if you have like a spider phobia, then I guess like here's over here she's like fighting like this evil version of herself, and she has like this creepy claw. And the reason why I wanted to show you is because it like summons lots of attack spiders, and then they swarm her, and then they just leave it off at that, and then time for a different story, and you don't never fret, and then she's okay because it's a different story drawn by a different guy. But in the previous one she got ate by spiders, but she's a spider woman, she'll be fine. But yeah. And then that's the thing with compilations. They're like hilarious. And then this one, the quality like is drawn by a different person, and it's just and it has like a few fights here and there, like this interesting little silhouette fight. Or she fighting one of her allies. Like I think it was her. She's like I forgot which spider. She's Silk and she's Spider something. Like she showed up in the last Spider-Man movie. Oh god, there's so many of them. I only know the one, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man. That's my Spider-Man forever. Like everything that came afterward has been like, except for the first Venom. That one was amusing, but I'm getting started. So yeah. And then we eventually reach at the end, and then the last few pages has like some photos of merchandise. So here we have Spider-Woman. A little masculine to be a Spider-Woman, but whatever. Or maybe he's a character that he belongs to the Spider-Woman series, but whatever. And then here they are. Spider-Woman in store. So why didn't we see that one? This one is hilarious. She still wielding Yormir, Silk the Worthy. That would have been hilarious. Oh, and Spider-Man and Samurai version. Yeah, those should have been the ones that were included in this volume. But you know, at least over here they're making you aware that they exist. And then the random fan art that they have like at the end, like the one that I like best is this one. That's a cool looking Spider Woman, and she has to be in the next movie or whatever, and hopefully in a good one. And hopefully she won't get written off for like tax purposes. I just like this is a cool design character. Well, so I hope you have fun with my review of Silk Out of the Spider-Verse. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and I wanted to show you this fun Spider-Man comic book, and it's called Gang Wars, and we're following specifically the Miles Morales Spider-Man. Like a couple of years ago, I think, or was it a year ago, he got he had his own movie where he teams up with a bunch of Spider-Mans. And over here in the front cover, you see like the classical Peter Parker Spider-Man, but forget he's even there. Like after reading through the comic, like Peter Parker only shows up like in a video call and in one panel in a flashback. So yeah, so it's mostly gonna be Miles Morales doing Miles Morales while the Peter Parker Spider-Man pieces out and does something else. So as you can see in the front cover, like they're gonna be dealing with the Goblin, but also a bunch of other chumps. And here's what the back looks like. Like it's a scene comic. It's not like, but like very early on, instead of fooling around with Peter Parker Spider-Man, he's gonna be fooling around a bit at the beginning with Venom. But not the Eddie Brock Venom, just a different Venom. Cause like as a symbiote, he just keeps hopping bodies to body, searching for somebody that is compatible. But yeah, they team up for a bit, but then like while Venom is doing intense, here's a panel then teaming up for a bit to go deal with the bad guys that are like wrecking the city apart. But as it usually happens when Venom is trying his advanced interrogation on this fool, and by advanced interrogation he'll stab you with a pointy, and he goes berserk because Miles Morales doesn't approve of the way that he's handling the perp. So then they get in like a stupid fight with Venom. Oh yeah, so like if you just like a comic with the plot, see what I tell you, like Peter Parker only shows up to do a Skype chat with Miles Morales. Nothing serious. Pretend he's not even there. But yeah, like this one is just basically a little bit of plot moving the main character from action set piece to action set piece, which was fine by me. I don't mind reading quote unquote a comic book where it's mostly like 80% action and 10% plot and 5% filler and 5% I don't even know what. So then he fights here like some of these guys, yellow guys. They look like they belong to the Monarch from like the Venture Brothers. So yeah, so just as the title says, gang war. So it's basically like a bunch of like super villains just like fighting over territory with disputes, and while like the regular citizens are just like trying to survive, and then Spider-Man in the middle being like, oh my god, like can everyone like please freaking chill, cause like you're breaking everything apart, Lisa. Alright, so other than that one, oh yeah, so of course here we have like the main, well, one of the main villains more or less, one of the like it's not the goblin, it's a hobgoblin arisen, be wary. And then to deal with like the hobgoblins and he ends up forming a team in order to go like deal with the problem, and then the rest of the comic just like a fun crazy action set piece. But I'm not gonna like spoil the plot, mostly because I couldn't find any. But then again, I was just more like distracted by all of the fun action set pieces, which was fine. Like this is a fun comic. And you know, and here we had like the artwork in the back of it. Just over here like a banana bed, and this one looks a bit like the Spider-Man version of Batman Beyond. But that's just me. Then again, you could say, yeah, but whatever. So it's just that the Miles Morales costume is a little bit like Batman Beyond, but just a little bit, or maybe just my impression. Well, anyhow, I hope you have fun with me giving you this review of this comic book of Miles Morales. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this fun comic book, this Star Wars comic book that features Mace Windu, and it's a Twilight run. And so here's the front. So obviously this happens before he got shot out the window by Emperor Palpatine. So but which is funny when a character canonically dies, and so every time you see them like in danger in like an adventure or another, you know that they're gonna survive because you saw in the movie when he was supposed to drop dead. Well, it's not important. And then here we have the back of it, just lightsaber versus lightning sticks. So basically, the adventure begins with Mace Windu running a stupid errand for Yoda, and like somebody in this prison planet is like giving the inmates a skeleton key, or basically a get out of jail free card if they pay enough money. So then he's like asking about one of the jerks about interrogating him, well, using advanced interrogation about the guy that escaped. And then he calls the guards, obviously. So yeah, just getting a lightsaber real close to your face, and give it a nice close shave. Yeah. So that's hilarious. Maybe, like as far as like scaring a person, and like at least Batman is more hilarious with his interrogation. That he just drops you off a high area over and over again until you either talk or puke, whatever happens first. And then like it has some interesting but that's not really the main adventure. Like it basically turns into like an escort mission where he's helping this girl who has like information on like a type of component that is gonna change the galaxy forever. So I figure that it's just a core energy component that's gonna in the future be used for the Death Star. I forgot what it was called, but yeah, she's just very important. So yeah, let me show you, like, since I don't want to like spoil what happens between here and there, let me show you like some fun action set pieces here and there, right? Like they fight some wormy guys. Early in the comic, they also. Let me see. Nope. No, he just force pushes some real buttons, and that's the end of that. And yeah, but like the main, and then we have some parkour up in the rooftop and chasing after the maiden. Here we have some blue lava, which is like a fun looking panel. It has nice like blue colors. They talk a lot between each of the action set pieces here and there. Oh yeah, and then let me see, where's that? Ah, here we are. Was it that one? Tells her to slow down. He's gonna go take care of it. So then up he hops and he does some of his Jedi twirly tough stuff that he learned from Yoda, and he stops this guy and he also talks about how he didn't wanna like, and eventually they do the boss battle that we see in like the back of the book. And these guys fighting him for one reason or another, just cause of the information that girl has. So yeah, like other stuff happened, but I don't wanna like spoil like the whole plot of like this comic book if you wanna like read it. So I hope you have fun. Like I hope you find my like all in all, it's like the reason why he's going on adventures is not really important. I just find amusing like the fun action set pieces and something Jedi, something dark for complete. And it's always fun to see Mace Windu doing Mace Windu stuff before he flies out the window. So yeah, bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you the Star Trek comic book called Halloween. So it's basically like the holodeck, like malfunctioning again, but the theme of it is it's Halloween. Yeah, so basically, what's his name? They call it Red Jack. I'm not very familiar with like all of the Star Trek stuff. Anyhow, like this creature that can possess both mechanical and physical beings, starts acting up. Like he takes over the holodeck, and from there he starts expanding his influence outwards on the fleet. And then from time to time we switch to this woman who's like an empath, and then she's like, as a psychologist, she's trying to deal with like the fear that Red Jack is creating and feeding us in order to go deal with it. So like these are over here are like the two first victims of it, like yellow shirt and blue shirt lady. Since they didn't have any names, you can already tell that like it's pretty obvious that they're the first ones getting tagged in these episodes, since they're none of the main listed main characters. So the first form that Red Jack acquires is the butcher, Jack the Ripper. And then like the robot person be like, dude, I'm a freaking robot. You can't like, I'm completely incapable of experiencing fear. So like, you just put it on a show. So then he'd be like, you just put it on a show for nothing, man. So then he'd be like, well, I can't make you afraid of me, but I can make others fear you. So then like he cuts out the robot's head, and then he turns him into a Frankenstein monster, and then off it goes. So then what the psychology comes up with is that in order to go deal with a monster, then they have to like become monsters themselves, because they'd be like since they're playing the role of monster, they're gonna have it's gonna be harder for Regia to influence, to like exert his mind control. So then each of them picked a specific team. One of them is Jekyll and Hyde. This one, the creature from the Bad Lagoon, the werewolf, and the mummy. And more specifically, the city hat is a reference to, what's his name, to Queen Nefertiti, so yeah. And then the rest of the comic just then dealing with ways with like Regia trying different tricks in order to go deal with them, and then having throughout various skirmish. And then since he couldn't like scare them anymore, he'd be like, oh, I know what monsters are scared of, an angry mob. So then all of the other person that Regia had mind control, it gets them like pitchforks, and then they gotta retreat, and then they try it again. And then it's like throughout the volume, it's just a back and forth with the psychologists and like the crew members trying to figure out how to deal with Red Jack, because and him to it. So yeah, so it's just a fun Star Trek comic. You don't need to like read too deep into it. And then here at the end, here are like the other city front cover. Here's Medusa, this guy turning into a werewolf. A city phantom of the opera, and Klingon from the Queen Lagoon. That one looks hilarious. That was some alternative front covers, and as you can see, it's all around. So So then once they take care of like the red jet problem, then they finally have like a normal Halloween, and well, then again, that kind of spoils the ending. But then again, it's a Star Trek, and they always take care of the problem at the end of the episode. So, but how they go about it is usually like what's the fun right about it? What's usually fun, how they solve the problem in time for the next episode. So I hope you found this silly Star Trek Halloween comic review amusing. Like I know it's Christmas time, but whatever. This is when I ran into this comic book, so I'm reviewing it right now. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and I wanted to show you this Blue Beetle comic book. Like most folks are familiar with Blue Beetle because of the superhero movie. Like he recently got like a superhero movie, and like for some reason it tanked. Mostly because nobody went to watch it, including me. So I wouldn't even begin to tell you what it was even about. But I did see a fun Teen Titans animated movie that featured him. So basically, I know that like he has like this weird alien scarab on his back that grants him incredible powers and like a fancy armor and weapons, but he's also like a bit of a parasite draining his life force. And from time to time, if the Blue Beetle feels threatened, it may completely take over and like hit the insta kill switch on everything. So then there's the one that's taken over by the Blue Scarab, and then there's a different Blue Beetle that's a Blue Beetle mostly because it's blue, but he relies on his own technology and not on the power of the Scarab. He'd be like, well, he saw like the sketchy Scarab, he'd be like, nope. So yeah, it's just Blue Beetle minding his own business, and then a red Scarab that has a bone to pick with the blue one like shows up in order to like be a total heel and ruin his eyes. And as usual, as most bad guys usually go. So then the beginning just starts with like a random battle, goes of course, and then him bonding with the other Blue Beetle guy, and then he goes to the beach and then he goes to the beach with his family, you know, just standard stuff until the bad guy finally feels like showing up, and then and the first one he tags is the normal human Blue Beetle, and over here it looks like he totally overkilled him because he stabbed him with a pointy end, but spoiler alert, he survives. And why? Because this Blue Beetle didn't have the common sense to double tap him or like decapitate him as like a real super villain would normally do to make certain that he's actually dead, DEE dead. But then again, this Blue Beetle the Red Beetle was actually so instead of like the Scarabos, they should have just called them the Beetle Wars. It's not too many Beetles. Well, John Lennon came back and he's after Ringo to rip him a new one, whatever. I'm getting excited. So yeah. So just basically the Red Beetle hunting the Blue Beetle, but since this guy was calling himself the Blue Beetle, this guy thought he was the one that had the Scarab, and then he ended up getting tagged because of a mistaken identity. Yeah. He technically is a Blue Beetle, but no. He was after the little bug, because he's got a bone to pick with him. So yeah, so then the rest is just him like gathering teammates to go deal with like what they call it, the Blood Scarab. And this tarot card is the Sun. Oh, wait a minute. That's the number 8. Let me see. What's the tarot card or the number 8? No, that's 18. Let me just Google it up. Tarot card 18. Yeah. Wait a minute. The tarot card of the 18 is actually the Moon. So I guess it kind of does look a little bit like And instead of a blood scarab, it's a little scorpion that's coming out of the water. So yeah, it kind of does look like it, like maybe 25%. So he eventually gets like among the people that like join his team, because technically they're doing like Civil War. It said that it's like a bunch of scarab people, and like among the ones that like join his Blue Beetle in order to like help him out with a problem. With that problem is Starfire. So yeah, she makes so she shows up to like make the battle over like immediately, but then she pieces out close to the end. So yeah, it's just, or not. I just don't wanna like completely spoil it. It's just hilarious. But yeah, it's just a bad guy that shows up causing trouble. Like what other reason could like a bad guy have for like to go rip on you, you know? Like I'm here to create the problem for this volume, for this comic book, so that the plot can happen. Say and have fun. Well, I ranted enough about the Blue Beetle for one day, but I find him mostly hilarious because like the Scarab just randomly decides to murder people, and that's usually fun. And then this poor bastard, half the time is just around there for the ride. So yeah, I hope you have fun with this. It reminds me of like that Justice League episode where like Batman gets taken over by like a ghost guy, and then the ghost guy makes Batman like shoot someone, and then he feels really sad about it afterward because he made Batman hold a gun and shoot someone. So that was a hilarious episode. And that's Blue Beetle's problems in a nutshell, that he has no control over her. He said like, yeah, he gets powerful, but at random times the Scarab just be like, nope, we're murdering this fool whether you want to or want. Nah, bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this comic book of The Ultimate Spider-Man, Volume 1, Married with Children. Here's the front, and here's the back. So basically the plot of this one is, it starts with just Peter Parker doing like normal Peter Parker things, cause like in this timeline he didn't become Spider-Man yet. So then he got married to Mary Jane and he has 2 kids, you know, he's living the life. It said that eventually there's some cutbacks in his newspaper, and then Jane Jonah Sherry, so he leaves the company in order to start his own newspaper. And his uncle's alive, but not his son. So like I guess it's like Peter Parker just fated to lose one of both his parents, and either the uncle or the aunt. But he does eventually become Spider-Man in this one. But like the reason why he becomes Spider-Man is because they give him because of some Tony Stark shenanigans. Let me see if I find Tony Stark. The Iron Man. Here it is. The Iron Man. And this is what he looks like in this comic version. Yeah. Like Tony Stark died young in this one, like very, very young, and now he is more like as a computer hologram. So then, since Peter Parker gets into a rut, he decides to take the Shinigami. Like Tony Stark gives him a fancy nano Spider-Man suit, and obviously the radioactive spider that turned him into what he was. But like every good husband, bad husband, it depends how you fall on that. He didn't discuss it with like Mary Jane becoming Spider-Man. He tells him like, oh, I'm gonna make like some big changes in my life, and then she's like, no, you're not cheating on me, are you? And then she'd be like, nope. Oh, then do whatever you want, husband. No, but no, he was like going to become the Spider-Man, but he didn't spell it out for his wife. He just asked for permission to do something completely life-changing without being honestly outspoken about it. Because becoming a vigilante is hilarious, except for the fact that he puts a target on your back and on everyone you love. Because like we all seen all of the Spider-Man movies. That as soon as they find out his secret identity, like his family's screwed. So this ends up being his standard model at the beginning. when he saw Spider-Man around and he's still figuring stuff out. And then, he ends up being that for a bit. And then he runs into the Green Goblin, but the Green Goblin in this Spider-Verse is the same guy, Harry Osborn, but the junior, the kid. But he's riding on but his suit is actually an Iron Man suit that he bought from when his company merged, when Osborn merged with Tony Stark's company, and then there were three Iron Man suits left, and then he just called it one green, and then he started calling himself the Green Goblin, and then that's it. But it's basically the Green Goblin running around in an Iron Man suit. But he gets, unlike getting it from a weird guy, he gets all of his strength just from the suit. So it's just basically it's Iron Man the suit. I would say yes, maybe. Whatever. He's running around in an Iron Man suit, calling himself the Goblin. Alright, and let me see. And eventually, his smallest daughter discovered, he just arrived. Oh yeah, let me see the scene where the little girl, he just arrives home and just to eat something because he got the munchie, and then his youngest daughter freaks out. And then he be like, do his daddy be that, and then because of her, he ends up, because due to his youngest daughter's suggestion, he ends up changing the look of the outfit into something that we're more familiar with. And then more stuff happened in the volume, but I don't want to spoil it. So then here's him looking at the different possible outfits, the Venom one, this one, and then with the blue version, he's practically almost a Blue Beetle. And then he's like, no, just going with that guy, with the classical look. But basically he could have the suit look whatever way he wants. So then obviously that's in the trouble. But basically him becoming Spider-Man because not by accident, which was how it happened in the past that he didn't get a choice to become Spider-Man or not. He just got picked. Because in the movie, Peter Parker, he just gets bit by a radioactive spider one day and then he becomes Spider-Man. But this time, in this timeline, because of some time travel woman shenanigans, he becomes Spider-Man much later, but he gets to choose whether he will become Spider-Man or not. And then other stuff happens, some boss fights here and there, etc. Mostly against Kingpin. He's the main antagonist in this volume. So this is it's a fun Spider-Man one. If you want your Spider-Man with a little bit of existentialism and having to balance being a Spider-Man and taking care of his wife and children, which is something that a lot of folks. Well, then again, being a vigilante is kind of not so different than being a police officer, because they're both fighting bad guys. So I don't see why superheroes are so smart about balancing your duty to protect the weak and the innocent with being superheroes or whatever. If police officers can do their job and also take care of their family, then obviously superheroes should be able to do that. I mean, it's practically the same job as etc. It says that they work at night. Whatever. I'm divagating. Fun Spider-Man coming. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Artsy Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I randomly ran into a Thundercats comic. I was only familiar with the Thundercats because Cartoon Network used to put it ridiculously very late at night. So, but this one, Volume 1, almost this one is starting from the very beginning of the Thundercats series. So so if you're not familiar with them, then good for you, because this volume starts from square one. So basically, the leader Lionel, as explained in the comics, the reason why he has a little bit immature is because his hibernation part malfunctioned. So then while he was asleep, he ended up aging up from cub level to full-grown adult. And then he has the Sword of Omens, which is the thing that he always like yells, thunder, 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 and then he gets like the sword. But it's fun, and then as explained here, they were leaving their planet, cause like Thundercat seems a little bit magical, but it's actually more of a sci-fi type of genre. You know, they were leaving the planet because they were being chased by the mutants, and then only one spaceship survived, and then it's just them surviving in a new planet. But like they're already like very screwed because they only have like two chicks to repopulate the planet. That's not enough genetic, and like 3 guys, and not enough genetic diversity. So like they gotta like go find like a new cat in order to join, lady cat to join them, cause like they're doomed. Like they're doomed. And then like it's funny here in one of like the boss battle, like the Sword of Omens ends up breaking, which is hilarious that he has like it's not like a big spoiler because it happens like 20 pages into it. And then like remember like in Yasha where like the saga breaks and it's like and then hilarity ensues. Yeah, that's basic. So he also so Lionel in this Thundercats comic, he ends up having a saga moment where he be like, wow, like the Sword of Woman's failed me. Like, other than just the sword doing sword stuff, it also like gives him the ability to show him whatever he asks for. So, sight beyond Sword of Woman's, give me sight beyond sight. So then he's like looking around for stuff. So then he discovers that there's another Thundercat, but as anyone who's seen the cartoon show knows that she's more trouble than she's worth, and they thought that they were gonna be safe in this new planet. Well, they're stranded, so it's not as if they got like any choice in the battle. They don't have like the parts to either leave this planet or go to a new planet, and the mutants are still after them because of like a fancy gem that their leader had that granted a lot of powers. So yeah, and yes, Monra, the ever-living, does show up, but he spends most of the time of the comic like just sitting there on his throne, whatchamacallit, like Thanos, waiting for his movie to come. Now we're just waiting for Thanos to like finally get off his chair. Oh yeah, and it's funny, like Monra like doing like some necromancy, trying to talk to like the dead King Yaga, and then he'd be like, answer me, and then like he'd be like, rah! It's hilarious. Like, he has some funny moments here and there. It's like, yeah, like when they go, like just because you're like necromancing their corpse in order to speak to it doesn't mean that they're gonna like answer. And even if with your magic you compel them to speak to you, they can just yell at you to like get around that nonsense, which is hilarious. It has like its funny moments here and there. And yeah, and like further on after like the Monroe battle, there's like one where a different comic possibly drawn by like a different fellow where it's just Lionel training with the cheetah girl, I forgot, Chitara, there we are. And then like it has some fun little hand-to-hand action set piece and bonding and whatnot, you know, just like getting to know your good mates by just sparring with them, cause that's just what you do. And yeah, that's basically the Thundercats this volume of the Thundercats comic in a nutshell. And then here at the end are like various optional front covers that they have for them. And the first one was more or less decent. And the secret origin of Chitara is revealed. And they also have, and they also do a commercial for like for other comics and whatnot. But that's basically this Thundercats comic book in a nutshell. And yes, they do fall by Monra, but I don't want to spoil too much of the plot. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Cable comic book. For those that are not familiar with Cable, he's he's sometimes an enemy of the X-Men, but sometimes he's an antagonist. But other times he's actually an X-Men. It's just that he's a very complicated individual because he spends most of his time traveling back and forth into the future, into the past, into the present, into the middle, in order to stop mutant kind, or sometimes even hold the entire, trying to save the entire human race. So since he time travels a lot, it's very hard to know where his allegiance lies and whatnot. Like the front cover looks funny, like his head was squished, and here's the back of it. So it starts right up the beginning, like giving you like the basics, knowing, showing you what's the current Cable situation in his present time. Like, just think about, like, you remember that like episode, the Halloween episode of The Simpsons, where Homer Simpson travels back in time by accident, and then he steps on like a bug, and then like his present time changes, but like for like gazillion times worse. Well, that's Cable's life in a nutshell. Every time he returns to his own timeline, and he thinks that he's made things better, but then something that he overlooked made it worse. Or another good example is that episode of Family Guy where like Stewie is being like, oh, I came from the further future. Like what he did turns out okay, is what you're about to do that makes it worse. So the long and short of it is like, remember like those Sentinels that like have mutants? Well, they got an upgrade now. They're like Iron Man. They're giant Iron Man levels, you know, like just hunting mutants. So then it's just Cable dealing with that situation. And he also has like in this one he's not like tagging along. He has like a tag along, but he kind of does look like Cable if he was younger. So, but I'm not too certain. And like their face designs are very similar, so it's just basically him and himself and myself and I just dealing with time travel crazy shenanigans. But like like over here he ends up fighting like one of the first bosses of the fight is the Great Gargoyle, and then I'd be like the gargoyles from that Gargoyle TV show. I remember that there was like an old TV show where like with gargoyles. Well, the point is that he's like his mutant ability is that he's able to prettify any person that he touches. So yeah. And this Cable in specific is resistant to that prettification because of his healing mutant factor. But this guy not so much. And then like we have a basic action set piece. You see how it's like acting there, that his healing factor is trying to adapt to like the bizarre prettification. But then I be thinking, if this guy prettifies anyone he touches, why the hell is he wearing gloves? Or is it the blue gloves the thing that prettifies people? I'm just a little confused about that. Not confused, I'm just poking fun at it. And then he fights on weird, and then over here he fights on X-Men clones. Jean Grey, Apocalypse, Cyclops, and Magneto. But they're evil clones, cause bad guys gotta have evil clones of everything. But we're still having investments to kill the song. Oh yeah, so like the main future that he's trying to stop in this particular. Let me show you what the hell was it. Like which Terminator Dark Fate he's struggling with. Like he has not her. Let me see. I think we gotta like push it back a bit. So see what Terminator Dark Fate he's complaining about in specific. Like it's one where like all of the humans and all of the mutants they become like cryogenics, and then here we are. Like they become a hive mind because they all become like overpowered telepaths, but then So then there's no more conflict because there's no reason for them to fight each other because they're all one and the same. A placid homogeny without hate but also without love and without a sense of life. And then he'd be like, I never stayed long enough to learn the details of how they rewrite our DNA. I couldn't stay or breathe the air. Or breathe the air itself, it would have started to change me. So like just him being there, like he just got a glimpse of a dark fate and then he'd be like, I gotta get out of there because he started like, as soon as he got there, he started to get absorbed by the hive mind. So all he knows is that he gotta like go stop the Parvenu industry from helping humanity or ascending to or descend, depending on how you go, into like a weird electronic hive mind. So yeah, it's basically the plot of the Terminator. It's basically time travel, whammy shenanigans to like save the future, the past, or the present from the middle, etc. Time travel plots are always hilarious to try to follow and make sense. But if you like time travel, then like time travel shenanigans, then yeah, you're gonna enjoy reading about Cable. So I hope you have fun with my review of Cable, not Cable TV. And then here's another purple guy they fight at the end. Very fun stuff. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you the Scarlet Witch Multiverse comic. And here's like the front and here's the back of it. So it's like a type of compilation one of various stories from various comics of the Scarlet Witch, but she also hangs out a couple of times with like the first one is like the style of it is kind of like an Archie comic. And then she's just there hanging out and doing stuff with Marvel Girl, and then I'd be like, who the hell is Marvel Girl? Like I had to eventually in the comic they call her Marvel Girl Jean Grey, and then I'd be like, oh, because why don't you just call her Jean Grey? Because in the cartoons they call Marvel Girl Jean Grey, and also in the movies, you know, while Cyclops was Cyclops and Wolverine was Wolverine, and she had to go and then Jean Grey had to get the Phoenix Force in order to like finally get a nickname in the movies. The whole point is that for a while I was like confused to who the hell was Marvel Girl. Because I only know like the X-Men for the most part from the TV shows I grew up. More specifically the one that has like that very catchy beat that's been stuck in my head since the 90s. But yeah, like as you can see, like it's just various story. Like the first couple of one is just Scarlet Witch hanging out with Jean Grey, and then like in this one they fight Hydra. Cause like Hydra tends to appear a couple of times throughout. Like it's like I don't know if it's like is there like a major tier bad guys? I saw them in time travel one of the Spider-Man's comics, a different one that I read, and then also here in this one. But like it's funny because like their icon, like the octopus, it looks a lot also like the octopus sign from like remember that James Bond movie that like the bad guys had like their icon was also like an octopus, but then again, yeah, whatever. So yeah, and like in this one, the Scarlet Witch teams up with the Thing in order to fight the snake guy that uses mind control. That uses a hat filled with snakes in order to like mind control people. So that's hilarious. I don't know why that guy makes me laugh. It's just something silly about the snake hat. But then again, you can tell by the style that from this compilation comic that this one's like old. That this one has like old, very old. And then it says here that it's Spider-Man and Tiger, but they're gonna be focusing on the one where Scarlet Witch teams up with Doctor Strange. Cause like in the movie you just see her like an Doctor Strange supervillain, but they sometimes work together. It's like a sometimes type of deal. And then like Doctor Strange for a good portion of this one in specific, it's like an astral projection ghost just going around doing like random stuff while the Scarlet Witch does this thing. Which is and then eventually they end up fighting together. But most of the time she's like doing her thing, and Doctor Strange is astral projecting. And then in this one, the last one, not that one. Let's see, what the hell was it? Oh yeah. Like in this one, she gets transported into like a weird alternative realm, which is like dealing with like various undead creatures, and then Vision has to go in there to like bail her out from like the other world that she ended up at. So she does have at least one comic where she's like hanging out with Vision, and Vision is alive. Oh yeah, like among the weirdos that she sees is like dark Phoenix. Like the Phoenix Force, and then she be, yes, here it is, and then she be like, dude, and that's when I realized that Marvel Girl was Jean Grey, because it spells it out for Jean Grey, Marvel Girl, and then I'd be like, no Wish, only Dark Phoenix, and then they'd be like, dude, and but then Scarlet would be like, dude, like the Phoenix Force already shield down, like, and the Phoenix Force is doing her own thing, and God knows, so she's no longer a super villain, so I don't even know why the hell you're showing up here in like the Nightmare Realm. So then, yeah, and then this was more of a weird little Christmas one, with the young versions of like the Scarlet Witch and a bunch, and then some other mutants. Cause yeah, even though she's like the Scarlet Witch and she can do magic, most of the time she prefers to rely on like her mutant ability, because she doesn't have like very good control of her magic. So yeah, those are the various adventures that you can expect to find in this little compilation of the Scarlet Witch Marvelverse. Like, I didn't like go into detail of the various little stories in this one. That way you will have like a fresh impression of it. So if you see that the various changing art style, is because it's a little compilation books, and like it's funny, cause like it's. Like, since he has a lot of, like, I always find it hilarious, like, that they're a that little bit expensive, cause, well, in order to make up for it, they made the comic book slightly smaller, because in comparison to some other graphic novel, like the Spider-Man, this one that I recently reviewed, like, you can see that the size of it, of this one, is bigger than this one, and mostly because since the Scarlet Witch, it's red, and red in cost and arm and a leg, so in order to cut down on the cost, they made the graphic novel a little smaller. So yeah, that's something to consider. But it's not a critique on it, it's just an observation on how expensive the red colored ink is. Like, seriously, dude, what the hell? Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you the fun graphic novel that is about Tahulu, but in the form of a cat, and then back here is all of the other Eldritch one in the little cat forms. Like as explained in the book, the Eldritch ones every so often they compete with each other in order to see who's gonna rule for the next 1,000 years, and the theme of that competition was cats. And unlike other regular like graphic novels, this was like in color. Like, I don't know why, like, this character, you put him like in a yellow shirt with lines, and like he gives me a bit of a Charlie Brown. He looks a little bit like Charlie Brown. He just gives me that impression. So yeah. So then over here he has his regular cat and his Tahulu cat. So it's a bit of a slice of life, focusing on contrasting the Eldritch god Tahulu trying to do cat, while contrasting with like a regular cat. And then one day he just found and then it explains how he ended up getting it. And he just found him over there in an abandoned box with like some weird scribble around it, and then he just decided to like take it home, you know, 'cause he's a cat person. And then he figured that he wanted to evolve to like so then as a joke he like not as a joke like he in like every normal person he posts pictures of his cat, so like the regular cat it gets like cute comments, while like when he posts a picture of his Tahulu cat they say the world is a madness hat and humanity shall tremble. So then because he started posting photos of his Tahulu cat online, he like starts drawing like weirdos into his house. And then first one is this eldritch one. And then he's like, doesn't get along too well with Tahulu, and then even like a weird cult ends up like establishing itself inside the house. But I don't wanna like spoil all of the and even like fish people visit him. Like I don't wanna like there it is. Like the Tahulu cultists, when they find out where the overlord moved, they move outside his backyard and then they do cultist things outside his house, and it'd be like, oh my god. Like it's just like a regular cat, and he'd be like this green cat is just acting like a regular cat most of the time. We're like, why are these lunatics going all like crazy about him? And then as the comic book, he's just super blasé, just trying to adapt to the weirdness, while other people tend to go more crazier than the other one. And then, here's like another one that I wanted to show you, like the giant Gigantamax cat that shows up later on in the comic. And one of like the cultists is like the high priest of them. He has like his own cat that can also be a cat bat. And then on top of there is a ginormous eldritch one, but that is the size of a cloud, but it's also the shape of a cat because the theme of this competition is cats. So just it's a crazy graphic, like it's a crazy manga, but it's in color, and I found it amusing. And as you can see, like it does like purple instead of red, like it avoids the color red as much as possible, because as everyone knows, the color red be expensive. So if you're like a cat lover and you're also a fan of H.P. Lovecraft, this graphic novel is it's like the perfect synthesis of both the things you like. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Legend of Zelda manga. Like last time I showed the Legend of Zelda the Four Swords, but this one is the Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. Like I never played like either of those games, and I think that like first one is the season and then the Ages one is like a sequel to it. So yeah, so it's like a 2-in-1 type of deal, part 1 and part 2. And then here it starts introducing the new Link character, and then he's got like this he's got like the Triforce on his left hand, like the mark of it, and then the other one. Now that means you gotta be like an island, but he's not like very certain about it. And then he eventually meets out the Oracle of Season, and then she's not Zelda, but she like Zelda. Like usually in the Legend of Zelda barely shows up, but in this one in specific, Zelda shows up even less if that's even possible. So yeah. So instead it's just like the two oracles, and like it's not too heavily on like the fighting, and most of the time it's like most of the time they're ripping him a new one. Like as far as the Links I've seen in like the manga department, he's the weakest Link. Bye bye. But it's still humoring. So yeah, he eventually, since he's not strong enough to like deal with the monsters on his own, he ends up forming a party. He ends up acquiring a witch and a little kangaroo, and then like together they form a balanced party. Usually like the rogue, the strength build, and the magic build. That's the Triforce of a very standard RPG party, which is like basically the rogue and the other guy like keeping everyone away while like the mage like charges up with one hit KO move. So yeah, so let's skip ahead to the next or to like the Oracle of Ages. And this one has like a nice harp. It takes place after the other Oracle of Seasons. And yeah, and fun and the thing about that harp is that it has the same power as the Ocarina of Time. Like he got sent back in time, and then he meets his ancestor. And then while in the past, he starts to him and his ancestors start pondering on what it really means to be a knight. Because yeah, like this guy's a knight, but like the one who's ruling is like a tyrant that like works his citizens like a slave. And then at a certain point, they have a little something. Well, you remember like in Back to the Future that like Marty McFly ends up befriending like his ancestor or like his father in this case, and he does the same thing, just becoming friends with like his cooler ancestor. And at a certain point, he almost like disappears from existence when this poor bastard gets hurt because of his time travel shenanigans. Oh yeah, and the final boss you think is gonna be this chick, but it was me, Dio. No, like Ganon. Like the final boss in most of like the Legend of Zelda ones is like even when it's not like obvious, like Ganon shows up. So yeah, that's the final boss of this graphic novel. Like Ganon comes in like various form. Like this time it was like the monster pig form. Well, not so much pig. It's like it's kind of like a bit like an orc. That's usually like how they shown a bit in like fantasy or whatever. So yeah, so that's the ending of it. Not like the official ending or anything. Like there's still a lot more pages of this graphic novel or this manga, but I don't want to like spoil it. So yeah. Like it was an interesting read, but like Link got more beat up more than usual, which was hilarious. So yeah, it's this one is your weakest Link. Bye bye, and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you the Super Sentai Gorenger manga. Like, if you're not familiar with this, Super Sentai is basically what the Power Rangers were called back in Japan. And this manga in specific, as explained here in the introduction, it was written to go along with the TV show. So then you will see like the Power Rangers or Super Sentai on television, and then you will read the graphic novel. So then. Like this one is a compilation of the issues from like 1975, and it was made by they call him like the king of Himitsu. I don't know. Wait. Oh yeah, Shotaro Ishinomori. Yeah. Like he's like they call him like the king of graphic of mangas because he even till this day he has published more mangas than like anyone has ever published in Japan. So yeah, he still holds that world record even after like 70, even after like it was probably even after like 100 years or so later. But this is not to say that other manga artists are not trying to like catch up with him. But you know, like the publishing business has gotten like super annoying over that time. So then over here he gets like the Red Ranger suit, and the Red Ranger is like he does karate, and his father, you know, is like the leader of the dojo. So then it explains exactly how the suits function. Like the helmet, which is like the most important core part, it releases some electromagnetic waves that stimulate certain regions of the brain in order to help the body access to to stronger abilities. So, but if you don't have any abilities for the suit to enhance, it's not gonna do anything, because 0 multiplied by 0 by any number is still 0. So that's why the Power Rangers, even without their suits, they still can fight, because the Power Rangers, at least the suit. Oh yeah, there's no aliens here. At least the suits, they need something to work with. So. Oh yeah, and instead, so then over here they introduce the bad guys. They're like an international group of terrorists called the Black Cross Army, and then they sell secrets, and they're constantly, and then they like contribute to like wars and stuff in order for all of the secrets and all of the stuff and all of the scientists that they stolen for the prices of that. So it's just a group that makes money out of war, and then to like go deal with them, they created like the Power Rangers to like stop them from like sending the world into chaos. So then, like, the reason why the Red Ranger suit is different is because from the other one is because it's the prototype. Like, once they were certain that it functioned well, then that it did what it was supposed to, then they made the other one. So that's why the Red Ranger suit is always slightly stronger, because it's like the beta version, and it doesn't have the delimiters that the other ones have. Cause you know how the prototypes are. Oh yeah, and then all of the Rangers come along. Oh yeah, like it's interesting, like the Power Ranger, like or Super Sentai as it's called here. Oh yeah, here are Rangers, all 5 of them. Yeah. It's interesting that like their the little flyer scenes, when you see it flying about, it looks like a modern day. Yeah, especially here in this image, it looks like a modern day drone, and here too as well. And even in a different panel, they are able to autonomously summon it in order to like provide for them backup. So it also functions as a drone. But it's interesting that like this design is way ahead of its time, and you gotta like remember that what I'm showing you, it was something that was drawn in like 1975. That is way before like drone scenes became drone scenes. So then like the bad guys, obviously there's like when the first ones that they fight is like it's like a lunatic with a horse, with a robot horse. And then after they have a close encounter with like the Power Rangers in battle, then slowly as the comic book progresses, they start escalating in the battle. Oh yeah, the scene still hasn't transformed in like it still hasn't done like I read the whole thing, and it doesn't do like the Megazord thing, you know, like that it turns into like a giant kaiju robot to fight. No, this thing hasn't Gigantamaxed yet. It just, oh yeah, and eventually over here they fight like the Loch Ness monster. It says that it's a robot that shoots laser beams. So then it definitely, and over here and in this episode, the bad guys are riding on like the kidnapping scientists on a flying ship. So you gotta like consider that maybe the creators of Super Mario were probably like influenced by this fun idea of like the bad guys riding on like a flying ship that looks like that it has a old design from like, because the ships look like from like the Pirates of the Caribbean era, you know, like the 1600s or something. But it's futuristic because like it flies and stuff. So yeah, like somewhat like the bad guys got like the silliest types of design, you know, like this weird moon face. And it has, of course, like a lot of very fun fight panels here and there, because that's what you can do when the character, like you have more freedom to like mess around with like the characters when you're not like, when they're more roly-poly, you know, when it's not like ridiculously hyper-defined, and then you can just focus on the action and move the story along. Like, I'm not saying that it has like that it's not like fancy or elaborate, but that it's like drawn bad. It's, you know, it's a different type of style, you know. It's almost like strictly eyeballing and speaking. It almost looks like Osamu Tezuka drew it, but no, it was some other guy. The guy that said I'm going to one up the father of mangas, and he did because he published more than the other guys. So I hope you find this review of the Super Sentai. Oh yeah, and then other stuff happened. Of the Super Sentai Gorenger manga. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this graphic novel comic called The Ruins by Peter Cooper. Oh yeah, so like as you can see, like the front cover shows a monarch butterfly, and in the front cover these are like most specifically it's like Tulum or something, you know, like Mayan ruins. So like this graphic novel is like we're going like over here they show you like yeah they're going to Mexico. So basically, oh yeah, like it has like a fun cutaway gag every couple of like sometimes I do cutaways in comic books, but this one sometimes it's distracting. But this one it has something cute. Whenever it like cuts away from like the main action, is to show us where like the journey of the monarch butterfly. So then, like, here's a two main character, and this guy's like a bug guy. And you can tell that he likes bugs because his reaction to seeing a roach, instead of like squishing it, he just throws it out so that then it's a problem to like the guys from the apartment below. And like, just imagine if like some lunatic throws a roach out the window and then it like falls on your head. Like, yeah, that's a quick way of making an enemy. So yeah, so then like his wife is writing a book and she wants to go to Mexico for experience, and he's unemployed and he's recently unemployed. So then she be like, oh, this is a perfect time to go to like get back into painting. So yeah, so it's both the perfect time to go fool around in Mexico, and fool around in Mexico they do. But more specifically in Oaxaca. Oh, see, but it's spelled Oaxaca. So then, it's fun. Like it's amusing because I also like fool around. Like I had gone to vacation in Mexico a couple of times, and I haven't been in like Oaxaca yet. So it's like and I like a lot watching movies and stuff where it's like about traveling to new places. So it's a good concept idea, you know, just do an American couple just fooling around Mexico, like looking for inspiration and getting into like silly little adventures. And then every so often she starts like over here she's kind of like half imagining like her husband getting his heart cut out because she wants a baby, and she feels like the husband doesn't want a baby. And then more than just the book, she's going down there for like memory lane because he doesn't like, he's a bit clueless because he doesn't realize the fact that since he's doing proper tourist stuff, he doesn't realize that like his wife has issues with like how stagnant the marriage has become. So then it's him doing tourist stuff while the wife is in the middle of like a midlife crisis. So that's amusing, and I like a lot like the pictures of the ruins. Oh yeah, very important. Like you gotta like if you're like a manga artist, like draw like I like that they draw the food, even if it's just like one panel with like draw the food. I like looking at pictures of food. So yeah, that's something to consider. And then once again they cut away to the butterfly doing butterfly things. So then here's the butterfly crossing the borders. And then over here she's writing her book and then meditating on Mexico. Oh yeah, here's another great panel with food. Yeah, it does look nice. Like I think they're spicy, yeah. It's a good like. Oh yeah, and like aside from like the other stuff that is going on in between is that when they arrive when like when in the region every year, at least once a year in Mexico, at least they tell in that region that the teachers go on strike in order to ask for like better wages, and sometimes and then in this year the strikes are becoming more violent, and then every so often they get like a friggin' earthquake. So that's a lot of fun. So if you like Mexico, but oh yeah, here's another one. Here's like here's like the nicest panel in this graphic novel. They even like stress it out, like they went to like the butterfly preserve. That's a lot of the monarch butterfly preserve. Like it's just a very nice panel for like if you like butterflies and bugs and like wandering around in Mexico. Yeah, it's a fun, like not all like comic books gotta be like uber serious. You know, sometimes it can just be about a couple with their marriage and crisis, like going through the motions. So I hope you found amusing my review of the ruins. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this fun graphic novel called The Final Cut. As you can see with my hands, like this is it's a hardcover book, and it's very fat, and it's in full color, and it has a lot of red. So as you can expect with anything that has a lot of red, it's gonna like cause an arm and a leg. Or like over here it says 34 bucks. But I guess that could be a lot or a little depending on how you budget, or if you get it like on discount or whatever. But that's not important. I'm just commenting that whenever you see anything whenever you see anything that has a lot of red, I don't know why the red makes everything more expensive. Seriously, dude. Well, whatever. It's not important. So yeah. So the reason why it's like called The Final Cut, and it's because it's about like a group of friends that decide to make like a horror movie, but in the style of the 80s. But in the middle of it all is this guy who's kind of like becoming a little weirdly obsessed with like with the redheaded friend, with like the redheaded maiden. I forget what her name was. Yeah, so then he finds it very strange that she says that she starts like randomly complimenting his drawings, and wanna just coming right after to watch him draw, and then like says he considers himself a little bit of an alien type of creature, and he doesn't he finds it difficult to like relate to others. So there's a overarching narrative in this entire comic book, the whole loneliness and alienation. And there are a couple of, and then there are a lot of couple of like that's like nothing here and there. So I gotta like be careful what page I like jump into, because yeah, I can't like show that because it's YouTube. But it's not like a la hentai. It's just, it's only done for like plot purposes, just to show like this dude's obsession for the hottest redhead that's ever passed by his comic book. And then over here he's like showing the first horror movie that he made with like a school film project. And he's a little weird alien worm, and then he turns him into like a killer with like a fork. And then eventually he gets killed in the end, because that's usually how it goes in like those horror movies, like person turns into a monster or a monster appears, the monster gets killed, the end, or the monster wins, depending on the nature, like the moves and whatnot. So then like eventually they go, they go into the woods in order to go film the little student film, cause going into the woods is like filming in the woods is like the easiest place to go do movie stuff, cause they don't gotta like worry about traffic or even asking for permission, or even like just right off the top of your hand, can you think of like how many like horror movies or just regular movies that are done in like the woods? And they went to the woods to do student film stuff. And then let me see. And then he has random dreams about nonsense here and there. More wood stuff, just them trying to make a movie and going to the various spots in order to film. It's it's not like the most exciting reading, but it maintained my attention from beginning to end, and whenever it does something remotely spooky, that's a music. So that's just basically my review of the final cut. If you want to read a comic book about like some students making like a horror movie, making like a 1950s style horror movie, like it's a music, then this is a comic for you. Well, bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this. It's not a comic book, it's a graphic novel, very different, And then, I just ate recently, that's why the hiccups. So then, this is a graphic novel adaptation of a movie called The Road. I never saw the movie, but I guess you can just read the comic book and then talk about it with your friends. And then here's the front, here's the back, and it's basically a lone wolf and cub situation, a father and son trying to survive in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. And and then it's just for most of the time just then surviving and struggling to survive. It has very little dialogue, most of it is just a lot of cool background ambience, and the graphic novel is also a little bit on the lower end side, since it has obviously very little, I haven't seen anything with red, and it has a few tints here and there, but for the most part it's black and white, and just them, the father and son wandering through the wilderness. Oh, that scared me. Here's some red. Yeah, when this area is on fire over here. But for the most part, it uses a lot of very muted color, almost sepia tone. I guess maybe they're trying to mimic the ambience from the movie, so. But it's just them wandering about. They run into another human. Time for an action scene. Wandering around again some more. You see another fun panel, and then it's just the bonding between father and son, and then and then they eventually find one of those little bomb shelters where they have a bunch of supplies to survive down there, and then for the first time in a long time throughout their journey they're able to relax, and he even gives his son a terrible haircut, and even he shaves himself in order to make himself presentable to no one, and they even read a little. Yeah, but then and so that's basically this graphic novel. This graphic novel in a nutshell, and then they even make it to the beach. So then, like the whole survival scene of this story is punctuated with few little, with like a couple of moments here and there where they're allowed to like survive and just enjoy life for at least for a brief moment before like they gotta get back into surviving. And like the son is obviously not very happy with like one time in the book he tells his father, "Dad, I wish that I was with mom," and they be like, "Dude, like don't talk like that, son, cause like the mom be dead." And it's just a very miserable existence. So this is a great comic to like if you like reading about like existentially depressed folks, cause like they live in like a post-apocalyptic type of area, but it's nicely drawn in here and there, and it's so it amused me. So I'm not gonna tell you the ending let me stabilize them. Like I'm not gonna tell you the ending, but but I guess if you saw the movie The Road, then you already know how it ends. So like there's really no point in like me telling you the ending because you already know the ending. But if you haven't seen like the movie The Road, then I guess this whole comic book is gonna be or graphic novel. This is gonna be like a fresh experience for you. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, Artsy Sister, and I wanted to show you this fun comic book called The Black Widow. It's an epic called Beware of the Black Widow. It's like a compilation of like comic books of the Black Widow, starting like at the very beginning from when she was first introduced as an Iron Man villain, and then when she eventually became her own character. So if you want to see the evolution of the Black Widow as from just eye candy of Tony Stark into something else, then here it is. So like from very early on, at least in the first version of the Black Widow, she like over here they just introduced her like a femme fatale. They hadn't made her fight just yet. And then she was given so then it was more of an espionage type of mission. But very early on, they wanted her to have red hair. Alright, but I'm not gonna tell you how it ends. So you can just read this one and have like a fresh impression of it. So then eventually here. Oh yeah, there's like a fun volume where, like in this one, she gets like an anti-gravity ray, and then she causes like a bunch of havoc around the place. So that was like a very amusing volume. Anyway, so then on a different one, she teams up with Hawkeye, and then his main romantic interest, at least throughout all of the the old timey comic books. They all like all of these ones are from like the, let me see, this is the time period. They were, here we are. The first one is from 1954. So over here it says this. So yeah, so this is like really old stuff. So yeah, so over here we have Hawkeye fighting Iron Man because Black Widow told him to, and then cause since he lost his chick, he's gonna do whatever she wants. Oh yeah, so and also, I forgot to put on the light. Also, like, and over here her hair is black, so I guess for like at least in her early appearances, they couldn't decide whether they wanted her redhead or whether they wanted her to have black hair. Alright, so let's keep moving forward. And over here, this is officially when the Black Widow starts taking more of a fighting role. And then they give her like something of a strength suit that Oh yeah, let me see, like the Russians. Then here we are. They gave her the outfit, and then her gloves and her feet, they stick to surfaces, and they give her like a web sling. So over here is when they're turning the Black Widow from like a regular super spy into a Spider-Man knockoff. Or chic Spider-Man, or because they say like, well, Big Widow's a spider, so why don't we make her do spider stuff? So then this is when they were experimenting with that. So they gave her mask. She said that she modeled her mask like that way so that it's similar to Hawkeye. That way he would be able to recognize his girlfriend Black Widow even when she wore a mask. So even her outfit has the same blue hues as Hawkeye. So. Yeah, so well, she's kind of like a super villain in that one, but with shifting allegiances. While Hawkeye got framed for some nonsense, and he's trying to like clear his name, so they consider him a bad guy, but he's a good guy trying to like trying to get Tony Stark's help in order to like clear up all of that mess. Alright, so then let's see, oh look, Scarlet Witch, yeah. Like over here, the Black Widow's costume changes again. Like it's interesting that in her hair, like for most of the early comics, her hair is black more than red, except for like the first time she showed up. So over here, like the outfit, instead of it being like blue with lines, they make it like skin color. So I guess they're over here like fiddling around with like the design of her look. Alright, let's move on ahead. Let's see over here she's back, the outfit is back to being black, but her hair is now like pitch black again. Whoa, black with blue highlights. So her outfit went back to one form or another. Like most of the time, like most of the time you're gonna be seeing more Iron Man than the Black Widow, which is hilarious. Oh yeah, like there's also like a crazy. This doesn't have anything to do with the Black Widow, but there's also like this crazy fight of a Hydra versus Hercules. I don't know what the hell's going on there, but I guess it was like the 70s, and yeah. So there's also that. All right, let's see. Keep moving along. Oh yeah, we see well, let's see. Let me see. I saw like the Uncanny X-Men appear in one. Oh yeah, so over here they still, I guess over here they settle more for her outfit a bit. They decided more that yeah, it's gonna be her costume. And then well, not even for a long while. Like over here, like the designs of the comic panels change because it's gonna be more fighting oriented. And as you can see here, the Black Widow's outfit changes yet again, and now it's just pitch black and her hair is red. So they'd be like, so I guess this is also, I guess they decided, oh, let's just make her red because like the first time she showed up, she had red hair. So yeah. And also, like, why wear makeup on her eyes if she's gonna be wearing a freaking mask? I'm just saying, that's just me and being nitpicky. And then over here in this Black Widow one, she's like gonna be fighting Spider-Man, and then he'd be like, oh, she like a villainous spider person. But she didn't get bit by a radioactive spider. She just has a strength suit and a web sling. It's purely based on technology and on her regular acrobatics. And then they fight around a little bit cause of reasons. And then yeah, and then eventually that becomes her defined look for, I guess, for like the future generation, just the black outfit and like the red hair. And then the rest of the comic shows she getting into various and she even like by now the Black Widow. Like she still doesn't have like her own standalone comic. She's always like appearing as like in a cameo or as a secondary one, like first as a temporary Spider-Man villain, but then as a helping out Daredevil out of Daredevil situation until eventually she becomes cool enough, well, not even that. Like, in none of these ones she has her... Well, I guess over here, even in here with the Inhumans and the Black Widow, she like at least in the early 70s, she wasn't like famous enough to get like her own comic book where it shows everything having to do with the Black Widow, which is more the pity. Oh, and by the end, at the end of the comic, they show you negatives from like the Black Widow comic that they were, and some of them were even like censored and whatnot. So this is amusing if you're interested in seeing how the evolution of the Black Widow character, how she went from like being like femme fatale into being like one of how she went from like being like a femme fatale, just another villain for somebody, and I kind of distraction for Tony Stark, until she became like a core member of the Avengers. So I hope you found like this review of this Black Widow comic book amusing. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this volume of Claymore. Like, I wanted to show you like volume 1 of Claymore, but like I haven't run into it, so I'll just show you volume 18. Volume 18. So I guess if you're not caught up with it yet, then you're probably gonna be surprised by a lot of other like random things that you're gonna see. Like everything that you see in this comic is in this manga, it happens after the ending, after the so-called canonical ending of like the anime show. But after the incident in the Frozen Lands, the story continues. So like it's a pity that like Claymore's never gotten like a proper comic, like a proper adaptation of like his comics. So yeah, and here we see him like remember like the little kid that she picks up like early in the story, like over here he's like dealing with some demons that are trying to assimilate him, and then like the members of the organization, they be like, oh amazing, I can't believe he hasn't like been assimilated. I hope that I should hope the reason is nothing as mundane as mere will of power. So yeah, so then it's the organization doing sketchy stuff while they're trying to deal with like the demon horse here and there, and like the transformed creatures. Like it just has like a lot of like fun creature designs here and there. And in the middle of it all, it's just different Yomas doing like their own thing. Like most of it is, you gotta like the plot of Claymore for the most part here and there is just like Claire, she hunts monsters and she looks after the kid, but then they eventually separate, and they're also investigating the organization because they're suspecting that they are, like just as shown in the flashback of Claire's caretaker, Teresa, or the Faint's mom. Teresa, just like Claire, has suspected that the demons are actually being made by the organization in order to like get money out of town for, they create the monster and they're also the solution to the problem, like the perfect money making scheme. So then that's why they're in the middle. So that's what they're investigating. So yeah. So like the regular Claymores, that they had the blood, they had the white armor. Then once they go rogue, they get like a more stealthy outfit. So yeah. So if you like a lot of like cool action and like sword fighting against demons or against regular things in general, then this is a good one. And over here, Claire's having her rematch against what's her name? God. I forgot. Priscilla. Yeah. That was her name. She had like a silly little girly, silly childish name, this meeting. And And then, so yeah, here's the epic rematch that she has with this one that murdered her, that like just completely decapitated Claire's caretaker. And unlike the rematch that you see in like the OVA, this is how the fight actually goes down in the manga. You know, she tries to have at her, and then she just kicks, and then she just kicks her silly Priscilla. And then without even having any awareness of who the hell is she. And then it'd be like, can you like stop trying to get yourself killed? Wow. Will you please stop trying to get yourself killed? I need to figure out who you are. And then in the middle of it all, they're dealing with random attacks being sent by like the largest Yoma there. So yeah, it has like a bunch of cool fighting panels. So then over here, she tries to awaken her demon Yoma powers to go try to kill Priscilla to avenge her, but she's not able to awaken. Which is hilarious that she gets like a block convenient mental block. And then over here she tries it again, so it doesn't go anywhere at all, like the battle, with neither of them fighting. Like Claire that she can't awaken, and the other chick that she's just like, you are not even registering on my radar, so I don't even gotta like use my full power just to like kick you around, silly. So yeah, and just when a couple of kids look already at how messed up Claire's got in this battle. So yeah, like, it's such a pity that they haven't like done like, it would be nice to see like a proper anime. Like Claymore anime is like overdue for a remake. One that follows the manga to a point, you know. And then over there, she's like, she finally decides, well, I'm gonna like go fight her for real and casting off her humanity. And then she tries it, and she does the awakened form that she developed in order to fight Rigaldo, you know, the wolf guy. And then she does all of her fancy moves, but then the transformation gets done, and she's why the hell did this happen to me? And they say, oh my, you can't awaken, can you? Ha 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 ha. And then see, this is how the Rigaldo fights you, Hakugan, but nope, she can't awaken. So yeah, that's a spoiler alert if you haven't like seen if you haven't like read this far into the manga, or if you only ever saw the TV show. The story continues. She doesn't fight. This is when she officially has her rematch against Priscilla. The creepy one was just to go deal with the wolf guy Rigaldo. So yeah, like Claymore is a great fighting series. I hope you find, like, I heavily recommend it. I hope you find it like amusing. My review, not of just specifically of Claymore Volume 18, but just of the whole series as a whole. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this manga, or graphic novel if you would, of Buddha by Osamu Tezuka. So if I like for those of you that may or may not know, like Buddha was like obviously he's the one who founded Buddhism like 2,700 years ago, and you can, and then this shows that, and then this is a novelization of, well, in like with pictures of like of his entire life. But like in the first volume, it starts by showing you how the world was before Buddha was born. Like the Brahmanic priests, they were either like isolated completely in the mountains, completely forgetting about like their followers, or they were like corrupt, using like fake magic in order to like store like money out of the common for. And then for one or two, and then there was like the one or two good monk guys that were like trying to be righteous and whatnot, but being righteous and doing good is easier said than done when you're surrounded by evildoers. So then it starts with like the lectures that this month, telling the story of ones where this man was like lost in the mountains and he was starving, and then like the animals went to help him, like a Disney princess. So then like the fox was able to like find grapes using his nose, and the bear he caught fish, but the bunny wasn't able to like get anything for the priest. So then the bunny made like a bonfire, and then he threw himself into the bonfire. So then he'd be like, well, enjoy the stewed rabbit after all. So then they started meditating on like the sacrifice of the rabbit and what it means to give yourself up for yourself wholly for like the sake of another living being. So then it then start, and then it then jumps to this Chapra character, and him dealing with his daily life, and then he eventually goes from being a slave to like being getting adopted by like a soldier guy who didn't have a son, but then he has to keep his low caste a secret. And then over here they introduce like the antagonist of this volume in specific. Well, he's just like a warrior guy doing warrior things, and I want to show you this page in specific because like it's hilarious, all of the crazy moves that like his horse can do. Like it's just a funny action scene, and then he ends up killing a snake that had eaten this little kid, and then he was like being, wow, you people are like so stupid because the little kid he has sacrificed himself to the snake in order as a traitor for like the eggs, doing a parallel with the story of like the fox and the animals. And then he'd be like, dude, what are you, stupid? Like, it's just a stupid snake. Murder and eat it so you don't starve to death because it's a jungle out there. And then over here, Buddha, the baby Buddha's finally born. He finally but like he was born to a king. Like most people know Buddha as like the priest guy who live in a humble means, but like Westerners don't know that like Buddha he was like a rich prince but when he discovered suffering, he threw it all away. He threw it all away in the search for enlightenment and how to stop suffering. So because of a weird prophecy, they say that if he saw the suffering of the world, if he didn't see the suffering of the world, the Buddha was going to become like a great king, which is what his father wanted. But if he saw suffering of any kind, he was going to become a great religious leader. So then that's why in like the other volumes he starts seeing the type of life that his father creates for his son, so that he never witnesses suffering, so that he can become a king to his people. And then over here we see the Buddha's mother died giving birth to him. So yeah, spoiler alert. And then like another fun panel. Oh yeah, so then another fun panel like the three wise men, just like the wise men, like Buddha also gets visited upon by like a wise guy. That he's the one that gives the prophecy of Buddha, and then he regrets that he's never gonna be, that he's too old in order to see what type of man Buddha's gonna become when he grows up. So yeah, so if you're interested in learning the life of Buddha but don't want to go to temple and reading is like annoying and whatever, and you prefer like to get your information in manga format, then the Buddha by Osamu Tezuka is the manga for you, or graphic novel, however you want to call it. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you a graphic novel, a manga called Beasts and Guards, published by Tokyo Pop. Remember Tokyo Pop? I think that company when like it sunk on the ground literally because like the tsunami came in, like flooded all of their offices. So I don't know. I don't think that I think that they went bankrupt because like the tsunami, but they still, but their comic books still circulate here and there. So yeah, like I got this one back when it was new, and it's like it follows the main character Dina, who sees dead people. So obviously she's like freaking out most of the time. So then one day she goes off wandering into the woods with her friend, and then she ends up in this weird graveyard looking place called like the Bisengar is actually like, I think it's the name of the town. So then she ends up unwillingly signing a contract just for touching the key. And then she has to help out a bunch of dead people move on to the afterlife. But what that exactly entails is that they solve a riddle. And then like the spider chick tells her like, dude, if you don't like work for us, we'll just like murder you. So yeah, she has no other choice. But at least she only has to solve one riddle per night and release a spear from the afterlife. So each of the little chapters is them going into the nightmare world of the dead person and like resolving the unsolved issues in order to helping them pass on. But just because it's a nightmare world doesn't mean that they're immune to damage. So then like they help out, she and her friend Vince, they help out like the first person, and then they get to live for another night. And then the little ghostly adventures is balanced out with them dealing with like their families and stuff and school related issues. Like I like this one because it has like a very nice like art style, and like the way that they draw the dresses is like very nice. But it also, so like the story, like it has like a monster of the week type of thing, that every chapter is like a different story that's not like connected to another, but it also has like an overarching plot. And then at the end every so often they get like once they solve enough riddles and free and help a couple of ghosts pass on to the afterlife, they get one of the members of the mausoleum that eventually joins their party in order to help them deal with more complicated cases. So like in the first volume, they get joined by a psychotic cat, but his only usefulness in battle is that he just provides like information because he's not a fighter guy. Like his fighter brother shows up in the next volume. Like I think the manga's like already completed, and there's even like a novelization of it. So, and like I think that it has like 10 volumes in total, but I haven't read that many. I only have like from 1 to 8. And the style does improve over time because this is like somebody's first manga project, and like it mildly amuses me. Like the funny spooky stories, and when it has just the right amount of danger and scary stuff here and there, and it's just fun as all. So I hope you like my fun. Like it's amazing that it hasn't been like I think it would make like a decent TV show, either like either animated or like done with like human people with a lot of terrible CGI elements. And I'm surprised that they haven't like done anything more with this Bisengar manga. It's good. Give it a read. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this manga named Alishino. Like this manga is read from right to left instead of left to right. Like the thing I like about Alishino a lot is like the drawing style. Like The other characters are very pretty, like, but and even like the fancy eyelashes also get like done one at a time, and it's hilarious as all that. So basically, Alicinos are, as explained rather immediately at the. Oh yeah, and here's like a fancy manga panel. This is the Demon My over and her little human boy toy, her little plaything, and this is her in her owl form. And she, yeah, right in the front cover. Like, that's not a big spoiler. She, like, shows herself in, like, in the human body that she favors, like, pretty early on. So then, over here, this girl, she's looking for, she thinks that the main character is an Alishino because the main character is very nice to look at, but he's not an Alishino, he's just related to them in a weird way, as, since he has like a very strong spirit, he's one of the few humans that actually has the akusabis, how they call it, that has the power to like kill the Alishino 100%. So then she's looking for an Alishino because they, like, you make a deal with them and then they grant your wishes. So they, and obviously in exchange for your soul or whatever, cause that's you can't get nothing, something for nothing. Over there, they say Alichinos contain many different forms and possess a beauty beyond compare, and their wings are as light as gossamer and their souls as lily white as winter first snow. And the believers of these tales are not just like angels, and the believers of this tale are nothing but fools. And then they be like, dude, so you knew all about them demons and about the Alichin, but you didn't tell me. So then, throughout the book, it's just the main character dealing with Alishino related problems, and while he himself being protected by being sheltered by one, and also by two other human companions that they haven't been hiding because man and woman born with his power are usually rarely make it to adulthood because like the Alishinos like to eat their soul before they pose a problem to them. And over here, eventually, we get the main character's flashback, and he's Sugiri, that's his name, and then she offers to restore him his memory. So it's good that he's the main character with. Oh, I thought, good. I almost cursed there for a second in Spanish because I thought of the video. But since it didn't, well, let's just continue. So yeah. So then over here, the main character, she gives him eventually in the book, she gives him like his flashback, restores his memory. So it's good for plot convenience purposes that the main character suffer from not plot convenient amnesia. Well, Mayobi took his memory so that he would be so he wouldn't be bad, so that he would be able to make it to adulthood without being uber bogged down. And then whenever he goes outside, the Alishinos show up in order to try to eat his soul. But then this guy Hyura usually chases him away, but we don't. But even I read the only 3 volumes that I was able to find here, and they never tell me who the hell is this person, whether he's also an Alishino or just another victim, or what the hell he's up to. But yeah, but it builds up a nice mystery around everything, and just like all of the other characters, just like in all of them, eventually the main character Rudy ends up getting a different powerful Alishino to chase after, and that eventually becomes the main bad guy, Neraku style of the story. And then he's hunting him before the other guy hunts him, and it's like a bit of a game of a cat and mouse, because he deals with regular Alishino nonsense. But it's a pity that it's such a nice looking manga. I don't think it's got an official ending, because I remember reading somewhere that the mangaka artist who made the Alishino manga that he ended up getting his drawing hand injured, and then that was the end of that, and then that was the end of his drawing career. And plus it's the Alishino manga is so hyper well drawn. takes it like forever to like bring out a single volume, but as you can see, you can see where all of the effort went to literally anyone, to all of the girl characters. Cause like, the main character stuff is like me, man. Like, here's another nice looking Alita. Just look at all of those hairlines, and each of them with like different highlights. You can definitely tell that like the manga artist like probably spent like 8 freaking years just like rendering these demon guys here. But yeah, but that's Alita in a nutshell. Like, even though it's like an incomplete manga or whatever, it's still an amusing read. So if you can find an Alita volume, then give it a read. Bye bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this manga called Sarcano, the last love song of this little planet. Wow, that's a mouthful of a title, like this this whole, like, you know, it's very much, most of the so-called explicit content that like shows up in most of the volumes is like me. Like, it only gets like the manga doesn't get like it's so graphic. It only gets like really graphic in like the later volumes. But you know, but the story isn't about that nonsense. It's basically like the main character, she's made into a biological weapon, like an ever-evolving nanobot. But in the middle of it all, she's like having her little romance with Shin. I think, yeah, it's Shinji. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Yeah. And then like when the entire Shujin. I don't know why I started Shinji. I still got Evangelion stuck in my head. Anyhow, so the entire manga, for the most part, except for a few sections, is being told from this guy's perspective. Him just reacting to like the nonsense of his girlfriend. Like, he wasn't as in order for like before she was sent out on her first sortie, she asked Shuyin to like become her boyfriend in order to like build that courage, but she wasn't surprised. But then suddenly he agreed yes, and then the volume started with right after he said yes to like becoming her boyfriend. So then she just wasn't expecting for like the guy she liked to say yes. So then she gets in like a shared diary, which is something that like boyfriends and girlfriends do, and then he's like still not certain about becoming like a couple. So then he ends up like breaking up with her, and then they end up getting back together just immediately, and then like they have very early on their little kiss, which is cute. It's a cute romantic manga with like war overtones here and there. Cause like the world is ending. That's why it's called the last love song on this little planet. And then here's when Chuyi sees her in her battle form for the first time. And this manga, like it has been adapted as an anime show, which I watched. It follows the manga more or less at a 1-to-1 ratio. But with a lot of elements toned down here and there, except for like the final episode that does the main thing more or less 100% faithfully. More or less, I'll say like 20, whatever. It doesn't matter. Not important. And it also got adapted to like an OVA. It also has like an OVA, and it also has like a live action adaptation of the series. So yeah, like this is like if you haven't Like it's very popular. It's kind of things that are very popular in Japan, but for during a certain period. Like I doubt that most people like remember all this. But yeah, it's like one of the few mangas that take place in school that is actually like readable. And then here's a funny one that he sees her like flying back home with like her fancy robot wing, and then he be like, I got goosebumps. At that moment, I understood. And then, but then, so when she saw that she was being watched, she got like uber shy and disconcerted. So then she removed so then her wings like disappear, and then she just fell flat on the floor for like a really high up. So it has like silly humor here and there. It's not all like depressing or like smoochy melodrama. And like it balances both the seriousness and the different elements of it very, very well. Like it's cute and I like it, and you should give it a read as well if you like romance with a little bit of doomsday and sci-fi in the mix. So yeah, this is Saikano in a nutshell by Byron. God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this comic book about Cuphead, and by Zach Keller and Sean Dixon. Like it also has it's not like a standalone comic. It actually has like several of them that I saw over the top, and but I just decided to show you like volume 1, and and here's the back of it. But in like the front cover, you see it like blue, but that's mostly cause it's front covers that have like very strong colors cost like an arm and a leg. So I guess they wanted to save money, cause like on the inside, the main character Cuphead has like as you can see here, he has like the color red on his outfit. So I guess they save money by making the front cover blue in order to save all of the red for like the main character Cuphead and his brother Mughead. Like all of the stories is basically like little random, like they're little standalone little stories where Cuphead and Mughead get like into random situations, and it's not tied at all. Like think of it like a sequel to like the video game. You know, after they finish their contract with that one, then they just continue with their own lives, and it has a lot of nice little colorful panels. You know, it's cute and amusing and very nice to look at. But I think now that he's actually more orange than red, cause well, I guess by comparison, you know, cause it's when just by making the outfit slightly more towards the orange, it becomes like a lot cheaper, cause orange is cheaper than red. And then over here, the Markman just hanging out in the amusement park while reading a book, which is and he's very into it. And then like the whole world going to hell around him, but he's just very into his book, just reading while walking. But I guess that was normal in like the 1920s, which is when Cuphead takes place. But like in modern day, it's like no. The equivalent of that would be like looking at your cell phone while walking on the street and everything like blowing up around you. Alright, so then like let me show you like another funny one. Like this one, it does have like boss battles, and over here he's fighting like a robot. And he goes usually have more, but instead of like shooting like the little pea shooter, he just like fighting it regular. So I guess he lost his ability to like shoot stuff a la which made me think, no, but why is he like regular fighting instead of like shooting how he does in like the video game? Well, I guess since it's a comic book, I guess the ability to shoot at stuff was a power that he got from like the devil, like magic, in order to help harvest souls. So I guess like without that, he's just like a regular has just regular cartoony strength, and which explains why he wasn't able to like win the boss battle, because Cuphead apparently gains his magic from the devil. So over here, the carrot guy just sitting in the theater and blocking the view, and then he gets inside the movie, which is hilarious. And here's another silly story with like the siren. She's luring people into like the casino by singing it, and then like that's how he's making his money, by just luring everyone to the casino. But then like the siren gets angry because she just gets a very small cut of the dough, so then she mind controls everyone in the casino to like rob the casino, and then they get away with like robbing the casino. And then it ends like a typical Netflix heist movie where like all of the thieves get away with like robbing everything. The end, because there's no police in the world of Cuphead. Whatever. So yeah, that's basically. And then at the end, and then that's basically this little Cuphead comic book in a nutshell. Like that's the one pet peeve that I have, that when Cuphead got into like a boss battle, he didn't use his little shooting ability, which is the main way that he fights in like the video game, from long range. So yeah, that is the one thing. But the rest was fine, more or less. Bye bye and God bless. Which makes me wonder if the person who made like this comic book actually played Cuphead, cause like yeah, why the hell did he fight instead of shooting magic from far away as he always does? Whatever. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to review this comic book called I Am Iron Man. Kind of like that song. I think it was like, God, I have it at the tip of my tongue. Ozzy Osbourne. That he made like an Iron Man song. So yeah, here's the front, here's the back. So it's basically like it has like little disconnected stories even there of Iron Man doing like Iron Man things. Like the first one is like in a cold winter area, bailing out, getting Thor out of jail. And then this one, and then this one she's like fighting like a weird clay maiden that she uses like clay and like electricity in order to like control monsters that he can fight here and there. And then in this story, he's talking to a telepathic fish. Well, I don't know. I guess they just wanted to do a funny one with him talking to like a giant telepath fish. So, and it's very nicely drawn. And not every superhero story's gotta be like it's gotta be him like fighting an opponent all the time. Sometimes a story can just be about Iron Man and like a telepathic fish, and that's alright. Oh yeah, so then like let me see this one. Oh yeah, I remember this guy that he showed up in like the Phoenix Saga, I forget. Like introducing it in like the cartoon, and then over here he's like fighting some other dude. And then over here he shows thinking about his parents and saying happy birthday to his mother. And and over here tells him him thinking about his mother from like all of his interactions all the way out to the point where she died and all of the things he taught her. So it's just a very nice melancholic way of reminding you that Iron Man wasn't just obsessed with his father and his father's word, that he also had a mother. Maria Stark. Well, at least it wasn't Martha Stark, because I remember that Superman and Batman both had like the mothers with the same name, and that caused a lot of hilarity. And let's see, and more space adventure, and this time with him hanging out with Doctor Strange. But they're not like competing anything. They're like at this point of the story, they're like more super chill about it. And then over here, he's like He's like talking to like a weird, like a polar bear looking guy in the Cube correctional facility for superhuman criminals. He just, you know, like there's Arkham Asylum and then there's the Cube. I don't know, like Arkham Asylum sounds a lot more fun than the Cube, but whatever. Just a place with the whole criminal. Who cares what it's called? And then there's a prison break, so then time for a boss fight. So yeah, this is basically all you can expect in like this Iron Man comic, and at the end here, like the fancy drawings, you know, without actually spoiling how each of the chapters ends, you know. So I hope you like this review of this Iron Man comic. Bye bye and God bless. Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Evil Dead comic book. Yeah, like for those that are not familiar with like the Evil Dead series, even though it says like Army of Darkness, is basically evil. Like Army of Darkness is basically like Evil Dead 2, but they named it something different cause of reasons. I don't remember why they named it differently. Anyhow. Like in the Army of Darkness, Ash gets sent back in time because of the power of the Necronomicon, and then he has to return to his own time by using the book yet again. Which makes me think that like part of like a lot of folks, they like touch magical items and stuff, but they don't do much of anything. So which gets me thinking that the wise one that Ash met it back in the past is actually himself a bit after he mastered magic and like managing with and working with the Necronomicon, cause like time travel. So like at least in like the beginning of the comic, they like it just feels you in. It assumes that you never saw an Evil Dead movie or even the Army of Darkness. Like the Army of Darkness is like Dark Souls before it was Dark Souls. It's like very fun, crazy movie. And so then he tells that he read like the Necronomicon book, and then it made his hand like go nuts. So then he had to like chop it off, and then he made his girlfriend go nuts, and then he had to also chop it off, and then you know, and then he was sent back in time. So then the wise one told him that he had to like drink a potion, and he was sleeping till he woke up in his own time. But he ended up, after following the instructions of the wise guy, he ended up waking up in 2093. So now he has to go back in time to make it back to his own time. So then, like the book, it tends to go, like the comic book, it tends to go a lot back and forth, and then we sometimes switch to what Ash's medieval girlfriend is doing, because she's investigating yes, with Ash's help, like they defeated the horde, but there's still some of them left alive doing like cryptic necromancy and stuff. And then in the modern times, we see Ash already with like the metallical gloves, which we now find out that he got the metal glove from like the future. And in this comic book, we even see how he got like the metallical glove. So then just think about it, like this is the comic book that takes place between Army of Darkness and the TV show of Evil Dead. And yes, Evil Dead does have a running TV show series. Yeah, and it has like a lot of hilarious like fighting stuff. But like in the future, he's not like fighting demons. He's dealing with like robots and stuff. And see, even now after waking up a while, like his face wasn't, because and with the beer and all of the other stuff, he's already, at least in that version, let me see, he's already starting to look a lot like the wise one, so, which is goes well with my theory that Ash and like the wizard that he met, like doing King Arthur's, that was himself trying to, because you know how like a snake biting his own tail, and you know like with time travel plus you have to like go back in time to make certain that the scene that was supposed to happen happened. So yeah, lots of time travel, whammy shenanigans. So if you're see, look over here in this panel, the resemblance between them is very well noticeable. You can see them over here together. Yeah, like as an old age and like battle, their nose got a little bit more crooked, but yeah, like they're in more. He got more hairy, but yeah, like character design wise, I feel like the wise one is Jan. But like once he got older and he learned to master like the powers of the Necronomicon, so like since he couldn't travel into the future, he said he saw into the future, and then he's possessing a drone robot. So he said, well, that makes absolutely no freaking sense. Oh yeah, and of course it got like a lot of blood and coursing, but I'm not gonna linger too much on it because of YouTube. So yeah, so over here we have him getting like his hand and from like one of the robots that he found on the ground, following the and installing it upon himself, following the instructions that the wizard guy gave him to it. So yeah, and then other stuff happened, but I don't want to spoil it because if I tell you like absolutely, oh yeah, and then like at the end of the book, he does manage to say the words, the magic words right while holding the Necronomicon, the Clatu Barara Nicto. But like the Necronomicon, when he does it, like the Necronomicon changes form, like it transforms. I'm not gonna tell you to what, cause I don't wanna spoil the ending. But yeah, if you're like an Evil Dead fan, then you definitely want to find out the answer to that question. So yeah, that's enough about Army of Darkness. Bye bye and God bless. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to review this manga or graphic novel in English term that is called Is Love the Answer. And if it's not obvious to you, like the flag that's painted in the background is the asexual flag, and it says right at the introduction in the back that there is a coming of age story about a young man who discovers that she's aromatic asexual. But like in the author's comments, in the end, this story kind of mirrors a bit her own self-discovery, or she trying to figure out what she likes and doesn't like, and even her gender identity and stuff. Cause like in Japan, there's a lot of social pressure in order for people to conform and to form a family and have kids and do it and then just do things like they're expected. And then part of the reason why there's like a huge social pressure about that in Japan is because Japan is going extinct. More and more people are only having one child at the most, and like a huge aging population. So like the older folks be like, dude, this country's emptying out, so you better form a heterosexual relationship and have lots and lots of kids, cause we're going extinct. So then like those that do not fit the mold are automatically treated like they don't belong in planet Earth. So then from very early on, she describes the feeling of loneliness and alienation, and that and even like her first relationship, it ended like very sour up, because he broke up with her because she wouldn't sleep with him because she didn't feel comfortable with him. But and then the classmates, instead of being sympathetic, they just made it seem like it was her fault that she was the one with the problem. But no, she can't help that she doesn't like that sort of thing, cause she was born that way. And in the public school education, or talking about the subject matter, doesn't have a lot of information, and this is like further on explore just how little how little asexual is like how little research they are with regards to that, you know. It's like they don't like she when she goes to college she ends up meeting with like a psychologist that she admires because this maiden studies the subject matters LGBT and stuff. So then she tells him that she has never fallen in love, and she doesn't have any desire, any urges, and like people in her classes are always being like very insensitive about that, and then she went out with someone she didn't understand why. So then she went to college to learn about psychology because she wants to understand what everyone says is normal, and that's what she's here to. So that her teacher teaches her about humans, and then like the teacher be like, oh my, like the public school system really makes you up. Like, dude, like just because you don't fit into what society considers as normal doesn't mean that you're not human, you know. It's human to be different, like the world thrives in variety. Variety is the spice of life, and you know, we shouldn't all be and just because we like different things or not like the same thing doesn't mean that we can't be friends. But yeah. So that's basically her journey and stuff. So then she'd be like, dude, so you just want to study psychology because you don't understand romantic attraction? Is that it? And then like, dude. And then she's not sure. Romance is supposed to be great, and not being able to like anybody is normal because any regular person would definitely, but you feel like you don't get it, then why should you have to do it? And why should you force yourself to do something that doesn't feel natural for you? So then that's like the first friendly advice she gets. So then as the book progresses, she gets like other advice from other folks who fall within that spectrum. Like if you read this, it's not like the main character is like 100% representative of like asexual, because like there's a huge range of things. That's why it's like a flag, you know. Cause there are those that don't like romance, but they will mate with you, and then there are those that will mate with you but don't like romance. You know, etc. And it does bring like at a certain point that she does like read some literature. Like over here, she's reading like the book that the teacher gave her, where she has to answer some questions so that she can finally pin down like where she falls in all of this to get like to put a name to like this is how she feels on the inside. But even before that, putting that aside, over here, like when she was little, she used to like watching like this anime, but then like when she went to ask the friends to continue watching it with her, they told her like, you still watch those types of shows when you're still watching that when you're little? That's not normal for somebody in elementary school. And then her friend tells her, oh, you should go like play this game. So then when she goes out to her mother and tells her like, can you get me a Wii? And then he be like, well, why do you want a Wii? Because I want what everyone else has, I guess, you know. Because she doesn't want to like get bullied in school for not liking the right thing. So yeah, like a lot of like her trauma stems from the fact that she doesn't know that she has a problem pinning down what she likes and doesn't like, because she prioritizes more being liked by others than getting to know herself. So yeah, like to avoid the overall message of this book is that you're allowed to like different things than your friends, and like don't fall into peer pressure, because by pretending to like something that you don't like, you're just gonna make yourself miserable and those around you. Oh, and like another thing that was interesting was that they asked her one of her friends asked her to mediate between a straight couple because they're like fighting. So then, because they think that because I figure that since she's essential, she will have like a neutral position and be able to mediate between the quarreling couple. So then she made like a whole chart to define like what's considered cheating in a regular relationship and what's your expectations going into the relationship. So then she starts researching like normal couples and stuff because she figures that yes, I want to be understood, but then she feels sad because she thinks that because of her ignorance of romance and whatnot, that she's being insensitive to like the problems of like her straight friends, and just because it's something that she doesn't experience, it doesn't mean that she shouldn't respect or try to understand and be sympathetic, because like the overall message is like show empathy, and that knowledge and understanding is not like a one-way road. It like goes back and forth. So yeah, other stuff happens in the book, but I don't want to like spoil it. You should like read it. You should like read it. Not because of like the subject matter, but because it is a well-written manga, and like as drama and stuff, like the characters emote rather nicely. You know, it's a very well-written manga. So yeah, give it a read. Anyhow, bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to read to you this Elden Ring manga. Yes, like a lot of folks don't even realize that Elden Ring has a manga, which is like the Japanese word for like graphic novel. So yeah, this is, and the story was written by like the people who made like the game. So it's not like it's a manga project that was written by some randos like start from the comic industry. It's like something that was made by the creators of the comic. So yeah, here we have our protagonist, or Tarnish, or Ash, and whatever he's called in each of the game, and some of the stuff on the back. And yes, you can see that yeah, like Patches is there. So yeah, like it's funny, like the main character shows up with like a standard knight armor and all of that, but that is just like a bait and switch. Like the main character is one of those that like fights with like on his undergarment using a club, and that is legit an actual build in like typical From Software games. Like I remember there's a streamer named Let Me Solo that likes to like fight using that build, you know, just no armor, just a weapon. And in this case, the main character's term is a club. And since he doesn't remember much about, and he's a blank slate, so he's always like running around confused most of the time. And it makes sense within like the lore of Dark Souls, cause like once you go hollow enough in the game, and you go hollow by getting killed over and over and over again, and eventually he loses his sense of self. So then this guy is the one that Torben recently picked. And then here she shows Melina. She starts, and then she gives him like the bottles, and you know, just follows the game in a nutshell. But this is more not like an epic manga per se. It's more of an action comedy where the game developers are self-aware of like all of the crazy things that they invented, and then they're like poking fun at themselves, you know, a la Deadpool style. And yeah, like it's funny that for a while he joins up with Patches a bit in order to like join a gang of thieves, but then when he goes up to like rob this guy, the guy with like the guitar, he doesn't build up the courage to do so. So then he asks Patches if he can like quit the gang. So then Patches be like, no, yeah, I get it. Not everyone has it to like, not everyone has it to cut out to be a thief. But Patches being Patches, he doesn't like over there's like some chests with some loot, and just take them as a goodbye present. But then when it opens it, it's like a teleporting chest, and then it takes him to like to like the bear, or the Ursa Mayor. Like, I don't remember where, like, yeah, those bears also show up, like, in the first game, because, like, I remember seeing a lot more bears in, like, the DLC of Elden Ring. But, yeah, it's hilarious, and among the other folks that they run into in the manga, well, obviously, like, those that belong to the Covenant or the Witch Rani. And then he meets the Witch Rani, so then, and then each of them show them the little statuette that they used to communicate with Rani, but one of them customized his little icon so that Rani will be wearing like a cute little maid outfit. So yeah, that's adorable. So then when he goes speak to Rani in the flesh, then he's like very shy about, then he'll be like, well, I can't tell her the goddess that one of her best followers like is a lunatic that like that has like a doll for dressed up as a maid. Cause first of all, she's not gonna believe it, and second of all, she's gonna be angry at me, and then second of all, the other guy's gonna be angry at me because I tattled on him. So yeah. And of course, there's like the boss battle. Everyone's like very familiar with like dealing with this guy in a nutshell, but I don't want to spoil how this battle goes. Oh yeah, eventually he gets a decency cloak, which is what I call it. But yeah, if you're expecting the main character to be like your traditional knight in shredded armor, no. In this other manga, you're getting the tarnish that fires around in his undergarments, and then which was fun, I guess. Whatever. Anyhow, so yeah, this is my review of Elden Ring in a nutshell. It follows like the lore to a point, and it even pokes fun of it. And there's patches. Bye bye and God bless. Yeah, I recommend the read. Hilarious. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Batman comic book. It's called Batman: The Wayne Family Adventures by CRC Payne and Starbite, and original stories by Webtoons. Like I always try to find random Batman comics, but they're easier. But finding them is easier said than done. It's not you're not gonna see them crime fighting or anything. It's just basically a bunch of little humorous chapters here and there, and mostly focusing on the Robins acting stupid, and Batman just trying to keep everything from falling apart, and obviously just say, and then he just be like, oh, Alfred just should handle this, and the Robins don't respect Batman, but they respect Alfred, which is hilarious. And here, let me show you here's one of the little funny stories that they have. The guys are just stupidly exercising, and then they get into stupid flexing strength contest, and then they end up doing this exercise, and then after they're done, all of their muscles are cramping, they can barely eat, which is hilarious and fun. I mean, but then again, why would you even get into a stupid competition like that? But most of that's just usually I don't know. Oh yeah, I think over here, a bad girl. She when they show her, she's in her oracle form. Remember for those of you that don't remember the Killing Joke. That's the cartoon movie where the Joker, the comic book movie where the Joker shows up and shoots a bad girl in the uterus, and then she can't have kids and she can't walk anymore. So yeah, so that's her life now, being the tech person for the Batman. And yeah, so then they also had a couple of little school vignettes, just simple normal stuff. And oh yeah, in this one they do celebrate. I think it was they do celebrate his name wasn't King remember it off the top of my head, but like when it's time to talk, I like immediately forget. Yeah. Like the rest of school's brat. They do celebrate his ninth birthday. Let me see if I can find like the birthday thing, cause like I remember like a different comic book that I showed you of the Teen Titans. The kid was like acting up because nobody showed up on his birthday, but they do celebrate his birthday in this one. Okay, now let me see. What's that? Birthday kid. Yeah, I think it's definitely this one. And then, they celebrate, at least he doesn't celebrate his ninth birthday alone. He just he has like, Damian Wayne. Oh my god, I knew that he had a demon name. Cause like, I knew he was named after the Omen kid, but then I couldn't remember what was the name of the kid from the movie The Omen. But then, Damian Wayne. This Robin is named, Ra's kid is named after the Antichrist from like the movie The Omen, which makes me laugh. Anyhow, so over here he doesn't start his own Teen Titans because at least they celebrate his ninth birthday. So then over here it's funny, like one of the like they get like she pulls on his sheet and then he like tries to murder her. It's like hilarious because he like can't put out with like annoying adults. But Bruce Wayne is trying to socialize the kids so that he like learns to interact with like normal human beings, and that's usually easier said than done because like up until that point Damian Wayne was like being like uber ninja. And then they have another one focusing on Damian Wayne also like where they force him to go to like school in order to, and then they tell him to like try to make like a normal friend, and then he be like, well, I don't have absolutely nothing in common with this kid. I was like trained to be like an assassin killer, and now like, and my father be Batman, and my mother is just like running a crazy organization. So like, what am I even gonna talk about with those people? Oh yeah, so that's basically this comic book. There's like other skits here and there, but I didn't want to spoil the entire Wayne family adventure. I just wanted to like show you the highlights of the ones that I found the most amusing. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this manga, or manhwa, which is the Korean version. I don't know how to pronounce it, I don't speak Korean. Anyhow, it's like Dog Days, and it's a story of like a human who gets a dog. It's like there's nothing like supernatural about the dog. It's just Marley and me, but in Korea. But the dogs are not as bad behaved as Marley, and it's also like when you skip to the end, you find out that it's based on true events. Like it's the author of the book telling them her experience with like the dogs and like all of the crazy and cute adventures that they had when she first and how her life changed after getting a dog. So yeah, if you have a friend that's considering whether they want to get a dog or not, this is a good manga that you can give to them in order to get them to decide to get a dog. And it doesn't like embellish it, and it doesn't like exaggerate what the dog does. It's just a very realistic thing about a dog story, you know, like in the she's thinking about like the first time when the dog bit her, and she remembering when she first took the dog to on her walkies, and and when she got neutered and like all of the other stuff, and eventually, as it usually happens, she gets another dog. Yeah, like her doggo is named Carrot. And then they find like this dog that doesn't have an owner, but then eventually they get one called that they end up naming Potato. And then since they couldn't find like a home for like the other dog, or as it usually happens, they just end up keeping it. And then like as the comic progresses, just little episodes of the dog, but then they also meet other dogs throughout the story. But yeah, like it's 100% focused on the dog. It's not like you get like 80% dogs, 10% human, and 5% and the rest 10% bad weather. Cause like yeah, they have like some cool panels of like terrible storms and typhoons and stuff. And you know, I have a thing where I like to watch nature being jerks to humans. And yeah, so once again it's raining. and then the dog's dealing with like the rain. Like it's very hard to like to draw like the rain in a way that looks convincing. And you can tell like just by this like it was drawn with like that watercolors and like a black ink or something, you know. It's just nicely drawn just to convey the proper mood of it, yeah. And a good portion of it is just like the dogs doing dog stuff. So yeah, if you are a dog lover, then yeah, this is the manga graphic novel for you to read. So yeah, Dog Days. You get 2 doggos for the you get 2 doggos in one manga, as well as cameos for another doggos. I didn't see any cats though, but yeah, I guess Korea is more of a dog place more than a cat place. But yeah, whatever. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Artsy Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this comic book called Angel plus Spike. And I didn't notice at the time, but this is like volume 2 of like this Angel series about, even though it's like angels, it's like a vampire dude, and sometimes it seems that it's dead people, but a lot of his situations are a little bit a la Constantine, you know, like dealing with demons, doing demon things. And then here's the back of it. And like the first part of the comic is like drawn in like it's like drawn in this style, and it's more of a film noir type of situation, you know, with him like talking to like the ghost girl trying to figure out how she died and stuff. But obviously if you got like murdered by surprise, you obviously didn't get a good view of the person who killed you. And since it's sometimes like dealing with demons, and all the folks can see you. And then over here it's like, oh, this is like a drug that was made with souls and blood and vampire blood and the other stuff. And I guess if you take it in the eye, it gives you like freaking demon eyes. And it's like kind of like it's like I guess it's like the demonic version of like, what's the popular scene that's going on right now that like really messes people? Whatever, I don't know much about drugs, so whatever. It's like if I say that like a drug dealer singing while trying to solve like a miscellaneous murder. But then like the next part of the comic is the rest of the comic is like drawn in this style. And I guess the reason why it's drawn different is because they gotta do like the action scenes. I guess the one who draws like the film noir version is not very good at like crazy action. So yeah, that's why it's drawn like differently. Cause they gotta have cause it's time for like the supernatural like action battles. And like the first boss, the big boss that he fights is like a werewolf, which is a bit, and then the vampire guy fights with the scratching, by scratching it. Like right now, like as far as far as like it's become like a cliche at this point. I don't know who started the whole thing of like werewolf and vampires being like enemy. Like I remember that in Dracula, the werewolves were worked alongside Dracula, and they were even carrying his coffin, like when he was racing back to Transylvania to go back to his castle with his tail between his legs, and then here's the werewolf guy transforming in like various panels, but mostly like a la silhouette style until it achieves his like big form. But even in his human form, he can still do like and they were using him as like a tracking dog, because there's the killer was like something about it, but maybe I can track his scent because I'm just an innocent werewolf maybe. So yeah, and then over here he's just transforming because of reasons. It's and it has like a bunch of like silly little fight scenes here and there, and I don't want to like spoil what it's about, but I just wanted to show you like some cool panels here and there, because it's fun. And over here like some demons doing demon things, and then we cut away from the action after, and over here we finally made it to the end, and then just some random cover art here and there. Some vampires, it's a vampire comic book. Although I never saw the vampire guy, at least maybe it happened in Volume 1, but in this one I didn't see the vampire guy like sucking people's blood. Maybe they wanna, or maybe I just missed the panel because I was paying attention to like the crazy werewolves. Whatever. But I hope you find this review of Angel and Spike. Like it has like fun, but if you like it's not like a vampire a la Twilight or even a la Too Healthy. It's more of it's like it's Constantine if he was a vampire. And he should get bit by a vampire, Constantine, to make it more hilarious. But I mean, they already bit Nightwing and turned Nightwing into a vampire, so why not Constantine as well? Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this manga. Well, it's written in Yankuma style, cause like see that it's like four humoristic panels and whatnot, and you read it from like Japanese stuff from like right to left. So that's, and all of the pictures are in color. So like basically this one is Yokai Cats. And like it's by Pandania. Like he was like this artist tends to like write a lot about like cats. And I guess it's I guess if he sells well, then like yeah, write about them, like write on your cats and make it your whole system. So like this one is different demons as if they were cats, and the main character cat is No Face. So it doesn't have like eyes. So then it's like it tells you a little bit about the yokai. Yokai are like demons, but like demons in Japan are not like Western demons. Like the Korean Western equivalent would be like mischievous spirit or something, you know. Like it's not like a demon that wants to eat your soul and take you to hell, but it has been known that some yokais will eat your soul, and some do live in hell, but others no. But I'm getting psycho, so yeah. So then it's like no face doing his stuff. Oh yeah, like and then this one finds a cat with many eyes. So then it's like each little story focusing on like a different type of demon cat, and you're learning more about those things in specific. And this one has this one the Rokurokubi. Like I found it funny because it's a cat with a very long leg, with a very long neck. Like, can you imagine like a cat with like a snake-like neck, or like a giraffe cat? But yeah, just the city story made me fun. And like the one that I liked a lot was the story about the Ningu Gyo, which is like a mermaid demon cat. And it was said that if you it explains here that if you eat that type of mermaid, you gain immortality. But the mafia and the mafia boss, he ended up making the little mermaid cat his pet because he wasn't immune to his adorable charm. So then he never ate it, but he ended up dedicating his entire life to it. And then like his son then used to be like, well, I guess this is our life now. Our boss hyper focusing on his adorable cat, and we have to play along because the guy pays us for a living. So yeah. Showing how like a super serious person like becomes falls in love with an adorable cat, and then like people are on the outside like speculating like, wow, so that boss bought himself an island. I wonder what sorts of debauchery stuff are happening there. But no, he bought a private island so he could just go there to chill with his mermaid cat. And so it's my type of cute city humor. Like here's the other one that I, let me see if I find it. Not the umbrella cat, the one that blocks roads. Oh yeah, here we are. Here's the other one, the nudie cabby. Like it's big enough to block roads, but according to our witnesses, its kittens are small enough to hold in your hand. So yeah, you're going to work and like trying to go somewhere, and then like a huge, ginormous cat blocks your path. and then he runs into the tiny ones, but that are also blocking his path. They're like tiny little square-looking cats. And then they're blocking the door, and then just doing like silly little demon cat stuff. So yeah, I'm not gonna show you like the whole thing so that you can get like a fresh experience of like yokai cats. I hope you find my review of the silly little manga I'm using in it. Since it says like one, I figure that it probably has like other volumes, so that's something worth checking out. Bye bye and God bless. My name is Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this fun Batman comic called Batman Black and White. And this is like volume 4, but it doesn't really matter because it's like an anthology series of like Batman or little Batman stories drawn by various artists. So as you can see, it has like varying styles. And just like the title says, it's black and white because like all of the comics are in black and white. I don't know if like they were originally made for like this book in specific, or if they turn black and white stories that appear elsewhere, but whatever. Let's just bite into it. Like the first one that I found very amusing is like it starts with like Batman looking like a freaking zombie, and then like he's just falling apart, and like people keep coming out to him to like tell them to ask him to like fix all of his problems, and then as he's he just can't, zombie Batman just can't handle it, and like it has a nice, will make like a great TV about so yeah. So just using like the twisted psychology to get out of this nasty situation. Alright, so this is Joker doing Joker stuff. Let's see. But you see that they're like lots of varying styles. Let's see. Another one that I found funny. Oh, not funny, just nicely drawn and stuff. And as you expect, it's like a lot of action. Over here, he's like destroying traffic, like in the movies. Like in the last Batman boy, like in order to like just stop the Penguin, who knows how many people died in like the traffic accidents because of driving recklessly. I guess like you know, like it's that ancient Roman saying, "Custodia es custodies," like saying who's gonna protect us from like those who protect us. Well, I guess in the Batman universe, the answer to that would be the Suicide Squad, the Suicide Squad. But which is yeah. So that's the answer to that question. We'll move along. And then there's like some Nightwing doing Nightwing. Oh yeah, here's another city story. And I guess in a way it portrays like the frustration of like being it's about a maiden who's like a comic book writer, and then like she murdered her husband for interrupting her while she was like working on her deadline. So I guess you can see that it's like the frustration of like artists when they're like busy, you know, drawing and whatever, and then like their families keep interrupting them with sandwiches a la Shining style. You remember like the movie The Shining with like Jack Nicholson? So yeah, that's her issue over there. So then in the manga that she's drawing while in Arkham Asylum, she stabs the Batman with a pointy end, and then when we zoom out, we see that she's actually drawing like the manga page on like her bed because a security guard was like stupid enough to give her a pen to draw, and then she's like painting using his blood. So yeah, that's brutal in like a groovy metal fashion. And oh yeah, here found a little, not that one. That's Barbara Gordon. After the Killing Joke. Oh yeah, here's like Bruce Wayne having like a brought over to his house while his mind is elsewhere. And then she says that while she's living with him, that his mind is elsewhere. So then while he's thinking about his Batman stuff, so apparently in order for Batman to get inspired, he has to be thinking about punching guys in the face. So yeah, that's hilarious. So yeah, that was like there are other stories, but I wanted to highlight to show you like the ones that I found most humoring. So yeah, give this Batman Black and White a read. I mean, it's Batman. You can. Oh yeah. One last thing. Like always in the front over here, we have Batman sobbing over like the pearls while he's thinking about his dead parents. So I guess you could say that Batman's kryptonite is like you put pearls right in front of the Batman, and then he'll instantly go into a flashback. And then also like over here you see like the corpses of his parents like in a distorted, like scary dream version. But then I think I know this guy was a doctor, so you will think that their corpses will have all of their teeth. Or I guess they were shot in the face, that's why they're missing like the front part of their teeth, because like the bullet went right through them. So yeah, that's the last thing I want to mention. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this manga called The Essence of Being Amused. Not amused, but being see this is the silliness of the title. Is it being mute? It's a space mute, not being amused, because as you can see, like in the face of the main character, she doesn't look amused at all. So yeah, you can, and also like since it's not like a big spacing in the title, it kind of does look like you can also read it as The Essence of Being Amused. I don't know, the title amused me a lot, especially now since I was like reviewing it. I didn't mean to roast it a little, but it just sort of happened. But whatever. And I don't want to like judge book by its cover, by its cover, which by objectively speaking is a nice cover, even though I wouldn't be running around with a giant canvas board. But then again, I like to like paint on tiny stuff. So yeah, so it's a book about it's a book about a frustrated painter person. And then over here, at the start of the manga, she lives with her mother. But then after an argument, she ends up trying to like go live by herself and like follow her own ninja way. Cause like, you know, she doesn't want to like spend the rest of her life getting married and like running away in an office job. She still gets the office job, but then again, this is like volume 1. And like I like the writing stuff in and of itself, and the transition between scenes. It actually works well. It has like good narrative structure, and it succeeds in like making you care about the fate of your main character. I still haven't found like any character flaws yet. She still comes as a little bit of a naive Mary Sue type of thing, which is like singing like which is something that like American folks like complain a lot about, but then I'd be like, a lot of people are just vanilla, and that's fine. Not everyone's like up to stuff. But and then this guy's also ends up being her main romantic interest, because since he sees her as like too vanilla, and he also feels himself inadequate and has an inferiority complex, he starts developing a fancy for her because she's not that bad to look at, and she's also as big of a failure as he is. But he perceives her as a failure, but just based on the fact that she bought a stupid ring from like a homeless guy that it was obviously a knockoff, but whatever, she liked the ring. And you're allowed to spend your money however you want, even if like a ring is a knockoff or just something he swiped from somewhere, but who cares? And then over here she's like assembling the ridiculous canvas that you see in like the front cover. So it's nice that it shows you more or less over the top how you build up a little canvas. You like cut the the canvas, you like staple it, and then you print it just the way you like it. But then because she got like she's drawing a blank, and because she got like bad grades at her painter exam in order to like enter the university, then she's been suffering from like writer's block, and she's like very self-conscious about her art in general. And yeah, so and here she having like her stupid argument with her mother, and she's saying that her critic said like, man, like do some people really talk like this? And like, listen here, you grew from my cells, you came from me, you are my shell, and I raised you from a single cell in my womb that you are now. You are my other life. I showered you with love and went through so much hell to raise you by myself, so please stop talking nonsense. And then she slaps her daughter. And then I'd be like, dude, people are gonna do whatever the hell you did. Like, kids are gonna do whatever the hell they want regardless of what you say, so there's no need to sour out the relationship just because you know better and whatever. Maybe she was just trying to help her to stop her from failure. I mean, I saw something similar, but like less of a mean way in the new Infinity, but I am getting sidetracked. So yeah, that's the basic conflict of the manga in a nutshell. Like, she's struggling to be a painter, but she's got no money, she's got no style, and Ben smiles about me when she smiles. I like that song. Whatever. Yeah, fun comic. The essence of being amused. But you're gonna be very amused with this amusing comic. Bye bye and God bless. Oh, but like one last thing is that like at least so far that they haven't shown me any in in this comic they never show like a finished sketch of her or even like a painting. I don't know if it's like other volumes it shows her work. I guess they wanna leave it like subjective how she might paint like, so that you can imagine, so that if you're like a struggling artist you will see yourself in like the main character. So, and she even like does a little bit of art as a pencil sketch of someone that she saw in the street. So I guess they don't show like the art so you can imagine whether it goes well or not. Like it's not necessary, but it's just an observation. And this bag looks like it looks like a Samsonite. So yeah, that's about it. Bye bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and I wanted to show you this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 40th Anniversary comic book celebration. It's like relatively new. It came out last year, 2024. Well, late last year. Well, not everything came out last year if you think about it, because we're in 2025. So yeah, it's like little stories drawn by different artists. And then like the first one is like mostly a poem by Edgar Allan Poe, but with Ninja Turtles, just like very artsy looking, you know, little skit of just I forgot of what's his name being existentially depressed. And then the only turtle I know is the red. I know the red one is Raphael, which is the only one I care about. So yeah, so the first one is you know, like an imitator of like the Ninja Turtles, like scaring children, and then the kid sees the Ninja Turtles in the flesh and he's still scared of them. I guess that would be like a legit normal person reaction. I mean, like, just because, I mean, like, if you saw like a giant turtle coming at you in like the normal world, I don't know how anyone would react. I don't know. I think I'll be just pretty chill about it, because I'm pretty chill about most things, and I already seen it, aliens and even like ghost people, so I'm like meh. So yeah, so then say Peronio thinking about like her past and whatever. Let's see one that I found amusing. This was in black and white, and it has like some fun action set pieces of like fighting Shredder, which is fun. Oh, and let me see if I find not that. No. It was like a silly something that happened to Splinter in specific. Like the turtles are like busy doing something, and then oh yeah, here's like a cool looking cram Primordials. It's like more like a fun little goopy monster. It's like it made for like that one made for like a fun action set piece. Oh yeah, so yeah, here we are. Here's the thing. While the turtles are fighting, the Splinter was messing around with one of those mousers, and then it activated. Like it became, and then it started like breaking everything apart, and then him trying to get rid of the little mouser, he ended up breaking the other apartment, and then like him, since the kids were coming back, and he likes to pretend like he's. Because that's like the joke of Splinter, that he wants to project himself as in control and wise and whatever, because if his kids find out that he doesn't have everything together, and they're like gonna panic or something, cause like, you know. Because that's usually what parents do. They pretend that everything's so right, even when their entire world is like falling apart. Because that's just adulting 101 in a nutshell. Pretending that you're right so your kids don't freak out. So yeah. So let's see. Oh yeah. Like my one thing that I have like an issue with is like with this comic book is that, and let me make it all the way to the end. Is that 80, and not like 80, but you can see it right over there, right at the top. that at least 25% of this comic book is like random fan art, so not like actual plot per se, just like cool little graphic, but that's just about it. Like, it's kind of, I guess they couldn't come out with any other Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle story, so then they just fill out the rest with fan art. Like, these few stories that they did come out with were hilarious, but yeah, that's something to consider. The 25% of this comic book is just like fancy fan art film, and I guess that could kind of work if you just want to like tape them to the wall. I mean, I guess, but then again, most people like to have like their comics in mint condition. But yeah. But I'm not gonna tell you like the other stories and whatever. I just wanted to highlight the ones I want, and the fact that 25% of this comic book is like fan art filler. So I hope you find my review of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Anniversary Comic Edition, the deluxe edition. It's like the stories that they have are fun, but yeah, they could have a little more instead of filler. Bye bye and God bless. But then again, what do I know? I mean, like, it must be really hard to come out with stories in general, and I can understand the frustration of an artist to just want to get your paycheck as soon as possible. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this book that is a compilation of some Peanuts comics books, comic strips from 1993 to 1994. I just like randomly ran into it, and I'm mostly familiar with Peanuts from the Christmas and like the Halloween and like the little movies here and there that they used to show back in school. So I was curious to see the comic strips that inspire like those TV specials. So here we are. Like, it start like this compilation. It starts with like a little introduction. It assumes that you know nothing about Peanuts, so it explains to you what the characters and what he's interested in. And then like right afterwards is the start of the little comic strips. So since it's like an entire year worth of Peanuts, then like it starts in the snow. It starts in the snow in like New Year, and it ends with a Christmas special. So like there's no spoiler alert to be given about the ending of this, because like Peanuts is like a long running series. It's a long running series, and like none of the little stories here and there are interconnected with each other. It's just like each of them is like their own self-contained little humoristic story. And like I wanted to show you over the top, like a lot of them are about baseball or baseball jokes here and there, because the main character, Charlie Brown, he's like owns a little league team, which is fun. And then based on the contest, like his dog Snoopy, he's smarter than the average dog. And sometimes they do skits with Woodstock, but it's mainly, which is like the little bird. But most of the time it's just, but whenever they're doing like a comic strip with like focusing on the animals, it's mostly Snoopy doing Snoopy things. Oh yeah, like here's a funny one that I wanted to show you. Like Snoopy asks him like, can you share the umbrella? And then this is what he ends up doing. Like, he just sits between it, but he's still getting like wet in the head, but at least his feet are dry. So yeah, just a little comic strip. Let me see another one that I found very very humoring. Like, there was one where like he's trying to like fall asleep, but then like his brain activates, and there's a couple of them which is him just struggling to fall asleep, and then it's just not happening. And then over here is like the baseball skits. there's a bunch of little bits about kids here and there. Let's see, we'll start doing Snoopy doing Snoopy things, talking with a little bird. Him riding to their pen pal, because that was like a thing that they used to do back then in the US, and they were like, that it was like a school project that you would like write to a pen pal from like somebody that's participating in the program that lives on the other side of the planet. And like it's fun, and this you just send like a random message to someone, and that goes immediately to spam because like people are paranoid now, and they assume that anyone like that they don't know that is trying to contact, then it's probably like scheming something or other, but I'm just messing around. Yeah. Alright, let me see. I think I found like the one about having like issues falling asleep. Well, that's enough reading tonight, and I never sleep again. And I'll never sleep again for the rest of my life. And shall we read some more of The Hound of Baskerville tonight? And then be like, I'm ready. The Hound of Baskerville is a Sherlock Holmes story, like where the serial killer is a human who train an attack dog, but so then like the Hound of Baskerville is like murdering random people because a human is controlling it. So then like, first of all, it's trying to like track down the dog without getting eaten by him, and then second of all, it's like trying to like find the dog owner. So it's like the horror movie version of like Charlie Brown and like Snoopy if he was big enough to play the role of attack dog. Let me see. Yeah, it's another funny one that I liked. He gives him socks and then he wears it in the hand. See? This is just silly things that children do. And yes, if you're wondering, like, these comments are from the 1993 year. You're not gonna see like any cell phones. And then another one was then like struggling to like fall asleep. But like apparently like the guy who wrote like the Peanuts comic like tended to suffer from bouts of insomnia, and then it will provide the inspiration for like the next little comic strip. Well, I think that's enough me showing you random little comic strips from like this Peanuts comic book. Well, it's a book compilation of like a bunch of comic strips, and like it's a very thick book. So if you're curious about learning more about Peanuts, then this is the book for you. Bye bye and God bless. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this comic book called Off the Menu. It's written by Oliver Gellar and illustrated by Kelsey Jo Silva. So it's basically like a story about a chef who lives in like a fantasy world, but you remove that like for the most part like the weird magical element, and it's still a story about a chef, but it works kinda. It's like a music. You know that I like anything having to do with like food, and boy does this one go ham on the ham. So basically like the main character is called Soup because the people who like found her inside like a bowl of soup, and then they just abandoned it, so then they just named her Soup because it was too much of a bother to give her like a person's name. At least that's what I figured. So then like she spends all of her time in like the restaurant, but she sometimes fancies what it would be like to go off on another adventure. So then over here like they drew like a little Ganda from like the Lord of the Rings having like a little cameo there. So that's hilarious and silly, but then like he just eats his food and then he goes on to go do Lord of the Rings stuff, or or two towers, or maybe to like die and come resurrect as a different one. So yeah, and then here her friends, and then here it says where she was from, and like the main conflict of the story is that one day her boss manager, this off guy, he decides to pick one day his behavior completely changes, and then he's always living there to run the entire restaurant because he's spending all of his time in the tavern. So more than a story about so it's basically like you could think about how alcoholism ruins a person completely and everyone else around you. So like it's kind of like it mostly focuses on Soup trying to deal with like this drunken lunatic. But if you see from this perspective, you gotta wonder why this bastard ended up like picking up like alcoholism. Like one doesn't become like a jerk overnight; it just sort of like spirals down into it and it becomes a habit. And it shows like later in his flashback to kind of hints as to why that he's doing to his underlings what was done to him back when he was just like somebody that like mopped floors and whatever, and then eventually to try to put him back in his place or to humble him, and they do a cook-off. But some other stuff happens before like the challenge is done, but I don't want to like spoil it, and I also don't want to spoil how the results of the cooking challenge. But I do want to show you like the nice little cooking feeding panels. But yeah, but they're still for the most like don't try to like mimic another recipe, but because they're like cooking with like fictional ingredients and animals and like mythological mandrakes. So yeah, that's a good way to do a cooking story without having to like show actual recipes or actual like feeding stuff. So yeah, that's an option if you wanna like if you wanna do cooking stuff but you don't wanna like actually like do cook, whatever. That's my one overall pet peeve. But then again, they live in a fantasy. Of course, they would eat like different stuff, even though they dress like normal human. But whatever. And yeah, that's so this is basically off menu in a nutshell. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco de Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Flash comic, Volume 8 of Zoom. Like, Zoom is like Flash's arch nemesis, and then like a lot of people just assume that he's like just reverse Flash because they have like identical powers and stuff. But then again, like Zoom went back in time in order to be Flash before Flash was a Flash. So then because of time travel whammy shenanigans, as far as Zoom is concerned, Flash is a copycat and not the other way around. But basically, like Zoom just has like a petty grudge against Flash, and then everything about his assistant is like making certain that Flash, not just killing him would be too easy for Zoom. He just wants him to suffer. And among the things that, yeah, like it has like a lot of cool, here's like the back of it, the Yellow King. Okay, that's weird. Whatever. But yeah, like it has a lot of cool, like in the beginning it fills you in on the Flash situation, first him fighting like random people, and then I wonder like, dude, you're like the freaking Flash, what do you mean that this guy punched you? But I guess like you can like suck upon Flash if he's not like paying attention, cause you know, you get a critical hit on anything if you catch somebody by surprise. And it's not as if he can be going like supersonic like every freaking moment of his life, because the poor bastard's gotta sleep at one point or another, you know? Like, you think about it, that would be when the Flash is most vulnerable, when he's like asleep or when he's going to the bathroom to poop or something, because like he has to stand still for that nonsense. Or maybe he can just face all of this all of his junky like interior whatevers in order to like skip the poopy phase. Well, I'm talking nonsense at this point. Oh yeah, and then we find out that his father's in jail, and then he stops like a petty criminal, and then Professor Zoom eventually shows up in this time in order to take over as like here it is. In order to take over as like a school panel, like over here you see in the foreground he's gonna like capture some random chunks from across time and space in order to use them in order to fight the Flash. And yes, he feels like arrogantly that he could definitely take him on, but he just but you know how like super villains sound. Like first you gotta like fight you gotta like go fight the goons before you fight the final boss. So then like he be like, I gotta get me some goons, otherwise this comic is gonna be over like immediately. So yeah, it would be nice if Zoom but then again Zoom is not like doesn't have like insight like the Deadpool, who's aware that he's in a movie or that he's being played by Ryan Reynolds or that he's in like a comic book situation, which is like hilarious. So yeah, so then here's like Professor Zoom like getting various random, and I like this guy that has like a weird, he does teleportation and like he makes his body of stringy light, which is hilarious. And then eventually like the boss battle, they fight a couple of times here and there. Wow, he looks big in this, huh? He just like has a lot of nice reds. Like they definitely spend like the big bucks in order to color in the Flash. Cause you know, like for those that don't know, like red is like an uber expensive pigment. But then I guess that would explain why we spend some time like watching like the professor like get randoms from like across time and space, cause like they can save on the color red, because if they focus too much on the Flash, then you know whatever. And then like let me show you like a fun action scene like here and there like these guys are not like the bad guys that like showed these guys are not like the bad guys that showed up in the Flash TV show. These are like different, but with Flash, like Flash has a lot of like time travel shenanigans. Let me see from panel, like a lot of time travel shenanigans. So like yeah, you gotta wonder this like before he went back in time, this after he went back in this, after he went back in time again, or before that. So basically with like the Flash, just like the Terminator, you can like do literally anything because of time travel. So if you like the Flash and like cool actions and like cool flashy things here and there, then time travel subplot, because that shows how it usually goes down with the sun. Like he runs so fast that he can travel to the future and to the past, etc. And across multi-dimensions. I don't remember if Flash could like travel across dimensions or something, but he can definitely like change time like Superman. Well, anyhow, that's enough for this review of the Flash. Like the anatomy. Oh yeah. Yeah, like the anatomy of the Flash, like they drew him like super beefy, so especially the bun. So like if you're running all the time, then I guess you gotta get like good legs and stuff, because you never skip leg day, because all of your life is leg day. So yeah, just a fun comment. Bye bye and God bless. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Avengers comic book that I ran into. It's called Avengers Twilight, and now it has an Avenge the Future. But yeah, what do you mean Avenge the Future? Whatever. But it doesn't make any sense called the title called the Avenge the Future part, because they're not traveling to the future; they're already in the future. So if you live in the future, you're not avenging the future. That's the present. Just because it's the future with us in relationship to the comic book doesn't mean that it's the future in relationship to the character. The point is that I'm speaking nonsense. So yeah. So yeah, it's basically like it starts with like Captain America. Just wandering about and like just living like a normal human. Like remember how at the end of I think it was like Infinity War or something, like after they went back in time to deal with Thanos and like they brought back everyone after the snap. Then we see he had stayed behind in order to like age and stuff. But then again, but over here we see him like even. So then it makes me what about now his friend is also older, which makes me think when this thing take place. Because in the movie he gives the shield, he gives like the shield to like his friend, but he's old Captain America, and then but the other guy is like young for his TV series. So I guess the super soldier serum allowed for Captain America to like live for a little long. Like even though he was old, he was able to like practically almost outlive this guy. Or maybe he just has good genes. Anyhow, he sees like how terrible America has gotten, cause like, and then he decides to reassemble the team. He like takes the super soldier serum again, and then like he gets the team together. Like, he tries to first get like this is like Iron Man's kid. That he has like a bunch of tattoos and stuff. Like he looks like a punk. Anyhow. But Iron Man, not Captain America, I meant Iron Man, yeah. So then here we have Iron Man in an existence worse than death. I don't know, like just being like a pickle human, like remember like Futurama where like you're like a head in a jar. That's Iron Man's life in a nutshell. Just being completely incapable of like doing anything or stopping his kid in anything because he's like a dude in a pickle jar while his kid like ruins everything around him. And then obviously he's not gonna take his father seriously because he'd be like you're only alive because I allow you to continue so I can show you that I'm better than you, old man, blah blah blah. So yeah, so then they gather the team and like even Ultra makes an appearance. Like Red Skull is shown over here that he salvaged Ultron, and this is what Red Skull looks like in the future. Like he came out of like remember like in the Avengers Infinity War or something. I forget which one was it because the last time I saw it was like gazillions of years ago. Like remember that we saw him like in the place where what's the soul stone that he was just floating around in the ether and then telling them that his only role was to tell people how to get like the soul stone and to jump off a cliff or something. So yeah, he somehow made it back from that and he acquired like a normal human body. And yeah. And then at a certain point, let me see if at a certain point, he goes, let me see, not that. He goes and tells Tony Stark's kid, Tony Stark isn't your father. I am. And we're in this together, son. So, yeah. I guess the two possibilities happen here. That's the most important plot point in this one. At least as far as my nonsense, at least as far as my perspective is concerned, either Red Skull slept with Pepper, or Iron Man. He thought he was adopting like a random orphan, but he ended up adopting Red Skull's kid. So either by accident because he didn't know. So yeah, and then the ones that are so then there's the team being led by the Iron Man's kid, and there's with the help of Red Skull, who gets an Iron Man suit, like a very nice looking suit, and Captain America's team's trying to like deal with Red Skull, who came back again. So then it's like a lot of, so then like the plot itself is, since it ends up with like two Avenger type of things fighting, it's a little bit like Civil War-ish, and I'm not gonna like spoil the ending or whatnot, but like at the end it's like, not the ending, but I'm gonna like in the, oh yeah, and even like the Hulk shows up to like add more to the chaos, and like the final battle takes place in like right in front of like the White House, and even Odin's son shows up, or Thor shows up, in order to like make the fight even, quote unquote. So yeah, so it's just like a crazy free for all battle here and there. So yeah. And I'm not gonna tell you how everything transpires in the end, cause like I know like people don't like it when like people spoil endings. So yeah. Just a fun Avengers Twilight comic book. No, there's no vampires. I'm sorry to disappoint you, even though it says Twilight. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Branco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Teen Titans comic, and this one is none other than the original Judas Contra, and it's a deluxe edition. Like in modern times, the Judas Contract is one of the most infamous and famous like Teen Titan movies, and the Judas Contra, like I think practically gets a new movie, and it, like I think it's even it gets a new movie, or it gets done in a TV show format every couple of years, because it's one of the story plots that they like a lot. But like in this one, like believe it or not, this is not Catwoman. That's supposed to be Raven. But I guess like Raven was not like it wasn't very popular back in like the 60s or whatever. So then the most of the time she was just shot in as a background character, that whenever she needed to like exposit like the character's emotions that they didn't want to talk about or something, just some psychic nonsense. But but Tara does acknowledge Raven as being like dangerous. Oh, and there's also like in the introduction they talk about how Nightwing came to be. Like this one only has one Robin, in the other Judas Contras they tend to shuffle around the characters, you know. And they even removed Cyborg, and then he got replaced by Blue Beetle, and Slade's kid was also part of the Judas Contra. Slade, for example, or Deathstroke, which is how he's called in the modern time, but over here he's known as the Terminator. Now, yeah, let me find out the page where they very specifically call him the Terminator. Oh yeah. Here we are. Free me now, Terminator, and now there we are. Yeah. They used to call Slade the Terminator, but I guess as the Terminator came out and it was like freaking awesome, then he lost his Terminator name, but he's the original Terminator, not the Schwarzenegger Terminator. So it's just a fun factoid to remember. But yeah, the Judas Contra is the Blood Abroad, and he's called wanted the Teen Titans for some reason or another, and then they hire Slade in order to go catch them. And then there's Tara, who's like betraying them and whatever. But oh yeah, like it starts with like traditional like Boy Wonder Robin, and then he decides like, dude, like I'm gonna like change my outfit and stuff. He goes to scream in order to like find himself or whatever. And we know right off the bat that Tara is working with the Terminator. Tara Markov, and and as usual, you gotta notice because of the Russian scare, like since it was like done during the back when the Soviet Union was a thing, then if in American comics if they were gonna have a chick spy, a hot chick spy, then they might as well make her Russian and just put in like, even though she's not specifically stated as Russian, whenever you put for Romanelda or something, whenever they put of in the middle, is to implicitly imply that yeah, she's Russian. And it's just funny, she like smoking and acting very trampy. Like, she's gotta do that in the next Judas Contract Teen Titans the next time they bring back the movie. They forgot that she smokes with cigarettes, because that's what bad girls do, you know, they smoke. And then she's like getting out of the bed and she's like dressing in like a bathrobe or whatever. Cause even though she's a teen, like, if they wanted to make the Terminator more of a super villain and whatever, then getting it on with a 60-year-old lunatic is a great way to like make him evil to say. But then again, like, yeah. So then here they are doing like the training, like what they imply is sin worthy, whatever. So then they have like a cool training montage and stuff. So yeah, it's like a fun. Oh yeah, and of course here's Raven in a nice blue outfit, and like most of the time, like Raven barely shows up in like the Judas Contract. Like most of the time it's just, oh yeah, here's like Nightwing dishing, not Robin dishing his Robin outfit. But he only becomes Nightwing later on. Like, the reason why they had this Robin in specific, because according to like the beginning stuff, they said that this Robin was very popular among women. So then, since they wanted more woman readers, then they had like the hot Robin there. And they even do it, and they even have it like stripped down, cause it's usually hilarious when they like they do eye candy for like the guys, you know, like she's in skimpy outfit, but this time they're doing it to like a guy in order to cater to like the female readers of like the Teen Titans coming. Like, they also talk about them saying that, like, the Teen Titans was, like, a copy of the X-Men, but the Teen Titans predates the X-Men by a lot. Like, over here it says that the Titans, the first version of the Teen Titans, here, the first incarnation of the Teen Titans, over here it says 1969. Very sexy year. That's a bad joke, but yeah. Like, the Teen Titans be older than the X-Men, because, like by a year or two. So, they came first. So, it's the X-Men copying the Teen Titans and not the other way around. So, yeah. If you're a Teen Titan fan, you can, like, use that for something or whatever. So, yeah, and then, oh, yeah, remember, like, in the Judas Contract that they yada over an epic fight between Raven and Terra when... well, basically, over here it actually shows how Terra captured Raven, because she said that Raven was too dangerous for any idiot to tackle, so then she went to capture herself. So then Raven was in the middle of meditating, and then Terra just, well, not a sucker punch, because she just shot like a spike from on the ground and then just dropped various heavy objects on her. So then it was like a sneak attack. It wasn't like a most epic capture, but still very effective, but it wasn't as crazy as the one that they alluded to. So yeah, this guy, he just sat on a chair and then Cyborg got electrocuted. And Starfire, she gets a letter from like, oh yeah, here's the letter. To my darling Corey, with all love, Dick. So I said, oh, I got something for my favorite, for my favorite Robin. You thought I was gonna say something else. Anyhow, and then like they just blew her to Kingdom Come. Like over there, like in the movie, they softened it, saying that she got like knocked out by some gas or something. But no, but over here they just like kaboom, they kaboomed her. So be careful with any big sketchy patches. So yeah, even though it says that it could be from your lover, just be very careful when getting random packages that you weren't expecting. Oh yeah, and they also do like some Detective Comic was what's his name? with Dick Grayson, like doing investigation works and whatever. And let me see, when does he get? I guess it's like his fancy outfit. He eventually like puts on like the fancy Nightwing outfit. Let me see what the hell she showed up with the Nightwing outfit. Nightwing outfit, no, for the back. Here we are. Here's the first time that Nightwing shows up as an actual character. That he was made, like they wanted to get him away from Batman because they didn't know whether they were gonna get the rights to use Robin or not. So then they created a specific version of Dick Grayson just for the Teen Titan, which is Nightwing. So yeah, there it is, Nightwing, and the other kid is Jericho, Slade's son. Like he has like a hilarious like I don't know what, like sideburns. Just very hilarious. He looks like blonde, like his face reminds me of, like, it could be like a blonde Logan. So yeah, so and then they go on and do like the ending at Cypress. So like I don't want to spoil the ending, but most folks that seen like one version of the Judas contract or one other, they know how it goes down. But like in the ending of the comic, we find out Tara's true age. So yeah, she was 16 when she was like when she was getting it on with the Terminator. So yeah, so that's messed up. Whatever. The new Teen Titans Judas contract. If you're a Raven fan, you're gonna be disappointed. She barely shows up in it, but she does admit that she's not him though. She's an alien from the planet Azeroth, and she's constantly meditating because in order to resist the temptation of just murdering all of the idiots around her. Oh yeah, so bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this X-Men comic. It's an epic collection called The Sentinels Live. Even though it's called like The Sentinels Live, it's just the title of one comic in specific, and you're only gonna see the Sentinels like for only 2 volumes. And unlike most random epic collections, these ones are like, has the stories in order: 47, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and you know, and a couple of other weird stuff that happen. Khazar 2 and 3, the Khazars I mean mostly that, let me just skip to like the Khazar part because it has nothing to do with like it doesn't have much to do with like the X-Men. Let me see what the hell. Like it has like a lot of like weird dinosaur stuff going on. And it also has like in the end like the raw sketches of like, and some of the additions that went from like the raw sketch to like the final form. And like the bulk of this comic book for the most part is like, there's a reason why they put Angel like in the front cover, cause like all of these volumes for the most part is just Angel doing his thing. Oh yeah, like a lesson known fact about Jean Grey is that she did a little bit of modeling when she was like a teenager. I guess you gotta pay for that. I guess you gotta like find a way to pay for that college. Like I find hilarious like this bikini because the pattern of it is very Barbie. Remember like the Barbie version 1.1? She was like wearing a one piece of this outfit. So yeah, Jean Grey, the telepath, she also did modeling. Cause you gotta pay for her school, even though she lives in a school, I guess, you know, to do college stuff, like. And over here, they're like, teenagers. Well, they say that they're teens, so like in the introduction, it says that they're teenagers, but you know, teenagers in in the 70s look like 30-year-olds, even not only in the movies but also like in the comic books. Everyone from like child to adult was played by like 30-year-olds, because I just like the way it functions. Like it has a lot of interesting like action set pieces, and it also like the origin story of one of these. I think like Hank. Remember like the one that in like the movie like the blue guy Beast, and like Cyclops most of the time is just getting his getting his kicked in it. Oh yeah, and Magneto just show up a little bit. Like he does is like they have a very cool action set piece with Magneto doing like his Magneto thing. Oh yeah, here we are like him using like nuts and bolts in order to KO them, cause like that's his fancy ability. He controls metals, cause that's metal. And yeah, as you can see over here, a glamour shot of Angel, cause like I guess like in the 70s, of all of the X-Men, I guess Angel was like very popular, but now in like modern days, like he only showed up in like the X-Men for a little bit and then never again. I guess I don't know. I guess maybe guys with wings are not fashionable in like the early 2000s, or when did that first X-Men come on? Like I remember being in high school when like when the teacher was like decided to put in that movie instead of like teaching, and I thank her for it, cause like yeah, we learned. I guess you could say that the first X-Men movie teaches you about World War II or something. I don't know. The point is that yeah, there was that Angel used to be like featured very prominently in like all of the early in like the 70s X-Men, and then he just sort of fell into obscurity that nobody remembers that a guy with wings is part of the X-Men. Like the Scarlet Witch does show up, but like I wouldn't like be able to point to a specific one like on so short notice, because she just shows up, does a little cameo, and then goes away. And oh yeah, here we are. Here's like the Sentinel part. That only shows up for like 2 volumes, cause like even though it says the Sentinel lives, yeah, they only get him for like 2. There's only 2 volumes that focus on the Sentinel doing Sentinel. So it's like, if you don't know who are the Sentinels, like in like I first became aware of them chumps in the first episode of like the X-Men TV show, because before I saw the movie, I saw like the X-Men TV show, you know, like the one that has like the very catchy beat. Anyhow, so then like the Sentinel was hunting Jubilee, who was like the one that they recruited into like the X-Men, cause they needed an audience surrogate. So then like a new member enter joining the band is usually how they do, how they always like add like an idiot into the story in order to explain the situation to like the main characters, instead of like the main characters knowing what's going on half the time. But yeah. And then like the Sentinel is like doing his final prerogative or whatever, because like the guy who created the Sentinel, he gave the order to like go kill all mutants or something, but then he himself was turned into a mutant, so then he wasn't able to change that order, because the Sentinel was programmed not to listen to the words of a mutant. So then his creators never able, who changed his mind at the last moment because of some mutant nonsense, is not able to like override it. So then they're just dealing with that problem. So yeah, here we are once again, Angel doing his thing. And oh yeah, there's also like a couple of volumes with like a bunch of like T-Rex looking stuff. Very hilarious looking, but I don't want to spoil everything that happens in like this epic collection if you haven't like read it. But if you're hoping to see Sentinels, you're gonna like be sorely disappointed. Most of the comic is just Angel doing his thing. Like it kind of looks like the Sentinel here in like this front covers, like trying to look up Jean Grey's skirt, cause like she's like right in the middle, and then he could almost be like cross-eyed looking up. Whatever. Oh, and also this guy doesn't show up, even though he's like in the front cover. He shows up like he doesn't show up that much, but yeah, mostly it's Angel and whatchamacallit. Well, they call her Marble Girl in some comics that I read, but I know her as Jean Grey because in the introduction they just call her Jean Grey. And also in the movies, while everyone else has a fancy nickname. But then again, like the only people who have like fancy nicknames are like the boys, you know, Wolverine, well, I guess Storm as well, you know. But the people who are not mature, they use like fancy names. While Jean Grey be like, well, I'm tired of being Marvel Girl. I grew up, so call me Jean Grey. Whatever. I'm just rambling now, so have fun. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Harley Quinn comic that's called Black and White plus Redder and Redder. Well, I don't even know how to read this title. I guess, here we go, Black, White, and I don't know how to read this title. Moving along. It's a Harley Quinn comic, and ignore the obvious Batman shadow in the background. He barely shows up there. Like, the only time that you see Batman is like at the beginning and like first in robot form, and then like in a weird little cameo. And then what Harley Quinn is doing is just basically she went to the North Pole in order to like vandalize the Fortress of Solitude, and then Superman brought them back, and then they got sent into Arkham Asylum. And then they be like, what lawsuit we break? I mean, it's not as if there's a government body over Alaska, and then, but since they were brought in by superheroes, they got sent to prison anyway. Which seems a little bit unfair. I mean, like, the law's the law, and, you know, whatever. And so, like, the stories that they have here are sometimes of, like, the past, and sometimes, like, just different stages of Harley Quinn's life, focusing on the color red, but like this one is she remembering her terrible gymnastic teacher and coming who used to like brutalize her and like her teammates just by being like a big psychotic bully. But then I be thinking, you're lucky that that's all the psychotic teacher did to them, because like there's actually worse types of gymnastic teachers out there. Like, there was a huge case in Florida, like, a couple of years back, and, like, one of the gymnastic doctors who was doing, like, you know, like, what every asshole jerk guy does to underage chicks when they have authority, you know, like, the usual pervy nonsense. And then he got arrested, and, yeah, and then one of the fathers that were at the trial tried to murder him for real, and everyone cheered him. Because, you know, vigilante justice and all that nonsense. But yeah. So it's just basically Harley Quinn doing her nonsense. Sometimes she's like doing thievery, you know, I think like, sometimes it's before she enter Arkham, and other times, like sometimes she's acting villain, and sometimes she's acting like, not a superhero type of person, but more a vigilante a la Deadpool style, you know. Like, she will murder you if she considers it that it's for the good of society or whatever. And then like Satana in one of the episodes, she hasn't like dressed up as various heroes, so that she walks a day in their shoes to try to like help her, cause she can only see herself in like as a villain. She only knows the villain perspective, but she doesn't know how it is to work with like a blank slate. But then at the end of it, they'd be like, well, regardless of what type of dress, and then in one of them, she's like bemoaning the fact that whenever everyone sees her, they think, they see the Joker, like they don't see her as her, you know? And like the city one, like this was a city one, cause she brings out her own army of like animals, and even like a squid and a koala, and she gives them like city names, which is fun. But then again, one of the romans has a team of superhero animals, including a cow. So yeah, here her animal psyche. The squirrel, Bud. Here, the squirrel, Bud, Barkside, Lou, the koala, and Death Star. I like koala. The koala doesn't do much. She just clings to her by being cute. But yeah, but when you see her in this outfit, she's like doing Joker stuff. So that's her at her most dangerous. Like depending on what costume you see, depending on what costume you see, like the Harley Quinn is, whether you gotta run or not. So yeah. So if you see one like cosplaying as her, then you know which type of mood she's at. Like the Suicide Squad one, then she may not murder you. The Joker one, yeah, you better run for it. Yeah. Oh yeah. So then let me see another. Like they're all stories that are not too interconnected or whatever. Let me see. Oh yeah, here's like a funny one. It's like Harley Quinn, but more like in the future. And then she's like dealing with an alien xenomorph type of thing, type of situation. And even in her old age, she's still like in good shape and whatever. But then again, like she did freaking gymnastics. Of course, she's gonna age like fine wine, you know? And plus, it's the future, like, and also like in the Batman Beyond, they made Oracle walk and stuff, you know, because of something futuristic sci-fi technology, and that pissed off a lot of fans. But yeah, like Oracle, if you're not familiar with Oracle, it's just like what Batgirl became after like the Joker shot her in like the back, and she lost her ability to walk. Oh yeah, let me see like another funny one that I wanted to show you, because I don't want to like show all of them and then you're not gonna like get it because you like know everything. Oh yeah, like they also give and then in one of them she ends up getting like a bunch of little sidekicks of like, you know, she figured that like Batman has a bunch of like psychotic little Robins, so maybe I need my own army of little psychotic Harley Quinns. And then the girls end up driving her insane, and then they end up leaving her when they find out that she's just like a sad sorrow. That they be like, wait, so you're not crazy? They said no. And then they be like, well, that's lame. And then the little girls just leave her. Cause they liked hanging out with her when she thought she was like crazy, erratic, and like fun and happy-go-lucky. But when they saw that in reality, Harley Quinn was just a sad adult who's dying on the inside every moment, every second of their life. They'd be like, well, that's no longer fun. Bye! Because, you know, nobody wants to deal with other people's drama. And that's usually how it works. You know, it's very lonely to be... Like, it's very exhausting to be, like, alone with your own demons. And, you know, people just being annoying about it. So yeah. So you're not like crazy, and then they'd be like, bye. So yeah. So then that's the other story that is worth like mentioning. But other stuff happened to it, but I don't want to spoil it. So just give it a nice read if you're well, you don't even have to be like a Harley Quinn fan or whatever. Like most of the stuff I'm just coming into it like fresh, and I'm going through a comic book phase. So like if I see a comic book, I'll read it, and then I review it if I find it remotely amusing. So yeah, just give everything a try. Like it only takes like a minute. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this comic book of Raven from Teen Titans. It's like relatively new, and like I don't know, like the writer before she started doing writing stuff, she was like a high school teacher, so obviously she's gonna write what she knows best. So she sent Raven to high school. Hooray! And like right off the bat, the beginning of the comic, it starts with a PSA on not arguing with your parents while it's in the middle of a storm and it's like freaking raining. So then since Raven was like complaining about some nonsense or another, she caused an accident and which killed her latest adopted mother. So don't talk to your parents while you're in the middle of a freaking lightning storm. Yeah, like, see, over here you see, well, technically you could almost say that it's an assassination because it shows that the light for the other car was red, but it still pushed forward. So, yeah, like, they rammed into it on purpose. It was probably like one of the Trigon cultists like causing Raven suffering in order to like turn her more into the dark side or something. But hilariously enough, they also gave her plot, since she suffered from a concussion or whatever, they gave her like plot convenient amnesia. Like I've been in like legit car accident where we got totally T-boned. And and the car hit me from my side, so yeah, like, but I didn't get like plot convenient amnesia. I remember everything, you know, and like if a little concussion was all it took to give somebody plot convenient amnesia, then like all of the football players wouldn't have any idea what's going on half the time or who they are because like bashing their brains around is like how they made their bread and butter considering the nature of football. Oh, but that's just a pet peeve. Like, why does everyone get amnesia? Like, the last video game I played got amnesia. Infinity Nikki has amnesia. And she also had amnesia in Shiny Nikki. Like, seriously, who decided that amnesia was like a good narrative point? Like, if amnesia was as common as like popular media, Mason, then literally there will be a hell of a lot more people with amnesia. So if you have amnesia, you're probably the main character of like an anime or a video game. And then over here they send her to high school and she starts doing telepathy stuff. So then like the reason why she has headset is so that she doesn't like mind read people all the time. Cause it annoys her to death. So yeah, it's in this comic, Raven goes through like the whole high school experience, all the way out to prom night, which is when Trigon decides to like do his stuff. But I'm not gonna like bother you with like the final details or the final confrontation with Trigon, cause if you're not familiar with Raven, she always has to deal with Trigon. And I don't know if it's like very noticeable, but like in this comic, only like the main character Raven has like most of the time any color, and then again she wears black and has like purple hair, so that's practically very little color. But I guess that could be like to cut down on cost. But I guess the reason why this comic costs $20 is because of the two panels where Trigon shows up, and then he has to be like and then like they gotta spend like money on the red, cause like every time that there's red in like a comic book, the price goes up like times a million, you know that. You see that Trigon history, that just this one page alone rose the price of the comic by a whole $1. I wish I was joking about that, but as somebody who has like published graphic novels before, trust me, like red is Messi's blood, which is another way of saying that it's like uber expensive. But yeah. But aside from like talking with, she forms her own clique of friends. She deals with bullying. She has well, she's not directly bullied, but she like causes somebody that slightly annoys her to like choke on her own food, using her telepathy powers, and whatever. But I don't know, it's just like high school like once you read a high school comic, you literally read all of them. Like heck, even the Mean Girl sequel comic or whatever had like had more originality than the subplot of Raven like hanging around in high school. It's like seriously, like enough with the high school nonsense. Like so annoying. I already went through high school and it's nothing like how they painted in the comic. It is a million times worse, and I actually went to a good high school for a change. But whatever. I'm not gonna bore you with high school, so yeah. This Raven is Raven from messing around in high school while going insane because of her telepathy. So yeah, if you're into high school melodrama, then this is a comic for you. Because and there's no Teen Titans. Cause this is like a soft reboot or whatever, where like she gets like I swear to you, if like Beast Boy also gets in the soft reboot, if he also gets like amnesia, I am totally gonna lose it. Seriously, enough with the amnesia. She does recover her memories in the end, but I'm like meh. And also she doesn't say Astrometrian or Synthesis, and like over the years, like Raven started as like Raven over the years, she's gotten like whitewash, and this is just making her even more wilder than usual. Like I remember that they told me like that she started as like a Muslim character or a Hindu one. And then like the thing that she has in her forehead where she stores her dragon, that's like those dots that like the meditation people from Hinduism have. Shankara, yeah, I think that's what it's called. So yeah, like this is just where Raven being stripped of her past even more, so much so that now that they even took away her memory. So she's just a shadow of her former self, where she just defined 100% by her abilities and being hunted by the Devil Trigon and nothing else. Cause apparently that's all there is to her, you know? Whatever, but I disagree. I didn't mean to roast it, but I kinda did. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this comic book of like in the, I don't remember if it was in the early 2000s or late 90s. There was like this movie called Mean Girls. It's about this main character, Cody. I forgot her name. It's like such a bad name on it. Yeah. Like her scientist parents, she was like homeschooled, but then like they moved, so then she finally goes to like a public school, and then she experiences with a French perspective, so she never passed through it, all like just how awful high school is. So then, since this is kind of like a belated sequel, she's like hoping that nothing serious happens to her in senior year, and like right off the bat, she almost gets run over for being like uber spaced out, and like vehicle just quickly. Like, first of all, why is that bus like running like very quickly, like the devil's after her? Like you're like in the school zones. Like this bus driver is probably drunk. Like in the school zones, it's mandatory in the US for you to like drive at 15 miles per hour. So if the bus is going fast enough to like take the main character by surprise, then like how quickly could it be running? Like seriously. But yeah, like right off the bat. But yeah, it's a high school comedy. And then here enters like the new Mean Girl, who's a transfer student. And then she wants to, and then because she was bullied in like her previous high school, now she's gonna make like everyone suffer for it. So then like the main character, she takes it upon herself to put her back in her place using like various plans and pranks, but nothing too serious. It's not like these are Mean Girls. It's not like how guys will put another guy in their place in like a typical American high school, which is to like shiv him or something, you know. And if you don't know what a shiv is and you're like in an American public school, then yeah, and you're like a guy, then yeah, you better learn what a shiv is and like make your own or something. Well, whatever. I'm just speaking nonsense. Don't like make weapons. Call an adult who actually cares or something. I don't know. I don't know how like the bullying or just move. I don't know how like the bullying situation has gotten in like the U.S. Over the years, because I haven't been in like high school over 20 years. Maybe it has gotten better or maybe it's gotten worse. I hope it has gotten better, and hopefully your parents care about your fate in order to take you out of your terrible school if things are going awful. And if not, just keep a low profile and sit in the corner middle. You know, like that spot, that way there's a whole section of you where, like, you're not, like, so up forward where, like, you draw, where you appear too interested, but you're not so far back that you appear like you're not interested in us. So then, like, by taking the middle path, you don't draw the attention of the bullies. Just some terrible advice from, like, my high school years. Whatever. Maybe everything changed, whatever. I'm not gonna go with it. So yeah. So then like they decided to take her down, and like at the end, like over here they also do like one terrible advice that says the best way to deal with an attention-seeking bully is to just ignore her. But yeah, that's a terrible that's a usual thing that like parents do whenever like their children are being bullied. That they say, oh, just ignore them, you know. The problem will go away if you no. It just gets worse and worse. Because that's just how society deals with most problems in a nutshell, that it just ignores them. But yeah, it has that just ignore them type of advice. And like eventually everything gets resolved in prom night, but I'm not gonna tell you what the resolution is, just in case you wanna read this Mean Girl comic book senior year with like a fresh perspective. And if I sound a little more dry than usual, it's because, oh my god, I hate everything having to do with high school. And I didn't even go to like a bad school. It just gives me bad flashbacks. Boring bad flashbacks. Whatever. Moving along. Bye bye and just making it magical doesn't make it better. School is school regardless of whether everyone be like a magic wizard or not. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this comic book that is Watchmen. Like this edition in specific has the entire Watchmen story from like beginning to end. Like most folks are like probably only familiar with like they probably saw like the Love movie, and like even though the movie was like 2 hours long and stuff, it still was condensing into like a movie format, a graphic novel that's like 5 volumes long. So like I think Watchmen would work better in like a TV show format than like a movie format. So basically, like it follows this guy that's investigated. It's a murder mystery. Like they murdered somebody who used to be a superhero, because right now in the world of Watchmen, being a vigilante is like considered illegal. So then throughout the scene they're passing about the little happy face, the smiley face with a blood droplet of the dude that got ate. I think it was called like the comedian. Like a lot of the other stuff happened, but at a certain point it just becomes a weird melodrama focusing on like where superheroes fit in modern society. Like the only one that they tolerate a lot is like the blue guy. Like you may remember the blue guy. Yeah, this blue guy. Manhattan. I think it was called Dr. Manhattan or something. Yeah. And cause like he's like radioactive, he can be like in a bunch of places and stuff. So then, like, and he can also see into the future. So as far as metahumans are concerned, he's like uber far out there. And the more time that passes, the more detached he becomes from like the people that surround him until the plot decides that he's suddenly gonna care. And every so often they keep going like back in time to like the flashback of like this guy getting it, and like it has like stories in between that give you a really like it's more like it has a lot of this graphic novel has a lot of novels on beneath, like sandwiched between them is like pieces of like it has enough writing to qualify as a novel and not too much of as a graphic novel, not too much of a comic per se. So like if you're looking for like a happy-go-lucky like super action comic book, this is not it. It's like Watchmen is a heavy read and sometimes it gets very philosophical, but mostly it gets philosophical when this guy is on screen. Like at a certain point, roughly in the middle, it like begins to the comic book begins to hyper focus on him like fooling around in Mars, cause like in Futurama he gets into a whole I don't wanna live in this planet anymore. So he flies up like, and I'm flipping through many pages because you remember like in the movie that we saw like his blue junk floating around all the time. Yeah, it was being true to like the comic. At a certain point, most of the time, it's just this guy being melodramatic while he refuses to wear pants. But then again, he's living in Mars, so there's nobody there to look at his chafy butt, except maybe like the audience of the reader. Whatever. But it's just what the mangaka artist show. Well, not mangaka, well, like the graphic novel artist shows, you know. This is his story. If you want to highlight the Blue Man show, like running around with his bunny everywhere every couple of pages, then that's his business. Let's see. Oh yeah, and for that time we learned more about like the dude that got AIDS, and we found out that he was just like an awful individual, even though he was like a superhero type of person. But yeah. And you know, and then like Dr. Manhattan doing his stuff in Mars. So yeah, that's oh yeah, in the end we do find out who like murdered the guy, and the problem gets resolved more or less, even though he had, but in a way that but well, it gets resolving it so much that like the guy who did it, I guess, was coming to him, but he still gets away with whatever the hell he was plotting. So yeah, just give it a read and be patient with it because it's a lot of writing, and sprinkled between them is a couple of action set pieces. But most of it is the blue guy being philosophical mumbo jumbo. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this comic book called Cherish. Like, Cherish is like a different type of like superhero type of person, but more around like the killer spy with like the fancy tech type of thing. And like her basic backstory is like they kill her father, and then like. And for reasons that she doesn't quite understand, and then like she gets trained by like a random weirdo, and then you know, and then she eventually starts doing spy work and investigating like why the hell did they murder her father, who was supposedly like a type of peacekeeper and a toy maker, but this chick remembers Cherish's father completely different. So then whenever she's using like her fancy tech, Cherish's hair goes from blonde, and then it turns to green, and she has like this is not like a fancy look. This is more like a type of chick armor that you got. That like the nanotech protects her from like damage and stuff, and it does various things as the plot demands it, but it still makes it look hot because like hot chicks are very distracting in battle. And apparently that gives them an advantage or whatever. And I don't care the way, whatever. Like, they want to have like hot chicks punching each other, go for it, you know. Like, as long as the battle looks cool, then I could carry the either way. So yeah, see, it's like a fancy chic armor, right? And it almost looks like you could almost say that like the Green Lanterns provided that, because usually when I see the green stuff doing green stuff, I think of the Green Lantern, like, and maybe they have like a gem from like the Green Lantern world over there. You see that that's the main core of like the nano stuff that she has. Well, I assume it's nano. It's like something whooshy, super futuristic out there. But see, it's the nano thing, you know, I guess it's like a glider. It's whatever, like, as with most high-tech armors, it's whatever, like, the plot needs it to do. And it has a lot of fun, miscellaneous action set pieces, and like, at the beginning, she's, like, getting married, and then, like, the Uber murder her husband or whatever. And they introduce like that her antagonist. She stabs her husband with like the pointy end, with like the pointy end, and then like and then for some time they do like quotations about like revenge and stuff, because now she has something new to be revengey about. Like, they met her father and now they met her husband, and for reasons that she doesn't quite understand, because like it happened like when she was a child, etc., etc. But like. And then that's part of like the mystery of Cherish. She trying to find out why they ruin her life, and stuff. But yeah, like here's like a fun, cool angle type of fight, and she like even without her armor, she can like still kick people in the face. So that's good. She's not complete. Like, she doesn't completely have to depend on her armor, on like her fancy tech, in order to like rip people a new one. So that's a lot of fun, because there's some folks that just 100% depend on the armor or like magic ring or something in order to like win battles. So yeah, it's a nice like eventually she finds out why the why of the murder, but mostly it's just to why her father was killed is mostly like the main MacGuffin reason in order to move the plot along, just to move her from action set piece to action set piece. So yeah, if you like a comic book with like a hot protagonist and like fun like martial artsy type of battles, and yeah, this is a good comic book to read. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Junjin Ito manga that's called Tombs, or Graveyards, or whatever. Like, if you don't know who this person is, whenever you see this name, just know that you're gonna be seeing some horror. Like, I know it's like a little too early for horror, but then again, it's like a Valentine's Day tradition to like take your date on a horrible horror movie. So I figured that the manga version of that would be to show you a horror comic cause it's Valentine's Day and it's horror, whatever. So yeah, it's like a collection of random little stories. Like, the first one that they show you is the one that like the front cover is named after. Is like they're visiting like a very weird town, and on the way there they run over a chick. So then they just hide her in like back there because she's dead. And then as soon as they arrive at the town, then they try to head back, and then they hit like a random graveyard. So like the joke of this town is that whenever a person dies, the person right where they drop dead, they turn into like a graveyard monument. And then but only if they found peace. So then, like, just like remember, like in The Sims, whenever like a person drops dead, that a graveyard immediately sprouts. Well, this would be like I guess this is happening in like the Sims version, like the horror movie version. and then they're trying to investigate the town while visiting their friend, while at the same time they have a dead body in like their car rotting in. Like eventually some other spooky stuff happens, but like I don't want to like spoil it cause it's funnish. Alright, let me see another crazy story that I want to show you. Oh yeah, here's the, like in this one okay, let me see, that's like a weird club. Let me see. Oh yeah, here we are. Like in this one, she's like visiting, like one of her friends is homesick, and then she's constantly talking weird. So then she's wondering like what the hell is wrong with her. So then when her sick friend finally opens her mouth and she sees what's going on with her, is that her tongue is turning into a slug. So then that's why she can't speak, because she has like a slug inside her mouth, going out of her mouth, and that makes obviously like talking very hard and sometimes even eating. So like eventually like her situation gets worse in like a very creepy, spooky fashion. But it gets like a little gory, so I'm not like certain whether I can like show it to you because of YouTube. Okay, so then in this story, this one came out. This one's called The Thing That Was Ashore, and like it was published in 1995. And I feel that this is the inspiration for like The Orphan of Cos, because inside like this creature from the deep, inside of it, it has like people that are inside its stomach, and then when they open the creature open, the people are still alive. So they the humans that the sea monster ate, they have been surviving by being parasitic as a creature. So then instead of being like a one-cause parasite, this cosm creature has a bunch of humans that were eating it from the inside. So that's why and then eventually the humans ate it so much that it was sent ashore, so dead. So that's why I think that these creatures it's like the inspiration for the cause parasite. And then this story is somebody that disappears in a haunted tunnel, but then like when they go further in there's just random scientists doing random things. So then he's trying to figure out why the tunnel is calling to the girl. Let's see, and then hilarity happens. Well, it depends on what you consider hilarity. And this story is like a House of Wax type of situation, but instead of wax, it's like a serial killer that turns people into statues. But then it gets kind of weird when the statues come to life. So yeah. Weird crazy stuff. Alright, let me see. Which one was the other one that was fun? Oh yeah. In this one, this kid he finds like a weird little hairball, and then the hairball, it tells him that he loves him. So yeah, check mark for Valentine's. A weird Valentine's Day story. But then whenever he touches the Suzy, he keeps saying, "I love you, Kyoko, I love you." So then he's like wondering like, what the hell? But then more little Powerpuffs, more little Suzy things show up, and then each of them with a different thought or whatever. So what it ends up discovering is that people who have like repressed thoughts, they manifest in the form of these weird hairballs, and then each of them like voicing out the thoughts and emotions that they have repressed for a while. And then with something that was very well repressed, and in one of them it even rats out the weird puff street, ends up telling them that somebody committed murder. Over here it says, "I killed Mima." So then everyone in town knows that the guilt of this guy, it manifested in the form of a weird tree. And then there's like another story, but but it wasn't like too far crazy. So I just wanted to show you mainly like the stories that caught mostly my attention. There are some other ones, and I tried very hard while I was doing this review not to spoil the ending of it. So yeah, if you're like a horror movie type of fan, then yeah, you definitely wanna like read a Junji Ito manga. Bye bye and God bless. Like Uzumaki is a weird one. Give it a read. Not Naruto Uzumaki, the manga Uzumaki. Give it a read. It should get like readapted to like it would make like a great spooky TV show. Bye bye and God bless.
Go, 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 go.
Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this Buffy comic book. And it's called, even though it says like Buffy 97, and let me see when the thing was published. Here we are. It's November 2022. But I guess like after 2020, like they started with like the whole nostalgia thing, and this is just a product of its time. Like, but it's refreshing that like it's funny that now people are not only nostalgic for the 80s, but also for the 90s. Like I guess as soon as the 2000s started, like everything started going to hell. Like it's like. Well, it's kind of like how like in the turn of the century, when we went from like from like the 1800s to like how we went from like the 19th century to the 20th century, then everyone decided that it was like time to go murder each other. So, and the same thing is kind of happening this time in modern times. Like at the start of the century, everyone decided to like go uber violent. But I guess that must be like 100-year cycle that the world does. That every 100 years, like everything's gotta die. But whatever. I'm getting very green. Over here we're watching Buffy going about like her 90s life. And just like the title says, she like deals with supernatural stuff bad guy. And like the first bad guy that she deals with is like this weird entity that lives inside a fashion magazine, and then she draws people and vampires into like her book, and then the problem becomes like getting out of that other realm and finding the way out. And then like the other bad guy, well, not bad guy, then like they had like do a little bit of magic, and this guy gets prophecies from like this witch. Alright, this middle, and then there's the other mystery is this girl doing like some magic because she's like angry or annoyed, and then she ends up unleashing some spells that she cannot control. But yeah. Just because you can like do magic doesn't mean that like you should without like a major witch supervision, because like a lot of magic users that kick the bucket like summoning like by messing around the Necronomicon. Like I seen like Ash from like Evil Dead, he's if he can like do all of the like the fact that he can actually use the Necronomicon just shows that he's like a powerful magic user or something. But since he doesn't have like the supervision of like Merlin or something, that he keeps like miscasting or doing a bunch of things or unleashing stuff by accident, because there's nobody there to explain to him what each of the spells does. It's just creating effect without understanding the cause of it. But yeah, so yeah, that's the crazy thing that this one ends up unleashing, just causing a lot of random deaths, and then it becomes Buffy's, and then Buffy's gotta go clean that up, because she's a vampire slayer, but she also deals with other nonsense. So yeah, it's Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but she also slays witches and like weird beings from like different dimensions and stuff, it's fantasy, like a world, comic book type of world of a time before social media and also even and the cell phones were also awful in the 90s. Like they were like really during the time of beepers, and only a few people have them. So yeah. So that's this comic book in a nutshell. But if you're like if you want to see more Buffy, then this is now one of the few ways where you can actually do it. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you this manga called My